Audiobook title Undervalued Legend Part 03. Original title I was sold at the lowest price in my class. However, my personal parameter is the most powerful. Chapter 01 to 445. When I entered the hangar, I saw the medical staff waiting for me, ready to receive Dad. I parked Excalibur as close to the staff as possible and hurriedly opened the hatch. When the hatch opened, several medical staff rushed in. Grand Master, is the injured man Grand Master? Yes, he is. Quickly into the medical capsule. The staff was surprised to see Dad so badly injured. Keone pushed down her emotions and calmly gave instructions. Dad was immediately carried out and placed in a medical capsule. Treatment was started in the emergency recovery mode, a mode for seriously injured patients. However, the medical staff looked impatient as they watched the instruments and repeated the start procedure over and over again. How is father doing? Keone asked, worried. The medical staff replied, sweat pouring down their foreheads. His vital signs are shutting down. Recovery mode seems to be having no effect. The moment I heard that, my heart felt like it was going to burst. Keone's face turned pale and she started to shake a little. Activate recovery mode again. He was breathing a moment ago. The medical staff operated the medical capsule again and again as they were told. However, the reactions seemed to be the same, and the staff's expressions did not change. Please, he can still be saved. Father won't die from something like this, Miss Keone. I'm sorry, but Master Veft is deceased. There is no resuscitation function in the medical capsule, so he will not be able to recover, no. Father, I'm still inexperienced, please teach me. Father, as much as I wanted to cheer up the crying Keone, the damage to me was also quite severe. My grief had created a sense of weakness and lethargy, and I was in a state of complete abandonment. If only I had hurried a little more, regret was the only thing flooding my mind. Why did you die, old man? Tell me more things about me. Don't die so easily. Why do people die in the first place? There are some people who live so long without dying, like Rafishel. It's strange that the slender Rafishel doesn't die, but the strong old man died quickly. Wait a minute. If he's so strong that he can make himself immortal, maybe he can revive Dad. Can I ask you something? I know you said the medical capsule doesn't have a reanimation function, but does it have a function to keep the body intact? I asked the woman from the medical staff. Even if I were to ask Rafishel to revive him, I was concerned about the condition of the corpse. Yes. In eternal sleep mode, the body can be kept in the same state as when it died, semi-permanently. Some partners who are very attached to the dead want to keep them in this mode and have them buried with them after their death. Then I want you to put father in permanent sleep mode immediately. Oh, yes, sir, I said to Keone, who was still crying. Keone, don't cry. There's still a chance we can save Dad. Keone's expression changed at my words. What do you mean, Yura? Father is all ready. There's a guy in my group who's really smart. He knows a lot about life and he might be able to revive him. Really? Yeah, he was capable of making himself immortal, so that's pretty promising. When Keone heard this, she stopped crying for a moment, but then immediately began to shed tears again. See 245, Death of the Sword Sage, Chapter 246. The disbanding of the swordsmen, the entire Elysian army retreated while I was taking Dad to Musashi. With the three greats defeated, they won't have the strength or energy to fight for a while. However, the damage to the Sword clan was tremendous. Especially Scarfy's clan, many riders lost their lives. What would Scarfy think when he saw this result? Does he know that his own disciples had been scattered so cruelly? The survivors of the Sword clan were told of the death of the Sword Saint Veft. Everyone listened to it with a complicated expression. The members of the Sword clan, whether they were from Keone's clan or Scarfy's clan, had all joined because of their admiration for the old man. Their disappointment was unbearable to watch. Keone and I talked about the possibility of Dad's resuscitation and decided not to tell them. It wasn't a sure thing, and if I let her get their hopes up too high, they would be even more disappointed if it didn't work out. Furthermore, Keone had a big decision to make. I'm disbanding the Sword clan. Are you serious, Keone? Yes. The Sword clan was established as a place for those who adored my father. Now that father is gone, it has no meaning or significance. But he might come back to life, you know. I can't involve everyone in that expectation. Besides, I'm going to be acting on my own personal feelings from now on. I can't ask you to follow that, you mean Scarfy? Yes. I'll avenge my father's death, but more than that, I can't forgive what he did to my own disciples. I will make sure he gets what he deserves. I feel the same way about Scarfy, but I can't make the same decision as Keone. That's why I felt a strong will from Keone. Immediately, the members of the Sword clan were told of the dissolution. Everyone was confused at first, but they accepted the news without saying a word. as they were still very disappointed by father's death. However, there were those who refused to leave Keon even though the sword clan was gone. BRNN Hilda, Triss, and a few of Keon's disciples chose to stay with her. Master, I'll follow you, Master. I have no intention of leaving either. She was a little troubled, but I think she was really happy with their words. In the end, she accepted them. Keon cashed in all of the Sword Clan's assets, with the exception of Musashi and a few magicrafts. The money was then distributed among all the surviving members of the group. The amount was enough to live on for the rest of their lives if they didn't spend extravagantly. The members of the group must have had mixed feelings about this, but they seemed to be somewhat relieved. Keon also wanted to share the money with me, but I politely refused as I could not take it. In order to revive Dad, I need to join up with the Iron Knights, but the only countries or organizations that share communications are the Amurian Union and the Kingdom of Melteria. I understand. From here, the Amurian Union is closer, so let's head that way. If we can get to the Amurian Union, Nagisa and Raynell will be there to help us. I don't know where the Iron Knights are now, but I think it's only a matter of time before they join up with us. Grandmaster is going to come back to life. On the way to Amuria, I talked to the remaining members about the possibility of reviving Dad. As expected, Brunhilde and the others reacted with surprise and joy. So BRNN Hilda. It means there's that possibility, but if he really does come back to life, then we can revive the Sword Clan. Triss continued to talk happily. Triss, don't get your hopes up too high. It's like Keon said, it's only a possibility. Even though I warned him, Triss didn't change his happy expression. I guess he was very happy to have hope. Chapter 247. The reality of defeat / Yudo Ajura was wrecked and no longer moving. I escaped from the cockpit and went outside. I watched the back of Excalibur as it left stunned. I was completely defeated. I was reminded of how powerless I was. What is the strongest on the continent? But then again, is that Excalibur rider really the Sword Saint? It was the second time I fought him, but my impression was completely different. In the first fight, I felt an incomparably strong man. In this fight, I got the impression that I was fighting a monster from a different dimension. Yudo, the one who approached me, was Rosetta, who, like me, had lost her beloved machine. She seemed to have injured her arm and was using her left arm to protect her right arm. Rosetta, are you all right? What's with Excalibur's unbelievable strength? I don't know. Maybe it came back from the afterlife and powered up. If he sold his soul to the king of the underworld, I can understand why he's so powerful. She said this with a bitter smile. The morale of the Elysian army dropped drastically after we, the three greats, were defeated. The possibility of total annihilation crossed my mind, but for some reason Excalibur did not continue the battle and returned to his ride carrier. Now that Excalibur was out of the way, we could at least recover our morale and retreat. I gave instructions to the nearby allied magicrafts and ordered all troops to retreat. The confused allies became calm with my instructions and followed my orders. As Excalibur returned to the ship immediately, the enemy forces, which were at a numerical disadvantage, did not attack aggressively. I'm just glad I survived fighting a monster like that. Emesis, who was recovered from the wrecked Gaia, seems to be in better health than I expected. He's not injured, and unlike me, he doesn't seem to be in shock over his defeat. So, Yudo, what are you going to do now? Rosetta asked me, but I couldn't answer right away. Instead, Emesis expressed his opinion. I don't think we can stop the Nitro project. Let's go join Rafishal faction. Don't you have any pride? You can't just wag your tail to that shady Rafishal now. You can't live on pride alone. And with today's defeat, don't you feel that times are changing? Monsters like the Nitro Core and today's Excalibur are beings that defy conventional wisdom. Our time is over. I'm not going to be left behind in the old days. I'm going to use Nitro Ludia to be at the center of the next era. I don't want my body to be altered for the sake of it. Alter? Nitro Ludia does not alter your body. It only releases your hidden power. There's nothing wrong with drawing out the power you're not using. Emesis, let me ask you something. You said you were getting close to the Rafishal faction to get information, but you're really not, are you? You're a man with good instincts. That's right, I've been with the Rafishal faction since the beginning, and I've been on board with this plan without telling you so that I could keep an eye on you. It looks like you've been playing me for a fool. Well, I'm not going to say anything about it now that I've been defeated like this. What do you say, Rosetta? Why don't you use Nitro Ludia to unleash your hidden power? You won't have to suffer this kind of defeat anymore. So, Nitro Ludia isn't really going to modify my body. It's true. It's not an alteration. It's just an awakening. I don't know if I believe that. You don't have to trust me. You just need to use me, Yudo. You keep quiet, but what do you think, Nitro Ludia? It seems certain that there will be a significant power increase. But after the defeat, my feelings are weakened, Or perhaps I found the story of Emesis fascinating, becoming the strongest on the continent again. Emesis, you're sure it's not a modification, just an awakening? If that's not true, I'll never forgive you. It's true. I'd bet my life on it would be nice. I'll join you in the Nitro project. I feel like I can't turn back now. But I don't want to go back to the way I was. It takes strength to maintain a confident self. Chapter 248. Meeting/Nagisa. It's been 10 days since we left to search for Yuta. And although we've been through a lot along the way, we've finally been able to meet up with the Iron Knights. Nagisa, it's been a while since I've seen you. The right side of the hangar is empty, so take the ride, hover there. A red magicraft of the Iron Knights came to pick me up, and the rider was someone named Alana, I think. I followed her lead and entered the hangar of Fugaku, the ride carrier of the Iron Knights. It's been a while. As soon as I entered the hangar, I went outside and greeted the people from the Iron Knights who welcomed me. There were about 10 people who greeted me, and they seemed to be very welcoming. You're here? We've all been waiting for you, Alana said with a smile. Nagisa, I heard that Nagisa can find Yuta. Let's hurry up and go look for him. That's what a girl of elementary school age said to me with great vigor. I think it was Nanami. She pulled on my arm and said that we should go look for Yuta right away. Nanami, don't get your hopes up too high. Just because we're childhood friends doesn't mean I can do that. Linicarlo, she is one of the 12 heavenly masters. Since the last time I met her, she seemed to have a strong feeling towards me. I'm not sure what to make of it. Hey, you guys. Let's leave the search for Yuta for tomorrow and let her rest today. She's probably tired from the long trip. The one who said this out of concern for us was a man named Jean. I heard that he was the commander who led the Amu army in the last battle and played a very active role, but he is still a decent man. Thank you, Mr. Jean. Don't call me Mr. I'll call you Nagisa so you can call me Jean too. Yes. So, Jean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but how is the search for Yuta going? Even though I was going to take the day off, I was still curious about what was going on, so I asked. Don't worry, I'm sure Yuta is still alive. We've been going over every branch of the current that Yuta could have been swallowed by. And finally, 3 days ago, we were able to find the cockpit of Arleo. Since Yuta's body was not found there, he is definitely alive. I was relieved to hear that. I was so relieved that I felt my body relax. He's probably hanging around somewhere in good spirits, but with no money or acquaintances, he might have a hard time getting around. There's no country around here that has diplomatic relations with Amuria or Melteria, so he's probably just stuck in the middle of nowhere. I nodded deeply at Jean's words. If he's alive, I'm sure he's doing well. Yuta can adapt to any environment. Yeah, I think so too. Thank God Yuta is absolutely safe. I was deeply relieved. I'm sure he'll be fine. Are you also a Magicraft rider? Himari asked, looking at Nanami. She was probably interested to see a girl her age riding a Magicraft. That's right. Nanami's machine is the golden Magicraft over there. Wow, that's amazing. You're almost as old as me. Can you show me the inside of the machine? Sure, I'll show you. Come with me, farmer. Yes. Nanami invited the beastly girl to join her, and the three of them made their way over to the golden Magicraft. Himari, don't bother them. Yukiha warned her sister about her selfish behavior. However, Alana stilled it. I don't mind. It's normal for children to get along with each other. I'm sorry, I hope she won't break anything. If they break it, we have excellent mechanics who can fix it right away. How about a drink? I've got some good liquor upstairs. Yukiha happily agreed to Alana's invitation. I think Raynell told me before that Yukiha doesn't have a very good drinking habit. I was more worried about Yukiha drinking alcohol than Himari playing with other children. Chapter 249. Restraint/Nagisa. I'm very sick, so for the next few days releases will be irregular, or might not come at all. After I recover, I'll post all the chapters that I'll miss these days. I was told it was a small welcome party, and I was invited too. Like Yukiha, I was offered alcohol, but I politely declined. In this world, you're an adult at 16. It may not be legal on Earth, but it's legal here, so you should drink with us. Alana told me this as if she really wanted me to have a drink. Oh, Yuta doesn't seem to like drinking either, but he'll do his best to keep us company. Linicarlo said that to me in a sarcastic way. Just imagining that Yuta is drinking alcohol makes me smile a little. For a long time, Yuta has always preferred cider and other sweet carbonated drinks. I can imagine that he absolutely hates alcohol. I'll just have 1 cup then. Alana and Yukiha began to rejoice at my words. I don't understand why people who drink alcohol want others to drink, but I thought that if they were this happy, A little bit of alcohol wouldn't be so bad. The liquor poured to me was a clear liquid similar to sake, but the aroma was very fruity like fruit juice. It's fermented liquor made by squeezing the juice of the Lego fruit. Even people who don't like alcohol can drink it. Yura usually drinks it when he accompanies us. Wasn't Lego's fruit the payment for Yura's purchase at the auction? I wonder how Yura felt when he drank the alcohol from the fruit that was exchanged for him. Well, it's that Yura. I think he's forgotten that he was sold for 2 Lego fruits. Lego's fruit wine is surprisingly easy to drink. It's so easy to drink that I could not tell it was alcohol until I was told it was. How's it going, Najisa? Does it taste good? It's delicious. It's so easy to drink like juice. Come on, drink up. Alana then poured more of Lego's fruit wine into my unfinished cup. I noticed that Alana, Yukiha, and also Lina Carlo are looking at me with creepy smiles. I wonder what's so fun about. As I was thinking this, Emina, who was drinking alone at her own pace, warned me. Najisa, you better watch out. That drink is also known as Lady Killer. It's easy to drink, but its alcohol concentration is stronger than ale or gin. You'll be dizzy before you know it. The moment I heard Emina's words, I felt my head start to spin. My body became hot all over and my thoughts were a bit stagnant. I'm not sure how much time has passed since then. Not listening to Emina's warning, Alana and the others offered me the Lady Killer. And as they had hoped, I was getting quite drunk. There was a lot of excitement around us, and before we knew it, the number of people had increased to the point of a banquet. Hey Najisa, tell me about Yuta when you were living on Earth. Lina Carlo asks, a little angry perhaps because of the alcohol. Lina Carlo, do you hate me? What did I do to make you so angry? I asked Lina Carlo, who I didn't know that well, strongly, partly because I was drunk and my thoughts were fuzzy. I never thought about hating you. I just wanted to hear about Yuta time on Earth. Even with my fuzzy thoughts, I understood Lina Carlo's feelings. She likes Yuta. Maybe that's why she doesn't think well of me, his childhood friend. When I realized that, my heart started to ache a little. It's okay. I'll tell you about Yuta. Feeling a bit mean, I said so and started talking. Yuta and I have known each other since before I can remember. Partly because our parents were childhood friends. We were always together and even took baths together when we were little. And when he bragged about Yuta's body features, Lina Carlo's expression turned grim and she shivered. I've completely won. That's how I felt. Nanami knows too. Yuta has a bruise on his back too, right? Nanami-chan, how do you know that? Because Nanami has taken a bath with Yuta before. What's more, Nanami-chan said that she used to sleep with Yuta before and started talking about the warmth of their bodies and their habits when sleeping. I didn't know any of those habits. No matter how small Nanami is, when she talks about a Yuta which I don't know, I feel uncomfortable. Chapter 250. Absolute neutral target. I'm feeling better today, so I managed to finish some chapters. Normal releases will resume in 2-3 days. On the way to Amuria, I was resting at the foot of a high mountain range. I couldn't see Kion, so I assumed she was at her usual place and went to visit her. You're here again. The doctor's office where Dad was placed to rest. Yura too, right? I'm just here to find you. Why don't you come and join us? You're right. Maybe that will make me feel better. When the two of us had decided to leave for the dojo together, Brunhilde called us over the ship's announcement. Master Kion, Yura-san, please come to the bridge immediately. When I heard the broadcast, Kion and I looked at each other. What's going on? Something's wrong, I guess. Let's go. When I got to the bridge, I immediately understood the situation. On the large screen was the image of a ride hover being chased by a dozen or so magicrafts. Are they under attack? I asked, and Brunhilde answered. Yes. It seems that part of its core has been destroyed, and it can't gain any speed to shake off the followers. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they get caught. Just because they are being chased doesn't mean that the ones who are chasing them are the bad guys. I thought there was nothing I could do to help them because there was no reason to help them. But Kion had a different view. According to the light cross on the body, the ride hover belongs to Alice Abbey, right? Yes, it does. That is why I am in trouble. What should we do? We can't just abandon them. What is Alice Abbey? The ignorant me asked the unfamiliar words. Alice Abbey, like the Radel Company, is an organization that has been designated as an absolute neutral target. All nations on the continent are forbidden to use force against Alice Abbey. If that's the case, then yes, that attacking Magicraft Squadron is committing an illegal act. Then let's get out there and save that ride hover. All right, Triss and I will be ready. The reason why Brunhilde did not mention Kion's name was to take into account that the repair of the Kiku Ikamanji had not yet been finished. No, I'm fine on my own. Kion, let me borrow Excalibur. Yura, I'm sorry. I'm putting so much pressure on you. It's easy to understand since you're so clear about right and wrong. I think of it as a training exercise. With that, I ran to the hangar. As soon as I got into Excalibur, I went out and headed towards the ride hover that was chased. The enemy numbered 12 and they were surrounding the ride hover. As Excalibur approached, several enemy magicrafts headed toward me. The enemy magicrafts attacked me without question. The fact that they attack without warning suggests that they are aware that they are doing something wrong. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. I cut down the first enemy machine that came at me. Accelerating even faster, I approached the enemy and ripped off the necks of 2 hostile magicrafts. Perhaps angry or upset by the defeat of their comrades, the enemy machines paused their ride hover attacks and rushed towards Excalibur. However, it was more convenient for me because I didn't have to approach them. The first thing I did was to swing my sword sideways at the enemy magicraft that came from the front, splitting it from the waist down. I stabbed the left one in the throat with my sword. In addition, 3 enemy magicrafts attacked at the same time, but they all moved slowly. The quality of the enemy's riders doesn't seem to be very good. I dodged all of the attacks with ease, and destroyed all 3 at the same time with a single swing of my sword. The enemy became aware of the difference in strength after this attack. The rest of the enemy magicrafts stopped attacking Excalibur and started running away. There was no reason to pursue and destroy them, so I approached the ride hover that was being attacked to check on its safety. Ride hover over there. Is everyone okay? I said over the external output sound and the reply came back immediately. Thank you for your help. This is a ship belonging to Alice Abbey. I pray that you may receive the blessings of Alice. The owner of the voice seemed to be a young woman. Her voice was so clear and beautiful that I imagined what she looked like. Chapter 251. The forbidden book. The ride hover of the Alice Abbey that we rescued came to Musashi, wanting to properly thank us. There was nothing particularly suspicious about it, so I invited them on board and led the ride hover to the hangar. A woman came down from the ride hover. She greeted us politely as we welcomed her. Thank you for saving me from a dangerous situation. I am Sister Musi of Alice Abbey. On behalf of Alice Abbey, I would like to thank you. Kion responded to the greeting by bowing lightly and then began to speak. I'd like to ask you a few questions. But who are these people that are attempting to use force against an absolutely neutral Alice Abbey ship? That army is a unit of the Northern Army of the Valkyria Empire. The Valkyria Empire? No way. The Valkyrie Empire is, I believe, the country that Imu talked about when they were hiring us. It's one of the 3 most powerful countries on the continent, and I've heard that it's pretty big. Kion also seemed surprised to hear the name. I can't believe that one of the 3 most powerful countries on the continent would violate the laws of absolute neutrality. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me why? The Valkyrie Empire's goal is to seize the forbidden book, Rafishal weapons stored in Alice Abbey. I'm not sure if Rafishal is referring to that Rafishal. It's true that he was called the Great Sage, so it's not surprising that there are still books written by Rafishal. What exactly is the forbidden book, Rafishal weapon? It's said to be one of the books left behind by the great sage Rafishal. I don't understand why the Valkyrie Empire would want such a thing. In recent years, the Valkyrie Empire has felt itself lagging behind as one of the 3 most powerful countries on the continent. With the threat of new magicrafts developed in the Lubal Kingdom, the establishment of the Amurian Union, and the appearance of new, unknown units in the Elysian Empire. I've never heard of Lubal's new magicraft or the Elysian Empire's newly established unit. Where did you get that kind of information from? Alice Abbey might be an absolute neutral force that has been able to survive so far because of its ability to gather information. But this time that may not be possible, Sister Musi said with a sad expression. Would you like to tell me what's going on? Yes. Actually, the main temple of Alice Abbey is currently under siege by the Northern Army of the Valkyrie Empire. Sage. Is the Valkyrie Empire planning to overrun Alice Abbey by force? To be precise, the military conquest has already begun. The Abbey is under massive attack and is on the verge of falling. Isn't there any way for Alice Abbey to resist the armed forces? It will fall as soon as the armed forces start to suppress it. In fact, Count Dalem of the Valkyria Empire has betrayed his own country to protect Alice Abbey. The main temple, which is located on the top of a small mountain, is so easy to defend that it can be said to be a natural fortress. So even with a small number of soldiers, it has managed to hold its own. I understand the current situation at Alice Abbey. So how did you come to be attacked outside the main abbey? Fortunately, the main temple was able to withstand 3 massive attacks. The damage to the Valkyrie Imperial army was so severe that the commander changed his strategy. They completely surrounded the main temple and blocked the supplies. Currently, the people in the main temple are suffering from starvation. So I broke through the siege with my ride hover and escaped outside to get some food. But then I was pursued by troops and ended up in the situation you found me, I see. If that's the case, you'll have to get some food and go back. Yes. So, in consideration of the power that I have just seen, I would like to ask you to help me return to the main temple. I know that this is a very dangerous and reckless request. I can't thank you much, but I will do my best to help you. What do you think, Keon? My mind was already made up, but I checked to see how Keon felt about it. I'm sure you've already made up your mind before you even asked. Well, yes, I did. I was just checking. I'm the same as Yura. We can't overlook the fact that Alice Abbey, which is absolutely neutral, is being invaded by the Valkyrie Empire. That's what I'm saying. Sister Musi, we will take you to the main temple of Alice Abbey. Hearing those words, she was so relieved that she broke down and cried on the spot. Chapter 252. Breaking through the siege, the nearby town had been blockaded by the Valkyrie army, so we had picked up a large amount of food in a town a short distance away. All that was left was to deliver it to the main temple of Alice Abbey. The main temple of Alice Abbey was located on the top of a small mountain, just as Sister Musi had said. The entire mountain was surrounded by Valkyrie troops, and it looked like it would not be easy to get inside. How did you manage to escape through that siege? I asked Sister Musi. I was so desperate at the time that even I'm surprised now that I'm watching this scene again. What should I do, Yura? I can move the Kiku Ikemonji if I push myself. I've heard that Kiku Ikemonji is only about 80% repaired. Even at 80%, Keon would be enough of a force to be reckoned with. Keon, Brunhilde and Triss come with me. Let's have Musashi stay here and escort Sister Musi ride hover through the siege. It's hard to break through that siege with the big-hulled Musashi. Sister Musi ride hover is not that big, so I think I can manage. We loaded all the food back into the ride hover and got ready. I'll go in with Excalibur and confuse the enemy, while Keon and the others escort the ride hover to the temple. That's a pretty sketchy plan. Do you have a better idea? No, I think it's the best plan for us. There's nothing else we can do. I certainly agree with that. I can't say it myself, but I can't let others do such reckless things. As per the plan, I went majestically towards the enemy army to confuse the encircling forces. However, there was no need to deal with the entire encircling army. I aimed at the troops guarding the route leading to the top of the mountain and moved on. The Valkyrie army rushed toward me after confirming Excalibur's appearance. You? Who do you work for? Alice Abbey is closed, you can't get in. I'm sorry, but I really need to get to the main temple. If you get in my way, I'll have to cut you down. Perhaps thinking that I was outnumbered, the rider of the Valkyrie army did not take my words in consideration and laughed it off. Ha 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 ha, Tilda, you're funny. Do you know who's in front of you? It's Droidus Mechides, a top-ranking rider in the northern army of the Valkyrie Empire. You can't talk like that anymore when you hear the name of the iron-blooded Droidus. Iron-blooded? Never heard of you. All right then, I'll carve my name into your body. The iron-blooded Droidus went into a battle stance with deadly intent and tried to slash at me. However, his companions tried to stop him. Wait, Droidus? That white aircraft is the Excalibur of the Sword Saint. However, it was too late to remain still. I lightly avoided the attack of the iron-blooded Droidus Magicraft, which slashed at me with a large sword, and the sword I swung easily cut off his head. The name of Excalibur, the Sword Saint, and the sword technique that instantly killed the iron-blooded Droidus caused unrest among the riders of the Valkyrie army that surrounded Excalibur. However, the battle had already begun. Without hesitation, I slashed down the enemy's wobbly magicrafts one after another. The attack of the Sword Saint must have been felt throughout the Valkyrie army, because the encircling army made a big move. A large number of magicrafts are closing in on me in order to defeat Excalibur. There were so many of them. It would be difficult to escape if I was completely surrounded, so I intercepted the enemies as I moved. Fighting while moving was causing more confusion in the enemy army. They can't read my aim, or they just move around in a disorderly manner, breaking up the formation. Keon, who had been watching, decided it was time to break through. Seeing that the path to the top of the mountain had been thinned out, the ride hover, Keon and the others jumped out. The enemy forces were so busy chasing Excalibur that they didn't notice the movement until too late. By the time the enemy noticed, the ride hover had started to climb the mountain. Chapter 253. The top of the mountain, the enemy forces, noticing the movement of Sister Musi's ride hover, tried to stop it. However, the ride hover is being escorted by one of the 12 heavenly masters and her disciples. The approaching enemy machines are sliced in half by the sword of Kiku Ikemonji. Since most of the enemies were distracted by Excalibur, The ride hover was able to break through a portion of the blockade. There were also troops posted on the road to the top of the mountain, but Keone and the others would be able to handle them. Even after the ride hover broke through, I stayed behind and fought to prevent a follow-up attack, but I was getting close to my limit. The enemy's main force seemed to be on the move, and it would be difficult to escape at this rate. Before it was too late, I too started moving towards the top of the mountain. I climbed up the mountain, slashing down the enemies. A large number of magicrafts were chasing Excalibur. Just as I was beginning to worry about whether it would be safe to take this huge army up to the main temple, countless lights appeared at the top of the mountain. The light rained down on the Valkyrie army that was chasing me. The true nature of the light was an arrow attack. And it wasn't just any arrow, it was an incredibly powerful one. The magic machines of the Valkyrie army that were chasing me were destroyed by the pillars of light one after another. After receiving the arrow's attack, the Valkyrie army gave up the pursuit of Excalibur. They retreated directly to the foot of the mountain. Witnessing this, I slowly made my way to the top of the mountain. The main building of Alice Abbey was like a stone palace. Around it, numerous magicrafts were vigilantly monitoring the foot of the mountain, and many of the magic machines were equipped with large guns. The attack earlier must have been launched by them. Lord Rider of the White Magicraft, that was a splendid battle. A vermilion-colored magicraft approached Excalibur and spoke to me. This is not a good place to talk, so please come on in. With that, I was ushered into the main temple. Inside the large main sanctuary, I saw Sister Musie's ride hover. I also spotted Kiku Ikamanji, Anamaru Kunitsuna and Toratetsu. It seems that everyone has arrived safely. Yura, that was a splendid display of strength, Triss said happily when he saw my face. You fought as well as the Grand Master, BRNN Hilda said, but Keone has harsh words for me. You are still pushing too hard. If you keep fighting like that, you won't last long. Aside from BRNN Hilda and the others, Keone's eyes were still impossible to deceive. She reminded me that I had indeed been forceful and crude. Sister Musie, at the sound of a loud voice, all of us looked in the same direction. There was a tall, beautiful woman with blue hair standing there. She was wearing the same kind of monk's uniform as Sister Musie, but she had a certain rank of nobility about her. She was probably Sister Musie's superior. I'm so sorry, Mother Mesa. It's a good thing you're okay, but what if something happened to you? It seems that Sister Musie has run away from the main temple on her own, and her boss, who was worried about her, is angry. Mother Mesa, thanks to the food that Sister Musie brought back, we can last for another 6 months. That should give us some hope. The person who called out to me was the rider of the vermilion-colored magicraft, who I believe is called Dalaim spoke. Indeed, in 6 months, we might be able to inform the entire continent of the Valkyrie Empire's tyranny and ask for their help. Sister Musie, although it is not good to disobey orders, I have to thank you for the results. No, I couldn't have gotten back here by myself. If you want to thank someone, you should thank them for bringing me back here. Hearing Sister Musie's words, Mother Mesa bowed deeply to us. Thank you for risking your life to help us, Alice Abbey. We pray for the blessings of the Holy Mother Alice to be upon you. When I was thanked in a formal manner, I felt a sense of relief. It looks like we're okay here for now. All that's left is for us to get out of here. Chapter 254, My Class / Nagisa. This is Rafashal, our mechanic. Rafashal, this is Nagisa, she's Yura's childhood friend. Alana introduced me to Rafashal, who I thought was a young woman, but was surprised to hear that he was a man. Yura reacted that way at first too. Well, gender doesn't matter to me as a mechanic, so don't worry about it. Yura must have been surprised when he found out Rafashal was a man, considering his appearance. So what are you all doing in the hangar in the morning? We were brought to a place full of machines in a corner of the hangar, saying it was part of their morning routine. The riders of the Iron Knights had all gathered there at this hour. Men working out, a man with a big body, I think he's called Lorgo. He informs me. Do you work out? I was wondering if he was going to do some strength training, but I guess not. I'm working on my Ludia value. We're going to have to fight a hell of a lot of opponents in the future. I don't want to put too much pressure on Yura. Ludia value can be trained. I thought it was a fixed ability. We thought so too until a little while ago. Well, what was it, Rafashal? Dimension class. You should learn that, Alana. Yes. Dimension class means that you can train and increase your Ludia value within the range of your potential. You can develop your Ludia value. If I can do that, maybe I can help Yura and Raynell too. I want to improve my Ludia value too. Can you tell me how to train it? I knew you would say that. I knew you'd say that. You just have to go into this machine Rafashal made and concentrate on the Ludia. So there's nothing to teach. I see, I just need to check your dimension class before you can use this machine. Rafashal added, Yes, that's fine. I said lightly, but Alana smiled wryly and told me a shocking fact. Nagisa, you have to be naked to have your dimension class measured. Really? I don't like the idea of being naked in front of everyone. Sure, you need to get naked, but you don't have to do it here. Lisa, can you measure Nagisa's dimension class for me? Lisa is the same gender as you, so I'm sure she won't mind. A woman named Lisa appeared and took me to another machine in the back. The machine was in a small room that was hidden from view, so I took off my clothes. You have a nice body. Not so big breasts though, that's none of your business. Come on, get in there. What I was directed to was a capsule that was connected to a machine, and I did as I was told and entered the capsule. Once I was inside the capsule, the lid was closed and water started to pour out of it. Hey, the water's flooding in. Don't worry, it's not water, it's a liquid called elixir, and you can breathe through it. I was a little worried about the breathing, but once the capsule was completely submerged in the liquid, I knew she was not lying. After floating dazedly in the liquid for a while, it seemed that the measurement was finished, and the liquid began to drain out of the capsule. Lisa showed Rafishal the measurement results that came out of the machine. Rafishal looked at it and changed his expression. It's amazing. I had high hopes for you since you are Yuta's childhood friend, but I didn't expect you to be class 3. Class 3. Do you mean she's better than me? Linicarlo shouted in surprise at my results. No, your class 4 is great enough. By the way, Victor is a class 4 magicraft, and if you work hard to raise your Ludia value, you can even ride that. You say I should work hard to raise it, but I've been training my Ludia value for 2 months, and it's only gone up by 5,000. There's no quick way to raise it. I told you before, there are ways to increase your Ludia value in a short period of time. However, Ludia value is an important element of the human mind. If it were to change too rapidly, it would put too much strain on the body and mind, causing serious damage. If you're not careful, you'll become a cripple, and I can't let you do that. Linicarlo was bewildered by the correctness of Rafishal's argument, unable to say anything back. Just because it's easy to strengthen your mind doesn't mean it can't be broken. Slow but safe growth. I agree with Rafishal's words. Chapter 255. Search and rescue /Nagisa. If Linicarlo was class 4, I was curious about the others, so I asked. In addition to Linicarlo, Nanami is class 4. Alana and Emina are class 5, and Pharma, Lorgo and Arthur are class 6. It's no wonder the Iron Knights are so strong. They're all pretty good, I'm not convinced. How can Nanami and I be equal? I'm Linicarlo, one of the 12 heavenly masters. Class 4 is the highest class in the ancient civilizations. The odds of the two of you being in the same organization is like a miracle. If class 4 is the highest class, then what about my class 3? The legendary class is what the ancient civilizations called class 3. I knew class 3 riders from that time, and they were all as strong as the heroes in the legends. Do you think I could be like them? If you work hard and don't neglect your Ludia training, I'm sure you'll reach that level. If that happens, I can help everyone. I'm used to working out in Aikido. I promised myself that I would become stronger. Nagisa, it doesn't matter if you're in class 3 or not. I'll always outperform you. I'll prove to you that dimension class doesn't matter. After the morning workout, we all had breakfast together and then began the search for Yuta. We went to the cave where Arlio's cockpit was found and examined the vicinity. There are signs of life in this cave. Maybe he stayed here for a while. Nodding to Jean's words, Emina also remarked on what she had noticed. There's also a large camp nearby, so maybe there's a chance that some group might have picked him up, I see. If that's the case, then it makes sense that the penniless Yuta moved away from this place. It is possible that there is someone nearby who knows who the people who stayed here are. It is possible that they may have come into contact with each other while shopping for food, etc. Let's do some canvassing in the nearby villages. Alana's prediction had been correct. Asking the people in the surrounding villages, she soon found out the name of the group that was staying near that cave. The Sword Clan. No way, that's the strongest mercenary group led by the Sword Saint. That's right, the Sword Saint is very fond of that cave and sometimes goes there to train with his sword. I didn't know what the swordsmen were, but I understood that they were famous, since Jean, Alana, as well as Emina and Linicarlo seemed to know them well. So do you know where the Sword Clan went? I don't know. They are mercenaries. Maybe they went to war in some other country. That seemed to be all the information we could get from the villagers. However, we managed to obtain some important clues. Rather than searching for Yuta in the dark, it would be many times easier to find the location of a famous mercenary group. So we'll look for the Sword Clan. That's all I can think of at the moment, but what if you're wrong? We don't know for sure that Yuta will be there, do we? Well, yes, but Nagisa, what do you think? I thought about it when Jean asked me that. When Yuta was found by those swordsmen, what would he do? An image of them getting along and working together comes to mind. Yes, no doubt about it. I have a feeling that Yuta will be with those people. I have a feeling that Yuta is with the Sword Clan. Okay, then we'll track down the Sword Clan. Jean made that decision. Everyone agreed with his decision as they believed my words. It was a very important prediction, but no matter how many times I imagined it, all I could think of was the image of Yuta being in the Sword Clan. No doubt about it. I'm sure Yuta will be there. Chapter 256. Be strong, not afraid. After successfully accomplishing Sister Musie's request and sending her back to the main temple, we were thinking of breaking through the siege again and getting out of here. I've just broken through the siege, so it seems that the other side is also very wary. I'm not sure if BRNN Hilda and Triss will be able to keep up. I still think we should wait until their guard is down. We didn't intend to stay that long, but for our own safety, we decided to stay here in the main sanctuary of Alice Abbey for a while. Sister Musie and Mother Mesa welcomed our decision. If you could stay here for a little while, that would be very reassuring. I would be happy to repay you for what you have just done. Yes, Sister Musie. Why don't we take everyone to the sacred spring? That's a good idea, Mother Mesa. Come on, you must be tired. This way, please. Sister Musie then led us to a place. She said something about a holy spring, but I don't know what it is. She led us to a large bath in the basement of the main temple. It was like a large pool filled with hot water in a magnificent underground space made of stone, reminiscent of a Greek temple. From the rising steam, I could predict that the water was just right. Thanks to Alice's guidance, there is an abundance of hot spring water. These hot springs are very effective in relieving fatigue, so please come and relax after your journey. Maybe it's because I'm Japanese, but I love hot springs. I thought about asking permission to enter, Sister Musie. Is it possible that this is a mixed bath? BRNN Hilda, who had the same question as me, asked. Yes. We don't usually have men here, so we don't have a concept of gender segregation. If there are usually no men, then there is no need to create separate bathrooms for men and women. Then let's take turns going in. Triss and I will wait outside so Keon and Brunhilde can go in first. Thank you, Yura. Brunhilde will accept the invitation and go in first. Yes, Master. Apparently, Brunhilde also liked hot springs, and she replied happily. Triss and I were sitting in a room at the entrance to the underground hot spring, drinking tea with Sister Musie, and waiting for Keon and the others to come out of the hot spring. I don't know if it's the tea or the hot spring, but Triss is a little grumpy. What's the matter, Triss? You don't like hot springs? No. I just think that if Yuta hadn't said what he did, we would have been able to go to the hot springs with Master. I was surprised at the more evil reason than I expected. No, Keon didn't like it when we asked her to come in with us. You don't know that. In this situation, she might have had no choice but to come in. Keon would even slash her own father with a sword if he just invited her to take a bath. You shouldn't think about that if you want to keep your life. Yura-san, may I ask you a few questions? Suddenly, Sister Musie said to me, yes. If it's something I can answer. Keon-sama is one of the 12 heavenly masters, Sword Emperor Keon-sama, right? Yes, I knew it. So, Yuta, are you and your friends from the Sword Clan? No, I'm not. But Triss is a former member of the Swordsmen. Former, that means the Sword Clan has been disbanded. Oh, no. Sister Musie was so surprised. What's the matter? You look so surprised. I'm thinking of approaching the countries of the continent in order to deal with the arrogant Valkyria Empire. But after all, they are one of the 3 powerful countries. There are only a limited number of countries that can help us both militarily and diplomatically. That's why I was thinking of asking for help not only from the state, but also from stateless organizations that do not fear the 3 powerful countries. Of these, the one I relied on the most was the Swordsman. It's true that if it was my dad, he wouldn't be afraid of the Valkyria Empire, and if he received a request for help from Alice Abbey, he might not have turned it down. Other than the Sword Clan, the only other group that can compete with the 3 strongest nations that isn't a nation is the Radal Company, right? Triss, who was listening to the conversation, said so. The Radal Company is a completely neutral force. They will not work for any other organization unless they are harmed. After all, a mercenary company that is not afraid of the Valkyria Empire and has strong power is ideal. There is no such mercenary group except for the Swordsmen. Triss denied it completely, but I had one idea of such a mercenary group. There is one mercenary group I know of that fits the bill and is just as good as the Sword Clan. Really? What group? Sister Muzzy pounced on me. The Iron Knights, the mercenary group I belong to. Chapter 257. Information Network. I've been told that they are a group with high fighting power, but I didn't expect them to be as strong as the Swordsmen. It was no wonder that they had survived on their information network alone. They knew about the Iron Knights, who should not be very well known. If they have the ability to gather that much information, maybe they can get in touch with the Iron Knights. If they could do that, I wouldn't have to go all the way to Amuria to meet up with them. Sister Musie, how is the Abbey getting so much information? Our system is designed to collect information from agents operating throughout the continent. If you have agents all over the continent, could it be possible for you to get in touch with the Iron Knights? Actually, I've been separated from them for some reason, and I'd like to join up with my friends, but I've been having trouble getting in touch with them directly. So you are right. As it turns out, it is possible. However, it will take some time to find out their current whereabouts. In addition, we use our own means of communication. Therefore, it is not possible for us to talk directly to them through the spirit box. I can give them a short message, but what would you like me to do? It helps to be able to give a short message. I asked Sister Musi to deliver the message. Come to the main temple of Alice Abbey from Yura. Very well, sir. I'll make sure the message gets through. So, Yura-sama, at the same time as this message, I would like to request the Iron Knights to come to the aid of Alice Abbey. Is that all right with you? That's fine. Since I'm the one who told them to come here, I'm sure they'll take the offer. Thank you very much. Just as I finished requesting a message to the Iron Knights, Kion and Brunhilde came out of the hot spring. It was very soothing. Yura and the others are welcome to have a go. I can smell the fragrance of post-bath from Kion as she said this. Triss reacts strangely to that scent and is a little scared. That evening they had a little welcome party for us. It was not a fancy meal, given the circumstances, but they served the best they could. Food was in short supply, but they had plenty of wine stored in the main temple, so they didn't have any trouble with alcohol. A banquet while surrounded by a large army is a feast for the soul, Triss says, looking at Count Dalium's soldiers who are drinking and making noise. That's not true, Triss. The soldiers are under a lot of stress during the siege. This kind of venting is important. Indeed, the pressure of being surrounded by such a large army must be considerable. You might need to have a drink once in a while to keep yourself going. I am Count Dalium, and I would like to know your name if you don't mind. A small, fat, middle-aged man with a quirky haircut, who introduced himself as Count Dalium, asked me. I'm Yura Dono. I have that name engraved in my heart. I felt a little awkward because of his exaggerated expressions, but as I talked to him, I realized that he was a good-natured uncle. This man was Count Dalium, who had betrayed his home country to help Alice Abbey, and he was also a Highlander rider. Kion can't be that sword Emperor Kion, one of the 12 heavenly masters. Count Dalium was surprised to hear Kion's name. As expected of the 12 heavenly masters, their reputation is very impressive. If that is the case, then Yuradono was a member of the Sword Clan, and if that is the case, then that strength is understandable. If that's the case, where is the Lord Sword Saint? I've always wanted to meet the esteemed leader of the Sword Clan. I'm a little troubled when people ask about Dad. I'm not sure if I can say that he's dead. As I was struggling with this, Kion said clearly, my father is resting at the moment. I see, even Lord Sword Saint needs to rest. I would like to meet him once he is back. Kion didn't seem to be convinced that her father was dead. When I heard Kion's clear feelings, I felt the same way. Chapter 258. Official request, the only troops guarding the main temple of Alice Abbey were the 100 magicrafts commanded by Count Dalium. In contrast, the encircling army of Valkyria had a force of over 5,000 machines and 30 battleship-type ride carriers. I sent a message to the Iron Knights, so instead of escaping, I will be staying here at the main temple for a while. It was inevitable that we would be involved in this siege, but our position was unclear. Perhaps sensing our situation, Mother Mesa began to talk to us like this. Master Yura, I have a formal request from Alice Abbey for the Iron Knights. Please protect us from the tyrannical Valkyria Empire. That's fine with me, but Kion and the others are not part of the Iron Knights. When I was at a loss as to how to respond, Kion said to Mother Mesa with a cool expression, Mother Mesa, we accept your request. We will make every effort to help you. This is a request to the Iron Knights. Are you sure? I've made up my mind a while ago. The Sword Clan has been disbanded, and there's no way I can do anything other than being a mercenary now. Until Father comes back to life, I'll be a part of the Iron Knights. It's not up to you to decide. Well, Kion would be a force to be reckoned with, and no one would object. What about Brunhilde and Triss? Of course I'm going to follow my master. Yura-san, I'm counting on you. I have no other choice either. Please take care of me. I had guessed the answer, but both of them followed Kion without hesitation. Mother Mesa, I will also formally accept your request. The Iron Knights will do everything in our power to protect Alice Abbey. When I said that, Mother Mesa bowed deeply. I heard that the encircling Valkyria Imperial Army had stopped launching large-scale attacks after switching to the strategy of starvation. However, the situation changed when we broke through the siege and entered the main temple. The enemy appears to be resuming its attack. Count Dalium reported after seeing the enemy's movements. Have they changed their tactics now that food has been brought in? Probably so. If Sister Musi hadn't brought us food, we wouldn't have lasted 10 days. It seems that the enemy anticipated this and waited patiently, but they must have grown impatient when the food was brought in. Then let's hit them so hard that they give up attacking us. That's possible if Yurdono and Kiondono can help us. I'm counting on you, we're mercenaries. It is normal for us to fight on request, but why is Count Dalim betraying his home country to fight on the side of Alice Abbey? I had a chance to be alone with Count Dalim before the attack, so I boldly asked him. Alice Abbey and my estate have had a close relationship for a long time, due to the close distance between us. Even when my territory was having trouble growing crops due to continuous sunshine, Alice Abbey reached out to us. Over the years, they have helped us again and again. However, there has never been an opportunity for us to help Alice Abbey. This time is the perfect opportunity to return the favor. My vassals are all personal followers of Alice Abbey, so there was no one to oppose me when I said I would betray the Valkyrie Empire and side with Alice Abbey. So that's why. The people of the estate are all indebted to Alice Abbey, and I wanted to help here on a personal level. Personal feelings. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm in love with Mother Mesa. Really? That's why I was going to protect this place even if I had to do it alone. Fortunately, they all came with me. I wondered a little if clergymen in this world are okay with romance and such, but I guess that probably doesn't matter. My impression of Count Dalim was even better. Chapter 259, The Siege Battle. We took on the role of holding back the enemy forces that were coming up the mountain. The strength of Count Dalim's troops lies in their long-range attack with specially reinforced arrows. If we could keep them at bay, they would be able to maximize their power. Here they come. We can't let them get past us. The Valkyria army was closing in on us in formation. Perhaps because of the painful experience with Count Dalim's troops, all of the magicrafts held large shields above them. The troops at the front of the line seemed to have noticed us waiting for them and thrust their shields forward. The large shields lined up looked like a wall. Release them. Count Dalim gives the order to unleash the arrows, and countless projectiles descend on the enemy forces from the top of the mountain. Even with the enhanced power of the arrows, they cannot penetrate large shields, but they can enter the gaps between shields and cause minor damage. When Keon saw the shields bouncing back the reinforced arrows, she said, "It seems those shields are no ordinary shields. Their strength is extraordinary. The effects of the arrows seem to be weak against the enemy forces that are closing in on us with their special shields, lined up in formation." However, as a member of the same Valkyria army, Count Dalim seems to be well versed in the enemy's tactics. Flame arrows loaded, get ready, fire. The next arrows were burning. As the burning arrows hit the shields of the enemy army, the flames spread wide, enveloping the entire army in flames. The spreading flames were blue in color. Keon looked at it and explained. It seems that the arrows were filled with a burning liquid. Flames that burn with combustion fluid are very hot. If you are exposed to those flames for a long time, it will melt the armor of the magicraft. The enemy forces were well aware of this and hurriedly tried to extinguish the flames. This caused the formation to collapse. Count Dalim's troops rained down reinforced arrows on the enemy who had broken ranks. Before they had time to put up their shields, the enemy magicrafts were pierced by the reinforced arrows. Count Dalim is quite a leader. It's no wonder that he was able to defend the main temple against a large army with only a few men. The heavy armored magicraft unit that was ravaged by the arrows retreated. In their place, a squad of lightly armed, lightweighted magicrafts came moving upwards in rapid succession. This time, they seemed to be trying to use their mobility to reach the top of the mountain at once. The arrows of Count Dalim's troops poured down, and the magicrafts that were hit fell to the ground. However, the enemies came at us without caring about their fallen allies. The enemies approaching were maneuverable magicrafts, but they were lousy opponents and were easily defeated by us. Perhaps they underestimated the fact that only 4 magicrafts were guarding the path to the top. After double-digit numbers of them were cut down, they must have finally understood the difficulty of passing through here and started to retreat. All the troops withdrew down the mountain. The fact that they didn't repeat their inefficient attack might be proof that the enemy commander was not incompetent. "This mountain seems to be a strong fortress," Keon commented after the battle. "The only path that leads to the top is a precipice, which is difficult for people to climb, let alone magicrafts. The only way to get to it is narrow and steep, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. It is truly an impregnable fortress," Count Dalim said with a hearty laugh. "It would be nice if he would just give up and go back." "I hope so too, but the chances of that happening are probably 0. The Valkyria Empire desperately wants the forbidden book Raphishal weapon. Maybe it's because I know the person who supposedly wrote it, but I can't quite appreciate it. So I made this suggestion. Why don't you just give it away? What are you talking about, Yurdono? The weapon described in the forbidden book is very dangerous. Rumor has it that it has the power to destroy a castle in a single blow. If the greedy Valkyria Empire were to acquire such a thing, it would cause a great deal of trouble. Since it's that dangerous, I wondered if it would be a good idea to burn it down, but I didn't want to say anything because it might make them angry." Chapter 260, As a mercenary slash Nagisa, we got information that Yura might be with a group named the Swordsmen. According to the report, they went to a country called Tamihar, one of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. If the Sword Clan is headed for the Three Kingdoms Alliance, then there could be a major war on the horizon. Alana asked in response to Emina's words, "What do you mean by that?" The Sword Clan is said to be the leading anti-Elysian force. If they've been invited to join the Three Kingdoms Alliance against Elysium, then that's what it means. The war between the Elysian Empire and the Three Kingdoms Alliance, it's a case that smells like money more than anything else. Well, the first priority this time is to recover that idiot Yuta, so we'll try to stay out of it. I appreciate Jean's decision. I want you to concentrate on finding Yuta for now. We then followed the Sword Clan into Tamihar. As soon as we entered the country, we were approached by the army. This is the army of Tamihar surveillance vessel. What is the reason for your entry into our country and what is your affiliation? This is the Iron Knights, a mercenary group. We have no intention of antagonizing your country. We heard that the Sword Clan had entered our country, so we came after them. If possible, I would like to know the whereabouts of the Sword Clan. I understand that you have no hostile intentions, but I'm afraid I can't give you any information related to military operations. All right. Then I would like your permission to operate within your country. I can't give you that permission because it's wartime. You must leave the country as soon as possible. Jean thought for a moment about the other side's response and then broke the ice. Then tell the higher-ups in the military that were interested in joining your army. Jean said he'd try to stay out of it. Wait a minute. I'll check with the top brass. When Jean heard the reply, he turned off the external output sound. Jean, I thought you were trying to stay out of it. Alana pointed out to Jean. We're going to get kicked out of the country, but if they hire us as mercenaries, we can kill two birds with one stone. Money and information. I don't think they'd be willing to hire a bunch of mercenaries who just popped in. The surveillance ship said they are at war now, so they need all the help they can get to fight against the Elysian Empire. Jean's prediction had been correct. The surveillance boat replied, "The commander will see you now. If we can come to an agreement on the terms, he will hire you." The surveillance ship led us to the base where the commander was. Only Jean and Alana entered the base to negotiate the terms of employment. How did it go? Linicarlo asked as soon as Jean and Alana returned. I've signed a short-term contract with them. The reward is 100 million gold and information about the Sword Clan. It's a small price to pay for dealing with the Elysian Empire, but hey, what the hell? What do you mean by short-term? It's a one-time deal in a hotly contested area. I'm sorry guys, but you're going to have to work a little harder. If it's just one battle, it can't be helped. Let's get this over with and get some information on Yuta. It seems that in Linicarlo's mind, Sword Clan equals Yuta. He was soon guided by the army of Tamihar to a heavily fortified area. The place is called Behen, and it is a military district that serves as a bulwark to protect the city. Jean, how much information do we have on the enemy forces? At Linicarlo's question, Jean became a little sullen. The enemy's strength is about 3,000 magicrafts and more than 70 battleship-type ride carriers. In contrast, our allies are outnumbered with 2,000 magicrafts and 30 ride carriers. That's quite a power disparity. You said one battle, but I wonder how much we need to fight. The deal is we stay here until they are evenly matched with the enemy. It's going to be tough to destroy 1,000 magicrafts. Yukiha and I, who are indebted to the Iron Knights, so we will also be participating in this battle. The more people, the better, except for one person, that is. Nagisa, I'll show you what Class 3 is capable of. I can feel the hostility in Linicarlo's words. She doesn't like the fact that I'm a class above her. I don't mind that though. Chapter 261. The new strongest Nagisa from Fugaku, the flagship of the Iron Knights, the Magicraft Squadron departs at once. The members are Linicarlo, Nanami, Alana, Emina, Arthur, Lorgo, Pharma, myself, and Yukiha, for a total of 9 Magicrafts. I want the Iron Knights, along with 2 battalions of our army, to hit the enemy left flank troops. Jean responded to the request from the army of Tamihar. Yes, sir. Linicarlo, Alana, you heard the man. We're going to hit the enemy left flank. Hearing the message, we headed for the enemy left flank. Nanami, you've got it all wrong. What? That's the left. Idiot, the enemy left is on our right. Oh, really? Even before the fierce battle, the members of the Iron Knights are relaxed. Perhaps it's because they have absolute confidence that they are relaxed. These people are strong. I know this from my martial arts experience. As the battle began, the Iron Knights naturally entered a formation. As the vanguard, Nanami, Lorgo, and Alana suppressed the enemy's attacks. From the rearguard, Linicarlo and Pharma unleashed powerful long-range attacks. Arthur and Emina were the rangers, supporting both the vanguard and the rearguard. Their individual strength was great, but their coordination was also superb. and they overwhelmed a large enemy force with a small number. Nagisa, what's with the Iron Knights? Their strength is insane, Yukiha said frankly, and I agree with her. But I can't lose either. In order not to get in the way of their cooperation, I aim for enemy machines that have strayed out of the enemy's collapsed formation. Avoiding the long spear attack, I approached the enemy and twisted its neck. With its head gone, the enemy magicraft was shoved down with a blow. I crouched down to avoid the horizontally swinging sword attack of an enemy machine, which attacked me without pause, and twisted the hand holding the sword. I tried to push him down, but his arm was torn off from the base, and I had no choice but to kick down the enemy machine that had lost its arm. It seems that the Ludia training is showing its effects, and my power is much higher than before. I'll have to adjust as I fight. I'll add to what I said earlier about the Iron Knight's strength being abnormal. Nagisa, your strength is also abnormal enough. From Yukiha's point of view, it seems that my movements are also abnormal. The enemy army began to retreat under the tremendous strength of the Iron Knights. The friendly army of Tamihar attacked the flank of the enemy army, determined not to let them escape. The enemy army, whose formation had been broken by the Iron Warriors, and whose morale had been greatly weakened, was unable to respond to the attack of the Tamihar army. Their organized attack overwhelmed the enemy individual counterattacks. This is our chance. We're going after the commander of the enemy left flank. Alana, take Nagisa and hit the ride carrier in the center of the enemy army. Linacarlo, make way for Alana and the others. Jean ordered when he saw the opportunity. I'll run after Linacarlo's attack is over. Yes. Once Linacarlo begins to make large motions, the rest of the Iron Knights left her alone. What are they going to do? It's a new magic strike made possible by the increased Ludia value and the strengthening of Odin by Rafishal. Savor it. Gungnir ray guns. Countless spears of light appeared around Odin and shot out like laser beams toward the enemy forces. The spears of light pierced the enemy magicrafts one after another. A single light alone is quite destructive, but the horror of countless of them attacking us is unimaginable. The linear and powerful attacks literally made their way to the ride carriers in the center of the enemy forces. Let's run, Nagisa. Yes. Together with Alana, I ran towards the enemy's ride carrier. There was no counterattack from the enemy forces, which were aghast at Linacarlo's attack, and we reached the ride carrier without difficulty. The ride carriers couldn't do anything against the approaching magicrafts. For that reason, it is normal to have a defensive magicraft unit in place. This ride carrier also had a defense force. There were 5 of them. First, Alana's twin swords killed 2 of them instantly. I also drew my sword and sent the head of one of the magicrafts flying. The other 2 ran away, probably scared by the fact that 3 of their comrades were defeated in an instant. However, there was no need to chase them since our goal was this ride carrier. Alana and I broke into the ride carrier's core block and destroyed it. Chapter 262, The Mysterious Unit /Nagisa. When we destroyed the ride carrier of the enemy commander, it seems that the enemy's chain of command was cut off. The enemy's left wing is quickly losing its effectiveness and collapses. The allied army of Tamihar attacks the weakened enemy army relentlessly. The Iron Knights also begin to sweep the enemy forces. Even though they are overwhelmed on the left flank, it is only a fraction of the enemy's total army strength. It is in our best interest to reduce their strength as much as possible while we still can. Linacarlo's destructive ranged attacks were also fierce in the cleanup battle. Dozens of magicrafts were cruelly destroyed in a single blow. In addition, although it was hidden behind Linacarlo and didn't stand out, the arrows used by Pharma were also incredibly powerful. The arrows shot from the sky were like a rain of light, splitting into countless pieces and pouring down on the enemy. The power of the arrows is considerable even when they are split, piercing the armor of the magicrafts. The enemy began to retreat. They seemed to be so confused that they forgot to run away, but finally figured out the best solution. There's no need to pursue. We don't know what the enemy's main force is doing, so don't rush into it unnecessarily. Following Jean's instruction, the Iron Knights stopped their pursuit of the fleeing enemy and stayed where they were. However, the allied army, the army of Tamihar, did not stop. They pursued the fleeing enemy troops and chased them all the way. As the army of Tamihar swarmed around the fleeing enemy army, a new enemy force appeared from the back and attacked. It seems that they have come to save their retreating allies. The new enemies have high morale and leadership, and because the army had been caught off guard, they were able to inflict a great deal of damage. Idiots! What the hell are you doing? Damn it, I have no choice. Alana, Linacarlo, if you don't do something, the entire army of Tamihar will be wiped out. I'm sorry, but you have to go and help them. I don't have a choice. It's okay. Danami, Emina, Nagisa, follow me, I'll help our foolish ally. Yukiha, Lorgo, Arthur, and Pharma were left behind to escort Fugaku, and we headed to the rescue of our allies. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. The army of Tamiha was surrounded by a large number of Elysian troops and was in a tight spot. We can't fire a ranged attack in that melee. Let's prioritize breaking the siege and rescuing our allies. Right. Let's concentrate our attack on the enemy to the southeast. Army of Tamiha, do you copy? We're going to break the enemy siege in the southeast, so withdraw your troops from there. When Alana said this via transmission, the commander of the army in Tamiha replied that he understood. Alana and Nanami slashed into the walls of the enemy. The two of them tossed and turned the enemy with light movements as if they were dancing, slashing down enemy magicrafts one after another. Emina was nowhere to be seen. However, when I saw the enemies who hadn't done anything being knocked down unexpectedly or being shot with bow and arrows, I understood that she was fighting in stealth. Linacarlo's single attack was truly a deadly force. The lightning that erupted when she waved her staff could crush a large magicraft with a single blow. She is firing such powerful attacks in rapid succession. I've heard that magic strikes consume a lot of physical and mental energy, but from her gestures, she doesn't seem to be exhausted. I pulled out my sword and cut down the enemy. Stepping forward and spinning, I cut down the enemies around me. I aim for the vital points and disable the enemy with one swing. There are many enemy magicrafts and any wasted movement is fatal. The Iron Knights have cut off part of the enemy's siege. Now the army of Tamihar can escape. Now retreat to the southeast. Under Alana's direction, the army of Tamiha headed southeast. The pursuing enemy forces were met with a painful blow from Linacarlo. Gungnir Tempest, countless lightning bolts rained down over a wide area. From the lightning that fell, more buzzing discharges spread, and many enemy magicrafts fell. After Linacarlo's attack, the enemy army gave up the chase and immediately began to retreat. It looks like we managed to save them. Having incompetent allies can be difficult. I was thinking that this would be the end of the battle for today, but then Emina noticed something and called out, "Wait a minute, there are a few magicrafts from the enemy army coming towards us." That's right. I wonder if they're going to try to fight us off. If that's the case, then they're really daring. At that moment, I heard a laugh from the enemy's magicraft that had fallen nearby. "Hatahorhus, you're all finished. That's a squad of the Nitro Corps. The Reaper squad's only gift is death. They won't even let you beg for your life." Perhaps he was frustrated that he had been defeated, but he offered us a lot of information. Even after hearing this, the members of the Iron Knights didn't seem to be afraid. However, I felt an unpleasant atmosphere that I had never experienced before from the approaching magicrafts. Chapter 263. The heart of a martial artist/Najisa. What approached us was 5 magicrafts. The black, eerie colors and bizarre shapes of the machines seemed appropriate for the name Reaper Squad. "You're strong, we're strong, let's see who's better." An emotionless voice could be heard over the external output sound. The cold voice, which didn't sound like a person, sent chills down my spine. "That's interesting. I'll accept your challenge." When Linacarlo replied, the 5 magicrafts of the Reaper squad started moving at once. Fast, Alana shouted in surprise. As she said, the Reaper squad's movements were incredibly quick. They were able to close the gap at once, and a specially shaped, distorted sword attacked Alana and Nanami. The two of them barely managed to block the attack. However, it seemed to be quite powerful, as both of them were blown backwards. Linacarlo's ball of lightning strikes the Reaper squad as they attempt to pursue the two. However, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what the Reaper squad did. The Reaper's magicrafts unexpectedly flicked back Linacarlo's ball of lightning with its hand. No way, Alana regained her stance and swung her twin swords. The Reaper's magicraft was able to block Alana's quick series of attacks without difficulty. In addition, in a counterattack, the arm of Alana's magicraft was cut off. The Reaper squad machine, wielding a sword, stopped his attack when an arrow pierced the hand holding the sword. The hand that was hit by the arrow was freezing rapidly. "Alana, get back," Emina shouted as she readied her bow gun. "Be careful, everyone, these guys are not normal," Alana warned, holding up her sword with her only hand. Nanami was defending against the attack of the 2 Reaper machines, but the shield she was holding was deformed into tatters. I was amazed at the incredible power of the Reaper squad. The enemy's attacks became even fiercer, pushing Nanami into a corner. I moved to save Nanami and aimed at one of the 2 Reaper magicrafts and swung my sword. To my dismay, the enemy reacted to my surprise attack and repelled my sword with a powerful strike. I felt a strong impact on the hand holding the sword, as the numbing sensation was transmitted to me through the control sphere as an image, igniting something in my mind. "Weak now, my attack is weak. That's why it was blocked. Be faster, more powerful and better. Watch your enemy's movements more closely and predict them. Every opponent has a trajectory that they are not good at. Watch their body movements and detect their habits. Use their strength as well. The best of the best is always to use a single sword. Breathing, pausing, concentrating, releasing. I see it. A guaranteed hit. The moment I saw something, I swung my sword. At the end of the sword I wielded, the magicraft of the Reaper unit, whose arms and neck had been cut off, stood dumbfounded. You should know the power of my Odin. Gungnir ray guns. Linacarlo's voice echoed after my single sword. The spear of light released from Odin pierced the magicrafts of 2 members from the Reaper units. As expected, it seemed that this attack could not be repelled. The magicrafts that were pierced collapsed, spewing out a puff of white smoke. In addition, Alana and Emina are working together to hunt down a Reaper squad's magicraft. Here's your pay for slicing off my arm, take it. Alana's sword cut off the head of the Reaper's magicraft, and the headless body collapsed to the ground. Danami was about to eliminate the remaining one as well. The Reaper's magicraft lost its balance after receiving a powerful blow from Nanami, and she did not miss that moment. With one swift step of her sword, she sliced through the Reaper unit's magicraft. That was a close one. We might not have been able to win if we hadn't trained our Ludia. Everyone agreed with Linacarlo's words. They said something about a Nitro squad. Emina, do you know anything about it? I've never even heard of a Nitro squad. It's probably a newly established unit. Their abilities as riders were extraordinary, but I'm a little curious about the magicrafts. Let's bring one back and have Rafishal check it out, Alana said, and began to carry a destroyed magicraft from the Reaper unit. Chapter 264, Demonic Technologies / Najasa. I'll open the hatch now. Alana pried open the hatch of the enemy magicraft she had brought back to Fugaku. 2 strong mechanics waited nearby, wary of the enemy rider inside. The hatch opened and the rider came out rolling. The 2 strong men immediately approached to restrain him, but the man who touched the rider shook his head and said, "He's already dead." Are you kidding me? Judging by the damage to the mage machine, I'd say it's highly unlikely the rider will die. He looks a little strange. There are no external injuries, so he must have died for some other reason. The strange situation confused everyone a little. Let me have a look. As everyone was puzzled, Rafishal appeared and examined the corpse, his brow furrowed, and he shook his head. Did you find out why he died? Rafishal gave a surprising answer to Jean's question. The cause of death was overwork. He died of extreme fatigue. Death by overwork? You're saying he died of exhaustion fighting? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Rafishal then began to examine the captured enemy magicraft. After a bit of research, he seemed to have figured something out. This must be Lucifer's work. He's the only one who can create such an atrocious magicraft. With this magicraft, it makes sense that the rider died. What do you mean? Explain it to me. It's a demonic magicraft that eats people's souls. Instead of giving it Ludia, it takes away the life force of its rider. How is that possible? It's possible with the technology of ancient civilizations, but it's a devilish technology that none of the engineers of the time who cared about the rider would touch. Lucifer must have been working on it in secret. This is troublesome. All of the Nitro Squad members that the enemy was talking about might be using these demonic magicrafts. Nitro Squad. You said Nitro Squad. Rafishal reacted strongly to Alana's words. Yes, that's what I said. Rafishal, do you know anything about it? I don't know the Nitro Squad, but the word Nitro rings a bell, Rafishal said, and began to examine the bodies of his enemies again. The Nitro Ludia ravaged his body and soul, and then he was put on a demonic magicraft Lucifer. What have you done to those people? Rafishal, who usually looks so quiet, is getting emotional. But who is this Lucifer whose name has been mentioned for a while now? Who is Lucifer? I ask Emina, who was next to me, and she answers. He's Rafishal's brother and an evil bastard who's trying to destroy humanity. Destroying humanity, why would he do that? That's why we have to be strong. I realized that the Iron Knights had a big mission. I've made up my mind I'll seriously reinforce the Iron Knights. I was not comfortable with the use of lost technology, but if we're going to fight Lucifer, who uses demon technology, there's no way I can afford to hold back. Everyone listened to Rafishal's declaration in silence. I'm sorry about all of this, and I know it may cause you a lot of trouble, but the only people I can trust with the lost technology are the Iron Knights. I don't want to do anything that doesn't make money, but it won't matter if the human race is destroyed. I'll lend you a hand as long as it doesn't interfere with our business. Everyone nodded at Jean's words. I can't help what I've gotten involved in. The first priority is to join up with Yuta, but Lucifer or not, I'll deal with you. The members of the Iron Knights show their determination to fight against an enemy that uses demonic technology without hesitation. If Yuta had been here, he would have agreed with them. Chapter 265. Messengers and Information / Najasa. Last chapter from Najasa POV. Perhaps due to the fact that the Iron Knights had defeated Nitro's squad, I received information that the opposing Elysian army had begun to retreat. This meant that we had accomplished the mission, so we headed to the command center of the army of Tamiha to get our reward. It seems that the success of the Iron Knights has already reached the upper echelons of Tamiha, and they asked us to extend our contract. However, for now, our top priority was to join up with Yuta, so we politely declined the offer. So what about the information you promised us about the Sword Clan? Wealth Eyes is one of our country's biggest secrets, but it can't be helped. As it turns out, the Sword Clan doesn't exist anymore. The Sword Clan no longer exists, that's right. The Sword Clan was disbanded some time ago. Jean seemed to be troubled by the unexpected answer. So what are they doing now? Where are the Sword Saint, the Sword King, and the Sword Emperor? The Sword Saint was killed in battle. As for the Sword King and the Sword Emperor, we don't know where they are now. That Sword Saint is dead. Who could do that? I heard he lost his battle with the greatest rider on the continent, Yudo. That Yudo. Oh yeah, that's possible. I'm sorry, but that's all we know about the Sword Clan. Our first priority right now is to find our friends. I'll think about the contract when that's done. Please consider it. We need a little bit of strength to rely on now that we don't have the swordsman. Of course, I'll consider it. The information he had relied on did not reveal the whereabouts of the Sword Clan. Yuda's search was back to square one. What are we going to do, Jean? First, we need to find the former members of the disbanded Sword Clan. Maybe they can give us some useful information. The Iron Knights went around the countries of the Three Kingdoms Alliance looking for former members of the Sword Clan. However, we could not find a single person. They're called the most powerful mercenary group in the world, so maybe they are already captured by some organization. It's possible. If we're not careful, there's a possibility that one of the Three Kingdoms Alliance might have already recruited a large number of them. When we were out of options and wondering what to do, a person came to visit Fugaku. He was dressed like a peddler, and I thought he was here to sell me something, but his real purpose was different. I'd like to speak to the head of the Iron Knights. I have some special products I'd like him to take a look at. I'm sorry, but we're not buying anything. Would you mind looking elsewhere? Alana said, annoyed. No, I really recommend this product. It is a special product that is recommended by Yuta and can be sold only to the Iron Knights. Hearing Yuta's name, Alana's expression changed drastically. Darn, bum, come here. He's a suspicious guy. Who are you and where did you get that name? The twin mechanics came quickly at Aluna's call and encircled the young merchant. Please calm down. I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to give you a message. Message, I'll listen to you first. Lisa, get Jean in here. Jean came to the hangar as soon as he was called. What's going on? Who's that? He's got a message for you. All right then. Can you tell me what the message is? You're the head of the Iron Knights. The real leader is not here, so he's sort of acting. Yes, I will pass on the message. Come to the main temple of Alice Abbey. From Yuta, I have passed the message. It is indeed a great message, but how do I know if the information is genuine? You'll have to trust me on that. There was a possibility that it was a false message, but I felt that the short message was very Yuta-like. Jean, I think that message probably came from Yuta. Well, if Nagisa says it, it must be true. Anyway, who are you, messenger? I'm on a mission for Lady Alice. So you're a secret agent of Alice's Abbey. I received your message. Now, if you'll excuse me. After saying that, he left Fugaku. But it was a sudden turn of events to suddenly receive a message from Yuta. Alice Abbey, Yuta is there, isn't he? Chapter 266, New Developments. Thank you for your efforts in keeping watch. It's our turn now. Several of Count Dalim's subordinates came over to me as I was watching the Valkyria Imperial Army deployed at the foot of the mountain from my watchtower. I'm counting on you then. There was no telling when the next attack of the Valkyria Empire would come. Alice's Abbey was on alert, and since it was a 24-hour watch, they had to take turns keeping an eye on things. We who had nothing better to do were helping them. After I finished my watch, I went to the cafeteria because I was hungry. There were many soldiers and sisters eating in the cafeteria. Yura-san over here, Triss, who had found me, called out. Keone and Sister Musi were seated at the same table. I'm sorry. Yura-sama has also been keeping an eye on, Sister Musi said apologetically. It's fine, I don't have anything to do. Everyone was eating a small bowl of soup with a few small vegetables, followed by bread and small pieces of dried meat. The portions were still small, and I could see that they were saving food. I'll go get Yura-san's, Triss said, running. I was going to say I'd go get it myself, but I was already in line to pick up my meal. Sister Musi, can I ask you something? Keone began to speak again. Yes, please ask anything you want. You said you were informing the countries of the continent about the situation and asking for their help. Yes. After all, every country is sympathetic when it comes to the Valkyrie Empire, but there has been no actual offer of help. No matter how strong Yuta's Iron Knights are, There is a limit to how much a single mercenary group can handle. I think we really need support on a national scale. Of course, we think so too. That's why we've been reaching out to some of the leading nations. Which powerful nations? When I asked, Sister Muse's expression brightened and she replied, the Kingdom of Lubel. It's true that Lubel is not afraid of the Valkyrie Empire. Also, Lubel and Valkyrie have always been enemies, so they might be willing to help. Yes. The response from the Kingdom of Lubel has not been bad, and the details of the support will be communicated today. As Sister Musi had told us, we received an official response from the Kingdom of Lubel that day. The content of the support received was satisfactory for Alice Abbey. I was told that 5000 magicrafts are already on their way here to help. That's great, we might be able to kick out the encircling Valkyria Imperial Army. They also promised to support our defense in the future. Now the Valkyrie Empire won't be able to sneak up on us. The news was quite good and Sister Musi was all smiles. You say they are on their way, how long until they will be here? 5 days. 5 days, that's faster than the arrival of the Iron Knights. I think the message has already been passed on to the Iron Knights, so they might arrive at the same time. Either way, I think I can get out of this situation in about 5 days. I thought of my fellow Iron Knights, who I would be meeting soon, and felt a little happy. Chapter 267. New Magicraft. 5 days later, as planned, the Lubel army showed up. It was a large force with magicrafts, ride carriers, and even battle vehicles. The Valkyria Empire troops besieging the Alice Abbey were flustered by their appearance. Two-headed serpent emblem, that's the 3rd Armored Division of the Kingdom of Lubel, isn't it? If they were the enemy, I would have run away in fear. But when they appear as allies, they are very reliable. Count Dalem, who was originally from the Valkyria Empire, seemed to know well the Lubel Kingdom army that had shown up in support. The Valkyria Empire army intercepted the army of the Kingdom of Lubel that appeared. The size of the army is about the same, but I wonder if the Royal Army of Lubel will be okay. Their armies seem to be evenly matched. It would be no laughing matter if they gallantly showed up to help and were beaten back. The 3rd Armored Division of the Kingdom of Lubel and the Northern Army of the Valkyria Empire are of different ranks. They'd have to be at least the Central Defense Force to be a match. According to Count Dalem, the 3rd Armored Division of the Kingdom of Lubel was way superior. Both armies are starting to move. Just as Keon had said, the two armies slowly moved closer to attack each other. What's that? Count Dalem was surprised to see the Magicraft Corps lined up in the front row of the Lubel Kingdom army. Indeed, the Magicrafts in the front row had a special shape. They were quadrupedal like Arthur's centaur, but instead of being halfway between a horse and a man, they were completely in the shape of a beast. Attached to the back part of the beast's body was a round tube that looked like the large gun portals of a tank. If I were to give it a name with that look, I would name it the Beast Tank. The Beast Tank Corps performed as well as it looked. The artillery guns spewed fire in unison at the approaching magicrafts of the Valkyria army. The shells that landed exploded loudly, shattering the magicrafts of the Valkyria Empire. The powerful and wide range of the attack is incredibly effective in group battles. The Valkyria Empire's forces, exposed to the Beast Tank's guns, could no longer even approach. They had no choice but to switch to attacking from a distance, but there was too much of a performance difference between the Valkyria Empire's forces, which had only the ride carriers' ballistae and the arrow corps arrows as long-range attacks, and the Beast Tank's guns. The battle situation quickly tilted in favor of the Lubel Kingdom army. The Valkyria Empire's forces are helpless in the face of the Beast Tanks. The Valkyria Empire army, helpless in the face of the Beast Tanks, gradually began to retreat. They left the range of the Beast Tanks as if they escaped the battlefield. The battle is won. The Valkyria Empire will now retreat. As Count Dalem had said, the Valkyria Empire was not going to stay here. All the troops started to move towards their own country. They already seemed to have no will to fight. The victorious army of the Kingdom of Lubel slowly deployed their forces at the foot of the mountain. A messenger from the army of the Kingdom of Lubel came to Alice Abbey. Mother Mesa thanked him profusely, but the messenger told her, "We will stay at the foot of the mountain for a while, as there is a possibility that the army of the Valkyria Empire will return soon." That would be great. Thank you very much. By the way, I would like to ask you if you would allow me to place some troops on top of the mountain. There is a possibility that the Valkyria Empire will call for reinforcements and show up with a large army. Of course, I have no reason to refuse, Mother Mesa answered immediately. However, the top of the mountain is not that wide, and it is too small to accommodate the troops of the Kingdom of Lubel. For now, we'll head back down the mountain and return to the ride carrier. Please call me if you need anything. With the Royal Army of Lubel, we don't have to worry about defense. I can't leave here because I have to meet up with the Iron Knights, but there's no need to wait in the main temple. I'm sorry, Yursama. I'll have Sister Musi sit in as your liaison. Furthermore, in order to receive the troops of the Kingdom of Lubel, 30 magicrafts under Count Dalium's command were to follow us. It's true that it's better to have a troop of beast tanks to intercept the enemy on top of the mountain, but I felt a little sad because it seemed as if Count Dalium's troops that had worked so hard to protect this place were being neglected. Chapter 268. The true purpose. The rest of my friends in Musashi were hiding in a cave in a small mountain, waiting for us. As soon as we returned, we moved to a hill where we could get a good view of the main temple of Alice Abbey. It looks like the forces of the Kingdom of Lubel are starting to head up. As Keon said, we can see dozens of magic machine troops from the Lubel Kingdom army at the foot of the mountain, moving towards the top. Watching their movement, I feel a little uncomfortable. Isn't it a little strange? What's the matter, Yuda? Unlike the dumb Triss, Keon and Brunhilde seem to have noticed. Why is it a regular magicraft squadron? I thought they were going to place the new magicrafts on top of the mountain. Yeah, would be more effective. And with that, there's no point in transferring Count Dalium's troops away to take their place. Will something happen? Sister Musi also asked with concern. I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone's bad feeling was coming true. Count Dalium's subordinate hurriedly reported to me. You don't know. The army of the Kingdom of Lubel has suddenly changed and attacked us. What the hell? They are already in the main temple and we're resisting them. Damn it. They were planning to betray us from the start. They thought it would be troublesome to besiege us, and pretended to protect us in order to easily reach the temple. Yuda, let's go help them right away. I nodded at Keon's words. Wait. Count Dalium wants to talk with Yudono. It's not possible to talk to him directly because Excalibur doesn't share communication with Count Dalium's magicraft, so I went to Count Dalium's subordinate magicraft and listened to what he had to say. It is possible that the Kingdom of Lubel's goal is to obtain Rafishal Forbidden Book, but I closed my eyes to that possibility. I wasn't sure if I would be able to protect Mother Mesa in the future with my power. However, I thought that the Kingdom of Lubel could do that, and I let my judgment be clouded. Count Dalium, I will come to your aid at once. No, it's too late. My troops are all magicrafts that specialize in long range. If they get too close, there's nothing we can do. I have a favor to ask of you, Yuridono. I would like to ask you to take care of my subordinates that I have entrusted to you. They are all excellent men who are useful in mercenary work. Please take good care of them. And please don't come to my rescue. It's too late. This is also the will of Mother Mesa. Count Dalium, Yuridono, it has been an honor to meet a man of your stature. After saying that, the communication was cut off. Count Dalium's men, who had been listening to the entire conversation, were sobbing. No, Count Dalam and Mother Mesa are still alive. We can still make it in time. I had no intention of giving up. I immediately returned to Excalibur and prepared to launch. Triss and Brunhilde can stay here. What are you talking about, Yuda? I'm coming with you. I'm not going to stay here either. Take it easy. Of course, but Count Dalium's men also insisted on coming with me. I knew that it would be difficult to take them with me when even Triss and Brunhilde could slow me down. However, I couldn't ignore their feelings. I only asked them to cover me in order to break through the siege. The army of the Kingdom of Lubel, which had been deployed at the foot of the mountain, took hostile action as it had turned its back on us. When they saw us, they immediately took up a fighting stance. Dalium's troops cover the rear. Triss and Brunhilde, you protect them. Keon will go in with me, Yuta-san. I'm coming with you. Just protect them. I made a promise to Count Dalium. I had a duty to protect them. Triss seemed to be a little hesitant but followed my instructions. Chapter 269. Nostalgia. It is difficult to fight properly against the army of the Kingdom of Lubel, which has 5000 magicrafts deployed. We have no choice but to concentrate our attack on a single point and try to break through. I instructed Dalium's men to use the arrows to intimidate the enemy, and Keon and I rushed into the enemy unit defending the entrance to the mountain to break through. However, after killing about a dozen enemy machines, the enemy forces retreated a bit. I had a bad feeling about the unexpected retreat, but sure enough, a large number of artillery shells were flying in from around the mountainside. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area was a sea of fire. Yura, that new magicraft bombardment is dangerous. Let's move back a bit. Stick to. I know that Keon's suggestion is correct, but when I think about Count Dalium and Mother Mesa, I feel like I can't do anything about it. There was a big explosion around me and I was blown away. Thanks to Excalibur's high defense, it has been able to avoid damage, but it won't last long in this state. Reluctantly, I had to retreat. Not only did it become more difficult to get close to the mountain, but the bombardment of the new magicrafts of the Kingdom of Lubel's army drove us back. In addition, a large army was encircling us. The army of the Kingdom of Lubel, which was closing in on us no matter whether we cut them down or not, was slowly squeezing us. I spin around and cut down enemy magicrafts that have been attacking me from 3 sides, and then skewered a large magicraft in front of me with my sword. I looked up and saw that an enemy unit was approaching Musashi. Dalim's troops desperately attacked with arrows, but there were too many enemies and they couldn't stop everyone. I think I need to go help, but I can't move because I'm surrounded by enemies too. BRNN Hilda's Kunitsuna Onamaru steps out in front of the troops approaching Musashi. Her swordsmanship is a defensive swordsmanship called Mamoru-ken, in which she manipulates her sword according to the movements of her opponent. As soon as the enemy magicraft swings its weapon, Kunitsuna Onamaru's sword moves to cut down the enemy. As expected of a triple Highlander, Kion's #1 disciple, she wiped out the approaching enemy force with overwhelming strength. But the enemy troops keep showing up one after another. Kion and Brunhilde seem to still have some energy left in them, but Triss seems to have already reached his limit. The body of Tora was severely damaged, and cruelly his left arm was about to be torn off. Triss, you need to step back, Kion instructed, sensing Triss' limitations. I can still do it, master, he said, but he probably wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Damn it, at this rate. But then I saw Fugaku, who had emerged from the forest. It's Fugaku, Kion reacts to my words. What's Fugaku? It means that the Iron Knights have arrived. I couldn't communicate with Fugaku from Excalibur. I was wondering if there was any way I could let them know that I needed help. But when they approached me, I called out to Fugaku using the external output sound. This is Yura. Jean, can you hear me? We're struggling with many enemies. We need help. Jean answered my shout. What the hell, Yura? Why are you riding Excalibur the Sword Saint? We can talk about that later. I know. I've already given them the order. Just as Jean had said, the hatch of the Fugaku was opened, and out of it popped the old faces of my friends' magicrafts. Yura, it's Nanami. You asked me to come and now you're at war. You're a busy man. Owed Yura help. Wow, Excalibur. I've never seen Excalibur in person. Who cares? The enemy is the kingdom of Lubel. Why are we fighting them? I don't care who the enemy is. Let's just get this over with and have an emotional reunion. No, it has something to do with you, Linacarlo-sama. It's that kingdom of Lubel. In addition, a familiar magicraft also appeared. Yura is always in trouble, isn't he? What, Nagisa? That's right. Don't sit around and get beat up. Why are you in Fugaku? We'll talk about that later. Let's get this over with. It's true that there is no time for idle talk. I have to save Count Dalim and Mother Mesa. I changed my mind and readied my sword. Chapter 270. The new Iron Knights. Sorry for the late release. The Bart missed the chapter and I forgot to check when I woke up. Arthur's Centaur's charge kicked away many of the magicrafts of the kingdom of Lubel's army. I don't know if it's my imagination, but Centaur's power seems to be higher. Lorgo's Gaincha's equipment has changed. He had a large shield in his left hand and a huge axe in his right. Gaincha swung the axe and pushed forward, crushing the enemy magicrafts. Gaincha's image was that of a defensive fighter, but he originally had a lot of power and showed tremendous offensive capabilities. Farmer's Garuda was firing countless shining arrows from the sky. Perhaps it was the new weapon that Rafishel had made for her, but it was showing incredible power. One arrow split up into many rained down on the enemy army. Each shot is so powerful that it pierces a magicraft that is defending itself with its shield raised. Emina's Artemis, who had been approaching for some time, released her stealth mode to reveal herself. Artemis's equipment has also changed. The bow gun that was previously mounted on her left hand was now smaller and mounted on the forearms of both arms. Artemis pointed both arms at the enemy and fired the arrows from her bowgun. The arrows shot out at a tremendous speed and pierced a double-digit number of enemy machines. In addition, the magicrafts pierced by the arrows froze from the arrow parts and became motionless. Alana's Bersia swung her sword like a dancer and charged into the enemy army. The twin swords that she unleashed with godlike speed are amazing, but the scorching flames that fly around her every time she swings her sword burn up a huge portion of the enemy magicrafts. Now that I've learned swordsmanship from my father, I realize that Alana's swordsmanship is rough, yet refined and beautiful, and has an outstanding strength that is different from the Veft style. The artistic movements produced by her transcendent swordsmanship were mesmerizing. Nanami's Vajra seemed to be unchanged in terms of equipment, but its performance had been greatly enhanced. With her shield at the ready, she charged into the center of the enemy force, kicking enemy magicrafts away. A black haze spread in a circle around Vajra, and the enemy magicrafts within its range were destroyed as if they had been crushed. I think it's Vajra's gravitational strike, but the power and range of the attack seem to be stronger than before. It seems that everyone has been greatly enhanced in a little while, but the one who had evolved beyond recognition was Linacarlo's Odin. To my surprise, Odin was able to fly like Farmer's Garuda. While flying, he unleashed powerful ranged magic blasts. In addition to its terrifyingly wide attack range, it seems to be able to limit its attack targets at will, and as the lightning strikes fall they avoid the allies. It's also immensely powerful, crushing even large magicraft in a single blow. Yura, don't just stand there, I have a new trick up my sleeve. As Nagisa said this, she slashed at the two enemy magicrafts with her sword. As I suspected, being a martial arts practitioner, Nagisa had a good sense with swords. In addition, I don't know how she did it, but her speed and power seemed to have increased. The battle situations seemed to be overwhelmingly in our favor. However, the beast tank team made a move. They had moved further up the mountain and extended their range. They pointed their powerful gun gates at us and began to fire. That's nasty, should we charge in forcefully and beat them? As I was thinking this, Alana said calmly, I just got a call from Jean. Don't worry, Fugaku will take care of those noisy things on the mountain. I listened again to the unexpected words. Fugaku will. The range of Fugaku's ballista couldn't have reached that far up the mountain. I didn't understand it for a minute, but that little question of mine was answered by a ray of light that came from Fugaku. The light emitted from Fugaku extended to the mountainside and delivered intense destruction there. The beast tank troops were caught up in the explosions created by the light, and exploded in a chain reaction. What the hell is that Fugaku's new main gun, designed by Rafishal? It's called the 4 Elements Cannon. I thought I had heard of a 4-element cannon somewhere before, but I can't remember. Well, if it's Rafishal's weapon, I can understand why it's so powerful. Whatever it was, the threat was now gone. I decided to head to the main temple of Alice Abbey. Chapter 271. Help, sorry for the late release. I scheduled the chapter for Monday, not today. Yura, who the hell are the Iron Knights? I've heard that they're strong, but I didn't expect them to be this bullshit strong. Keon says as she witnesses the strength of the Iron Knights. Triss and Brunhilde seem to be unable to hide their surprise as well. I think I understand why you are so strong, Yura. It's not as unexpected as it sounds. Even the Sword Clan in its prime could not have done something like this. I could see that the army of the Kingdom of Lubel was clearly in turmoil after being hit by Fugaku's main gun. It would not be difficult to get to the main temple now. Alana, I'm sorry, but I'm heading up the mountain now. Can you tell Jean to cover me? When I asked her to do so over the external output sound, Alana immediately communicated it to Jean. She also said that she would go with me to the top of the mountain. It would certainly be more convenient for me to go with her, since there is a communication problem. Keon and I will head to the main temple, while Brnhilde and Triss will take care of Dalim's team. I want to go too. No, even if the enemy is confused, there are still too many of them, and Triss Tora is in tatters. When I said that, she pulled back regretfully. Jean opened fire on the enemy troops along the route to make it easier for me to get to the top of the mountain. My Excalibur, Keon's Kikuikamanji, and Alana's Bersia ran along the road that had been burned to the ground by the 4 Elements cannon. Yura, Fugaku's main gun is out of ammo. Jean says to do something about the rest. It seems that they shot us until they ran out of ammunition. There aren't that many enemies left in the mountains, so it shouldn't be a problem. The surviving enemy troops that had escaped Fugaku's main gun came at us in droves, but Kiku Ikamanji and Bersia's swords killed them instantly. Alana seemed to have noticed the sharpness of Keon's swordplay and asked me about it. Yura, who is the rider of that magicraft? The rider of that magicraft is Keon, formerly of the Sword Clan. Keon? Sword Emperor Keon of the 12 Heavenly Masters. It seems that Keon is a celebrity after all, and Alana knew her. Looking at the foot of the mountain where everyone was fighting, I could see that the large army of the Kingdom of Lubel was being tossed around by the small number of Iron Knights. Some of the Lubel Kingdom troops were running away, so it was only a matter of time before they retreated. When I arrived at the main temple of Alice's Abbey, I was struck by the sight of Count Dalim's men lying in ruins. The memories of eating together in the dining hall and other places come to mind, and my grief became even greater. The main temple is torn to shreds, but there are still sounds of fighting in the back. If they were fighting, then there were still people alive. I hurried to the back. Count Dalim alone was desperately guarding the entrance to the main hall, which should be called the last stronghold. His magicraft was already in tatters, and an enemy's sword was stuck in his back. There were about 10 enemy magicrafts fighting Count Dalim. I leapt to approach the enemy magicrafts and destroyed one of them as I slammed my sword down. At the same time, Keon and Alana were also moving. They went to the right and left and each cut down an enemy machine. The 10 enemies were eradicated in a few seconds. Seeing this, Count Dalim fell to his knees in relief. Count Dalim, are you all right? You don't know, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to come to my rescue. I'm glad you made it. Are Mother Mesa and the other sisters safe? Everyone has taken refuge in the main hall. I was deeply relieved to hear that. Yura, it looks like the bottom of the mountain has been cleared. The Kingdom of Lubel's army has started to retreat. It seems that Alice Abbey has been defended. But what would have happened if the arrival of the Iron Knights had been delayed even a little bit? I thank my friends from the bottom of my heart for showing up at the right time. Chapter 272, Gathering in Elijah/Yuki. Mr. Eo, the Minister of Military Affairs, resigned. The reason was that he was losing strength due to a worsening chronic illness, but we all knew that was not the real reason. He left the imperial capital, saying he was going to retire in the countryside. With the departure of the last major figure of the old imperial regime from the public stage, the transition to the new regime ruled by Rafishal was in full swing. The three best riders of the Elysian Empire, including Yuro, could not resist this trend. Yuro-san, Rosette-san, and Amisis-san also decided to take Nitroludia. I can't imagine how much stronger the three strongest riders will become with Nitroludia. What are you doing in a daze, Yuki? You said there was someone you wanted me to meet, and I was wondering who it was. Earlier, I had received a call from Rafishal. He said there was someone he wanted me to meet, but I couldn't guess who it was. Long time no see, Yuki. The one who showed up at Rafishal's call was my classmate Riina Azuma. In addition to her studies, she is also a model, and to be honest, we do not get along well. For some reason, she seemed to have a strange rivalry with me, and was always trying to compete with me in some way. Riina, why did you come to Elysia? Because my country was destroyed by Elysia. I'm going to work as a rider in this country. Nice to meet you, senpai. The sarcastic tone of voice still gave the impression that she didn't think well of me. How's it going, Yuki, seeing an old friend again? Riina is an excellent Class 4 rider. Her results in Nitroludia were good, and she will be a representative of Elysia from now on. It seems that Riina has already been subjected to Nitroludia. The explosive increase in her Ludia value may have given her such a relaxed atmosphere. It's nice to see my classmates again. Nice to meet you, Riina. I said something that was not in my heart. Of course, Riina probably doesn't think that I meant what I said. I can tell by the expression on her face as she smiles fearlessly. Also, there's another person you may not have met before. Also an excellent Class 4 rider. I'd like to introduce him to you, since you may be working together in the future. The person who appeared was a stunningly beautiful woman with long blonde hair. My name is Cruz. From now on, I will do my best for the Elysian Empire. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but I felt a strange sense of discomfort in her. Behind her casual words, I sensed more malice than from Riina. Not wanting to get too involved, I greeted her appropriately and left Rafishal's audience room. Plans were underway to use Nitroludia on the riders from Japan. However, due to the lack of equipment and technicians, more time was needed before all riders could receive it. After all, it seemed that priority was given to those with high Ludia values, regardless of their contribution to the nation, and even riders who had just been incorporated from other countries would receive Nitroludia as soon as their Ludia values were high enough. With the expansion of the Nitro squad, Elysia was rapidly gaining power. What is he going to do with all this strength? There is no such thing as an enemy nation that can compete with us anymore, but the defeat of the Nitro Corps came in succession. The Nitro Corps headquarters was in an uproar over the news. A squad of Nitro Corps was wiped out in the fight against the Three Kingdoms. You mean the Sword Clan? No, not exactly. They are saying it was another mercenary group, but we don't know the details. I also heard that a squad of Nitro Corps was beaten to a pulp in the fight against the Kingdom of Regia. No way, squads of Nitro Corps were destroyed unilaterally. Yeah, what's going on? Isn't the Nitro Corps an invincible force? The Nitro squad is quite powerful, even among the bottom riders. Furthermore, the performance of the Terra male surpasses that of ordinary magicrafts. When it comes to defeating it one-sidedly, it's hard to imagine how powerful the enemy is. In response to this situation, the military of the Elysian Empire decided to make major changes. I was called in for that announcement and couldn't imagine what was going to happen. Chapter 273, Elysia's 10 War Gods/Yuki. As you may have heard, we suffered a great defeat in the battle against the Kingdom of Regia. If this continues, the dignity of the Elysian Empire will fall to the ground. Therefore, I have decided to implement a large-scale organizational reform of the military. That's what the new Minister of War, Eo's successor, declares. Called to this occasion were all the high-ranking riders of the Nitro Corps, including Yuro and the others who had recently been given Nitroludia. Outside of the Nitro Corps, the new Emperor, Grand Vizier Rafishal, and the upper echelons of the Elysian Empire are all here. First of all, I'm giving a title to a particularly outstanding person from the Nitro Corps. This is also valid as a position in the Elysian Army, meaning it is the highest rank in the army. The members of the Nitro Corps were buzzing about. When they heard the words "the highest rank in the military," they seemed to expect that it might be them. The name of the title is Elysia's 10 War Guards, and this name will spread throughout the continent, becoming an object of awe and respect, a symbol of the Elysia Empire. I chuckle at the mundane name. However, people don't seem to be interested in the name, and they want to hear about who will get the title as soon as possible. It's called the 10 War Guards, so I guess it's a title that can be given to 10 people. We will now confer the titles. I will call out your names one by one, so please step forward. Also, in order to make his strength known throughout the continent, the Elysian War Guards will also announce their Ludia value both inside and outside the country. I will read them out along with your names. It was finally time and the place fell silent. When they read out the Ludia values, it means that the selection criteria for the 10 War Guards is based on Ludia value. Everyone seems to be confident in their Ludia values, which have been greatly increased by Nitro Ludia, and they don't seem to have any doubt that they will be called. I can hear throat-clearing sounds coming from somewhere. They are waiting for the words of the Minister of War with glaring eyes. They want the highest rank in the military that badly. First up, Ludia value 425,000 Rosetta. One of the three greats was suddenly called. Everyone agreed that this was inevitable. Second, Ludia value 427,000 Arjun. This is Arjun, a former Triple Highlander. I've known him since we fought together in the Nitro Corps. He is a cheerful young man with blonde hair and a body full of muscles. The place buzzed with excitement at the number that surpassed Rosetta. Third, Ludia value 434,000 Cruz. The fact that Cruz, a newcomer, was called out showed that background had nothing to do with the title. Hearing this, many of them had desperate expressions on their faces. Some of them were probably expecting to be selected based on something other than numerical values. Fourth, Ludia value 443,000 Emesis. One of the three greats was called out. After all, it seems that those with good original values tend to have higher values even after receiving Nitro Ludia. The fifth person is Riane, with a Ludia value of 448,000. I was surprised at how high Riane's Ludia value was. She stepped forward proudly, and with the announcement of the sixth person, there was the biggest reaction so far. It was the name of the person who not long ago had been called the strongest person on the continent. The sixth person is Yudo, with a Ludia value of 988,000. Everyone shouted in surprise at the Ludia value, which surpassed all previous values. However, the murmur grew louder when they noticed that Yudo's name was the sixth person to be called. Yes, the announcements up to this point had been made in order of increasing Ludia value. They still couldn't believe that there were 4 people above him, but I knew one of them. Seventh, Ludia value 1,389,000 Yuki. There was a moment of silence as my name was called. I glanced over at Riane, and her expression changed to that of a demon. It seems that she didn't expect my Ludia value to be higher than hers. The above persons are hereby conferred the title. When the Minister of War says this, the crowd starts to buzz again. Even though there are 10 war guards, only 7 have been called. Seeing that the people were confused as to what was going on, the Minister of War added a few more words. In addition, 3 people who are not here have already been chosen. They will be announced later. I was curious about the 3 mysterious people. I could hear people around me guessing who they might be, but no one had any idea. Chapter 274. The other Messiah/Yuki. Since I became one of the 10 war guards, my treatment has changed drastically. I've always been treated with respect as a top-tier rider, but now it's even more excessive. One of the generals I passed greeted me by kneeling down in front of me. Even the Minister of War, who appointed the 10 war guards, treats me with respect after the appointment. I realized that my position in the Empire is the 3rd highest after Rafishal and the Emperor. I was treated so well, but I was not free. I touched the red jewel embedded below my own neck. I would escape from the Elysian Empire if it were not for this. The Council of the 10 War Guards, which is essentially the supreme military council of the Elysian Imperial Army, was inaugurated. It was decided that the council would be held every 3 months to decide on the future military actions of the Elysian Imperial Army. This is the first meeting of the 10 War Guards, so where shall we begin? Yudo-san, who was appointed as the chairperson, started the discussion. We already know what to talk about. Which country are we going to destroy? Suddenly, Cruz made a radical statement. Destroying countries is not so easy. You don't need to talk about going to war with some other country just because it's a military conference. I couldn't help but say that. Then Arjun agreed with me. If it's a war that doesn't need to be fought, I don't think it needs to be fought either. I feel the same way, but the Emperor and Grand Vizier have set me one major goal. That is to conquer the continent within 3 years. The 10 war guards reacted to Yudo's words in different ways. Rosetta turned away disinterestedly, while Emesis crossed his arms and began to think about something. Cruz began to chuckle wryly. and Rihanna feigned a blank expression, but a smile appeared on her face. Arjun and I both chuckled. Conquering a continent is so ridiculous. Conquering the continent in 3 years, what a rush. That's a reasonable goal. I wonder if anyone can compete with us now. We've been defeated by the Three Kingdoms Alliance and Rija. You're talking about the Nitro Corps, right? I mean, who can defeat the 10 war guards? I don't know about that, but it's rumored that only one Magicraft defeated the defeated Nitro Regiment in Rija. Bullshit. If that's true, then there are enemies in Rija that rival us, the 10 war guards. What the hell is the Kingdom of Rija? The Kingdom of Rija was originally part of the Elysian Empire. It ended up splitting up due to differences in ideology and power struggles, and at that time, a certain organization also split between the Rija Kingdom faction and the Elysian Empire faction. Emesis suddenly started talking as if telling an old story. What organization, Emesis? The Messiah family. The Messiah clan of Rafishal fanatics is split. This is getting interesting. What is the Messiah clan? Few people knew about the Messiah clan, let alone the newcomer Rihanna. Those here are the chosen ones of the 10 war guards. That is why I must tell you that the true rulers of the Elysian Empire are the Messiah clan and Lord Rafishal. The Emperor is just one of the current chiefs of the Messiah clan. How could Emesis know such a thing? Because I am also a member of the Messiah family. Everyone was surprised by the shocking confession. That's why I know the power of the Messiah clan. Only the Messiah clan can resist the Messiah clan. That's why we can't let our guard down against the Kingdom of Rija. Are you saying that the Kingdom of Rija also possesses Nitro Ludia's technology? I don't know how much technology they have, but it's possible that they have technology from the time of ancient civilizations. Damn, I thought we could defeat them with the power of Nitro Ludia. Arjun says regretfully. Well, to be precise, the really scary enemy isn't the Kingdom of Rija, but that branch of the Messiah clan that's behind it. The Radal Company. Cruz, how do you know that? There are only a few organizations that can control a country from behind the scenes. Everyone seemed to be convinced by the name of the Radal Company, but I had never heard of it before. What kind of organization is the Radal Company? Yukari was involved with that organization at one time too. The Radal Company, a for-profit organization that controls the entire continent in the name of absolute neutrality. It's the only entity that has a summoning device. Summoning device, that means that the ones that brought us into this world are the Radal Company. Chapter 275. How to revive. Once the enemy had retreated from Alice Abbey and settled down, we met up with the Iron Knights once again. After a long time, nothing had changed in Fugaku. Yura, explain to me where you were and what you were doing. As soon as Nagisa saw my face, she came at me. I'm going to talk about it later. I've got some things to do, so wait for me. What's with that tone? I've been looking for you because people were worried about you. It seems she was worried that I was missing and was helping to look for me. I appreciate the sentiment, but I had my priorities now. Before I could enjoy the emotional reunion with everyone, I looked for the person I needed to see. The others saw me and surrounded me, but I found the person I was looking for. Rafishal, can we talk? Oh, Yura. I have something to do too. I have a special program for you to enhance your Ludia value that can wait. Can you come to Musashi for a minute? I took Rafishal, who was still mumbling something, back to Musashi. I brought him to the medical capsule where father was sleeping and asked him, can Rafishal bring this person back to life? Kion, who was present, waited for Rafishal's words with a tearful expression. Rafishal took a closer look at the capsule and said, Yura, you were right to keep him in hibernation mode in the medical capsule right away. The longer he's been dead, the harder it is to revive him. So can you revive him? Yura, life is not so light. It's easy to regain a life once it's lost. Which is it? Can you bring him back to life or not? I think it's safe to say that revival is possible. When Kion heard this, she fell to her knees and broke down crying. I was truly happy too, but there are a few conditions for revival. You need to meet those conditions, just tell me. I'll do whatever it takes. First of all, the location. You need an advanced astral medical facility for revival, otherwise it would be impossible. It also requires a huge amount of energy to run the facility. In addition, you'll need some alchemical materials. It's going to take a lot of work, but I'm going to bring Dad back to life. I promised myself that I would do whatever I could. I had no idea what you meant when you said advanced astral medical facility. It would take decades to build one from scratch, so we need existing facilities. If there are any old facilities that we can use, that would be great. Yeah, Ferry might know. Yura, you retrieved Ferry, where is it? Oh, yes. You've got it. As I said this, I took Ferry out of my backpack and handed it to Rafishal. You're using that Magicraft now, aren't you? Can I plug Ferry into it? Oh, but Excalibur is borrowed. I said that, but Kion immediately added, until father comes back to life, Excalibur belongs to Yuta. You can use it as you please. Well, I can just move it again when dad is revived. So I asked Rafishel to connect Ferry to Excalibur. Ferry, can you hear me? Yes, Yuta. It's been a while. I can hear Ferry's voice over the external output sound of Excalibur. And I'm a little touched by the feeling since it's been a long time. I know it's been a while since we've had this conversation, but can you think of any advanced astral medical facilities that might still work? An astral medical facility? I know of one prime location. Where is it? It's a research facility of an ancient civilization, located around latitude 5, 441,022 and longitude -56, 601,562. The facility is located in a shelter deep underground, so there's a good chance it still exists. As expected of Ferry, she's very knowledgeable. She immediately gave us useful information. Latitude -5, 441,022, longitude -56. 601,562. Current position is somewhere in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Lubel. The Kingdom of Lubel. It's the country we were fighting just now. The country has become completely hostile to us, but I wonder if it will be okay. Asking them to let you just use their premises seems like a bad idea. Chapter 276. The future. In order to think about the future, we decided to settle down at Alice Abbey. We let Fugaku and Musashi wait at the foot of the mountain, and we came to the main temple. Mother Mesa, what will you do now? It turned out that not only the Valkyrie Empire, but also the Kingdom of Lubel was targeting the Forbidden Book of Rafishel. It would be difficult for Alice Abbey to survive against two powerful nations. We have the blessings of Alice. We will be able to overcome this hardship. If there were such an all-powerful blessing, I don't think this would have happened in the first place. But as a practical matter, without protection at the national level, I don't think you will last long. To Kion's words, Mother Mesa replied with a sad expression. But if even the Lubel Kingdom is targeting us, there is no country that can help us. The only country that can help us is the Elysian Empire. But since the Emperor died and the new Emperor took over, the Elysian Empire has been acting strangely and is not in a mood to help a neutral organization. Why don't you turn to the Amurian Union? Nagisa, who was listening to the conversation, suggested that. It is true that the Amurian Union is also one of the major powers. Raynell will listen to us properly, and it will be worth talking to her. The Amurian Union. It's a big country and it's an ideal partner, but it's a new country, and it doesn't have many connections with Alice Abbey. Moreover, will they help us knowing that we will be dealing with two of the three most powerful countries? If not, we can come up with another plan then. Why don't you just try to negotiate? It was the first time in a long time that I heard Jean's way of thinking, and for some reason it made me happy. In order to push him further, I suggested this. If you want to discuss it, why don't I do it? She's not much of a warrior, but I'm sure she'll help us if she hears what's going on with Abbot Alice. Are you acquainted with any of the high-ranking officials of the Amurian Federation? No, I have a hotline to the head of state so I can talk to her. A hotline with the head of state? Who the hell is Yurasama? For now, I'll just have to talk to Raynell and we'll see what we can do to protect ourselves for the time being. Fortunately, the casualties among Count Dalaim's men are much less than I expected, considering the number of magicrafts that were destroyed. We have enough riders, so once we repair the magicrafts, we can restore our strength. I talked to Rafishel and asked him to repair the magicrafts of Count Dalaim's squad. Why is Alice Abbey being targeted so much? I was exhausted after a hard day's work, so I took a dip in the underground hot spring of the main temple. Jean, who had followed me, blurted out as we soaked in the hot spring. Both the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel want the Forbidden Book Rafishel weapon that they have. The Forbidden Book Rafishel weapon. Hey Rafishel, do you know what it is? Unusually, Rafishel had also come to the hot spring to refresh himself before fixing the magicrafts of Count Dalaim's team. He answered Jean's question after some thought. I'm pretty sure there was a paper I wrote when I was a student that said something like that, but I wasn't Rafishel then. I don't remember. It was not only me, Jean and Rafishel who were now enjoying the hot spring together, but also all the men in the Iron Knights. We casually talked about what we would do in the future. So, Yura, what are you going to do now? From what I've heard, you're thinking of doing something crazy like bringing the Sword Saint back to life. I'd like to bring him back to life if possible. If you say so, then the Iron Knights have no choice but to act, but there's just one problem. What's that problem? We are seriously short of funds. What? No money? Isn't there money coming in from Melteria and Amuria? The deposits aren't bad, but the withdrawals are much larger than I expected. What are you spending that much on? Rafishel is doing whatever he wants to do, like attaching a ridiculous main cannon to Fugaku, or using expensive materials like a fool to strengthen magicrafts without thinking. It can't be helped. It's essential to strengthen the Iron Knights in order to compete with Lucifer. Rafishal, who was listening to the conversation, countered. But you're spending too much without thinking. We've only got about 10 million left from the 1 billion we had. It's going to cost a lot more. How much more? We haven't even achieved 1% of the target. You're a god of poverty. Jean seemed to be deeply troubled. It seems that Jean's business acumen is no match for Rafishal's spending habits. Chapter 277. Reunion Aftermath. I was relaxing on a bench in the garden, where there was a nice breeze to cool my body down after the hot spring. I was thinking that I would call Raynell after I had rested for a while, when Nagisa came trotting up to me. You'll catch a cold if you sit there after your bath. Don't worry, I'm immune to colds. What are you talking about? You caught a cold in elementary school and almost got pneumonia. How do you remember all that? Of course I do. You have no idea how worried I was about you. You were worried about me. That's right, you're my childhood friend. I'm at least a little worried about you. Nagisa sat down next to me with a slightly angry expression on her face. I unconsciously moved a little to the side to make it easier for Nagisa to sit down. It's not that I'm not comfortable with Nagisa sitting by my side. If I think about it, she has been by my side for most of my life so far. So what did you do while you were missing? I trained in sword fighting. I got a little stronger. Oh, so Yura, who had refused all my invitations to practice Aikido, is training in swordsmanship. What's wrong with that? No offense. I was just wondering what kind of business you were getting into. When you talk like that, it's when you have something to say. Speak up. Kion, right. She's beautiful. She has a vague resemblance to Yuki Shirayuki, and I think you took up sword fighting to look good for her. Fool, Kion is not like that. Then what is she like? Well, I guess it's like having Abig's sister. Yuta was an only child, and he longed for an older sister. I remember you asking Aunt Yuko to make you a sister. Why do you remember all those things? I don't know. What were you doing? You said you met up with the Iron Knights to look for me. Were you bored? That's rude. I'm not bored. Rather, I was guarding Raynell, so when she was busy hanging around, I just inevitably got busy. I thought you had no time on your hands. You're so annoying. As we were having this conversation, I suddenly remembered everyone in my class. I casually told Nagisa about it. How are the guys in the class? What's with the sudden? Well, unlike Yuta, everyone had a decent Ludia value, so I'm sure they're doing well. I hope so, because this world is more unreasonable than I thought, and I think some people are having a hard time. The others in the class will never imagine that Yuta is worried about them like this. Why? Because they think you're a slave with a Ludia value of 2. You're right, Nagisa is sometimes right on target. Minami-sensei in particular might be going crazy with worry. She's a passionate person, so I'm sure she's worried about Yuta. Professor Minami. I had forgotten she existed until just now. Hey, what are you going to do if you forget the teacher who took care of you so well? I mean, that teacher can be scary sometimes. What kind of scary? Well, for example, when she's so focused on her goal that she can't see anything else. Oh, there were times when I got that look. When she has that look in her eyes, I'm afraid she'll do anything to get what she wants. However, she was taking care of me, and she's usually a very kind teacher, so I'm sure it was just my imagination. Oh, Nagisa is flirting with Yuta. It was Nanami who said this in a loud voice. Hearing her voice, Alana and Linicarlo came running over. Don't try to run away, Nagisa. Nagisa, you promised something. I thought you said that we would celebrate our reunion together later. Alana and Linicarlo were blaming her, and Nagisa was tense. In the end, we were all forcibly taken to an underground hot spring that men and women were taking turns using. Chapter 278. The Crossing of Thoughts / Nagisa. I wanted to talk to Yuta some more, but Linicarlo and Alana kidnapped me and brought me to the underground hot spring. A lot of women were using it because it was finally the girl's turn. Nagisa has disappointing breasts. You don't hesitate to point out the painful parts. As a woman, you need to have this kind of volume to feel comfortable. Alana said, showing off her intimidating breasts to me. If all you want is big breasts, milk from a cow will do. You need to have beautiful breasts that are both large and beautiful in shape to please your husband. What, Linicarlo, are you implying that I have breasts like a milk cow? Oh, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying, hey, you think so too? Linicarlo asked Emina, who was undressing beside her, to agree. Don't dump it on me. I don't care if your breasts are big or small. Emina's breasts are of average size and shape, and she has never had a problem with small breasts before. I don't think it's very convincing to be told by someone that it doesn't matter whether you're big or small. I had a bit of a sulky thought. Let's get into the hot spring instead of talking naked forever. My eyes naturally drifted to Nanami's chest as she said this. I was annoyed at myself for feeling relieved that there was someone below me. Even in the hot spring, the talk about breast size did not end. Linicarlo turned red and asked me this. So, Nagisa, I'm going to ask you the most important question of all. What what kind of breasts does Yuta like? I don't know how Yuta likes his breasts. Oh, you've known him since childhood, can't you at least guess a little? I was a little annoyed, so I mobilized all my memories and predicted what kind of breasts Yuta liked. If I had to guess, I'd say it doesn't matter what kind of breasts you have. Whether they're big or small, it's all about whose breasts they are. When Lina Carlo heard this, she nodded her head several times in agreement and said, "Then it's no problem." Sure, Yuta would say that, but I'm not sure what he really thinks. I think he likes the big ones. Alana is not convinced, as she really wants to think that Yuta's preference is big breasts. It's true that she's the one with the biggest breasts, so I can understand why she would want to think that. Anyway, it's the end of the world that Yuta is so popular. What's so good about that insensitive balloon man? Well, I can't persuade anyone because I'm in the same boat. You guys look like you're having fun. I hope you don't mind if we join you. Then Keon and Brunhilde, I think. The two of them joined our circle. Keon, I don't mind if you join the Iron Knights, but there's one thing I want to make clear. Lina Carlo says in a challenging tone to Keon. You must be Lina Carlo, the Thunder Emperor. I know your name as one of the 12 Heavenly Masters, but I've never met you before. So what is it that you want to clarify? If you want to talk about who is more powerful, I am available anytime. It's not about that, it's about how you feel about Yuta. What do I think of Yuta? He's like a brother to me, he's my father's apprentice, and he's like family. He's like a family member. Well, then I guess you and I can be friends. Keon had such a beautiful naked body that even I, a person of the same sex, fell in love with her. Lina Carlo seemed to think the same, and confirmed so when she felt an intense sense of danger. Lina Carlo is at ease and doesn't realize it, but I believe that for Yuta, who has a yearning for an older sister, the one he is most likely to fall in love with is actually Keon. Even if she thinks of him as her brother now, you never know what will happen in the future. Oh yeah, your name is Brunhilde. I'm Nanami, nice to meet you. And this is Pharma. Nanami Pharma, nice to meet you. Brunhilde, Nanami and Pharma seem to be getting along well, probably because they are close in age. The three of them were enjoying the hot spring, not caring about the sparks of adult women. If anything, I really wanted to mix with Nanami and the others. Chapter 279, Valuable Reward. Raynell, it's been a long time. Yuta-san, thank God you're okay. From my room in Fugaku, I sent a message to Raynell. I wasn't sure if she would be there or not since she was busy, but she responded right away. I'm sorry if I'm talking to you like this after such a long time, but do you know a place called Alice Abbey? Yes. Of course I know about it. It's a famous neutral organization. What's wrong with it? Actually, I have a connection with them, and I'm in the main temple of Alice Abbey. I'm in a bit of trouble here. I told her that Alice Abbey was being unjustly invaded by the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel. She is a responsible head of state, and I don't think she would act on her personal feelings alone. But I explained to her in a way that appealed to her feelings. It's outrageous to invade an organization that's absolutely neutral in order to force them into submission. It is absolutely unacceptable. I understand. It's not a decision I can make on my own, but I'll call a meeting of the Federation Council tomorrow to discuss the matter. Thank you, Raynell. I'm sorry for making such a request in a private communication. No, I'm just glad that Yuta-san relied on me. What a good friend she is, to be happy that I asked her for help. I thought that I would gladly lend my support to her if she asked me for help. As Raynell had said, she immediately put it on the agenda of the Federation Council, and the Amurian Federation officially came forward to support the Alice Abbey. It was a relief to know that an army would be dispatched to defend Alice Abbey. What can I do to thank you, Yursama? Mother Mesa thanked me politely as if she was afraid. If you want to thank me, help the Amurian Federation, who decided to provide actual support. Of course, I am grateful to the Amurian Union, but we owe Yursama more than we can ever repay. It's a shame that Alice Abbey is a non-profit organization whose only claim to fame is that it's old, so we can't do much to repay you. That's right, Sister Musi, come here. Then she called Sister Musi. Please take Sister Musi with you, it's the least we can do. I didn't understand what she meant, but was she offering me Sister Musi as a reward? She bowed with a cheerful expression despite the fact that she was being offered to me. It is my pleasure, Yursama. Alana, who was listening to the exchange, pointed out angrily. Wait a minute. Yura is not in need of a woman. You don't need to thank him like that. I apologize for the lack of explanation. It is not for the purpose of having Sister Musi accompany Yursama to perform services for him. It's for something much more valuable, something valuable. Yes, it's about information. I would like to provide Yursama with information from all over the continent that is gathered at Alice Abbey through Sister Musi. Well, that's a great reward. Yura, let's take it. Jean was the first to realize its value. He immediately agreed to accept Mother Mesa's offer. It would certainly be helpful to get information from all over the continent. There was also an extra room in Fugaku, and there was no reason to refuse. Chapter 280, In search of materials, the first thing that needs to be resolved as soon as possible is the lack of money, Jean said out loud in Fugaku meeting room. We were supposed to leave once the Amurian Union support troops arrived at Alice Abbey, but at the meeting to decide what to do after that, Jean insisted. I'd like to go look for some alchemical materials for resurrection. When I said this modestly, Jean said as though I were a demon. That's it. Yes, most of the alchemy materials can be solved with money. As long as we have money, we can do anything. Indeed, according to Rafishel, most of the alchemical materials needed for resurrection are common and can be obtained in the market. Well, I heard that the materials are expensive, so the price is high. As Jean said, it might be better to think about obtaining money first. Don't forget the orichalcon and phoenix stone needed to generate the Ludia core. Lisa's point reminded everyone. If we can't create a Ludia core, we won't be able to repair Victor, and my magicraft won't be finished for a long time. I think we should take the job first, what do you say? It would have to be a pretty big war to make that kind of money. Why don't you talk to the Three Kingdoms Alliance again? The Three Kingdoms Alliance, Tamahar, has an old relationship with the Sword Clan, and Keone reacted to his words. Is there a connection with the Three Kingdoms Alliance? Because it became apparent that Yura might be in the Sword Clan, we had to go to Tamahar to gather information, which led us to take on a job. And then I made a connection. I was worried about whether the Three Kingdoms Alliance would be able to compete with the Elysian Empire without the Sword Clan. But it's true that the Iron Knights might be able to take their place. Amuria would like to offer you a job. Najisa cut in. We have to deal with the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel. We might need a bit of a fighting force. It's not an official offer yet because the Congress hasn't decided yet, but they said they want you to help them strengthen their military. Strengthening the military, well, that could be a big job depending on the negotiations. Jean smiled inappropriately and began to think about some kind of money-making scheme. Later, a formal offer came from Raynell. The request was for cooperation in strengthening the military, just as Najisa had said. Jean negotiated directly with Raynell, saying, "Okay, I'll take care of it," and was more amazed than dismayed when she turned it into a big job worth a whopping 5 billion. Jean, you didn't pressure Raynell into anything, did you? No, you idiot. Raynell knew exactly what she was doing. I'm more interested in how you managed to get such a sum out of her. When Alana said this, Emina pointed out, looking at Jean as if he was suspicious. I hope you didn't tell her about the scam. Stop it, you're disgusting. No, I didn't. I was talking about strengthening Ludia and providing the technology for the main cannon that is attached to our Fugaku. You're going to sell the 4 elements cannon. No, that one is too difficult to maintain and impossible to handle elsewhere. That's why we've decided to provide the salamander used as Fugaku's secondary cannon and convert it into a main cannon. Is Rafishel aware of this? He'll be very angry if you sell his technology without his permission. I made sure of it. He's responsible for this lack of money and understands it. How could Jean's guy come up with such an idea? Well, anyway, with 5 billion coming in, we won't have to worry about money for a while. Chapter 281. Love Letter. When Count Dalim's men had finished repairing their magicrafts, the Amurian Union's support troops arrived at Alice Abbey. It was a large force of 1,000 magicrafts, enough strength to defend the easily defendable Alice Abbey. Yuridono, are you leaving? Count Dalim came to greet me with a regretful look. Count Dalim, take care. Take care of yourself, Yuridono. In addition, Mother Mesa also greeted me politely. May Alice bless the Iron Knights and the Amurian Union. Thank you. I'll come running if anything happens. The support troops arrived and we left Alice Abbey as planned. Our goal was to reach a place called Balau, the largest military base in the Amurian Union. I wonder if 1,000 or so magicrafts can protect them from the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel, regardless of how advantageous their position is. A short time after leaving Alice Abbey, Emina muttered a plausible concern. Don't worry, I thought of that and I removed 5 of Fugaku's salamanders and left them behind. With such powerful guns in such a solid place, it should be very difficult for any large army to defeat them. Jane says so. When did you make such arrangements? Alice Abbey is going to be an important source of information from now on, and we don't want it to be destroyed. I appreciate Jean's concern. The fact that he left 5 salamanders means that he really values Alice Abbey Information Network. Speaking of which, Najisa, what are you going to do when you get to the Amurian Union? Are you going back to Raynell's place? While we were eating, I suddenly became curious and asked. I've talked to Raynell, and it's been decided that I'll be staying with the Iron Knights for a while. Najisa didn't even look at me. She just chewed on a piece of bread and quietly reported that. Why? Did you get into a fight with Raynell? No, I didn't. We decided that it would be better for me to stay here for now because of Ludia training. Najisa likes to train. Are the 2 who came with you going to stay here too? Yukiha says she's interested in Ludia training, and Himari seems happy to have friends, so I don't think they're both planning on going back now. Jean heard the conversation between me and Nagisa, and he poked his head in. I don't mind that you're here, but you've got to do your job, because there's no food for those who don't work. It was a reasonable condition. Nagisa and the others seem to be aware of this, and they seem to be doing the work they are given without complaint. Speaking of which, Rafishal, have you confirmed the identity of the forbidden book Rafishal weapon in Alice Abbey? Alana asked Rafishal, who was unusually eating with the others since he usually just eats sandwiches in the garage. You know, that's definitely something I wrote, but it's not a blueprint or anything. It's just a letter. Why does everyone think the letter is a blueprint for a weapon? I didn't have any paper at the time, so I just wrote a quick note on the back of an old paper and handed it to someone. The paper did contain the contents of the weapon I had in mind, so I guess he saw it and thought it was a blueprint. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then there's no reason for the Valkyrie Empire or the Kingdom of Lubel to target Alice Abbey. If we just make that known, everything will be fine. I don't think the Abbey has any intention of doing that. In the first place, it does not seem to matter to them what kind of forbidden book Rafishal weapon is. They say it is the most treasured book of the Holy Mother Alice, and that alone is the greatest treasure. Are you saying that Holy Mother Alice treasured Rafishal's letter? And who is Holy Mother Alice anyway? When I said that, the explanation started unexpectedly. Holy Mother Alice has been deified and is now like a god, but she was originally an ordinary human being. It was Fairy. A special internal communication device was installed in the cafeteria, where meetings were often held to connect directly with Fairy. Alice and Rafishal's relationship at the time. Fairy, don't say unnecessary things. I don't know what to say, but Alana and the others seem to have figured it all out with what Fairy just said. Chapter 282. Strengthening the military by Laluk, located in the northern part of the Amurian Federation, a frontline district adjacent to the Ruja Empire, a place where there are few civilians, and most of those who live there are either soldiers or military personnel, because it could become a battlefield at any moment. As soon as we arrived in Bailaluk, we were greeted by the military brass. Apparently, the Iron Knights were held in high esteem within the Amurian Federation, and the overall attitude was courteous. Ladies and gentlemen of the Iron Knights, thank you for coming to Bailaluk. I am Marshal Violate of the Amurian Union Army. I've heard that you were very active in the fight against the Ruja Empire. Please share your power with my army. It seems that the news of military reinforcement has already been communicated to the military. We had to explain the specific reinforcement plan from the beginning, but it seemed that the Federal Assembly had informed them to follow the instructions of the Iron Knights, so the discussion went smoothly. Strengthening the Ludia value. Marshal Violate was quite surprised about the training of the Ludia value. He seemed to have a common sense notion that Ludia value was a fixed number that you were born with, and he was confused. I want you to prepare the necessary materials to build 5 training devices that will enhance Ludia's value. Jean's request was met with a nod of approval from Marshal Violate. I understand. I'll have them ready immediately. 5 units is the limit of Rafishal's capacity. Obaiwan and the others can do the rough assembly of the equipment, but the central part can only be made by Rafishal, so mass production is not an option. There were many other things to be taught, such as how to manufacture and operate the salamanders that would be the main guns. Fairy, you've got to help me. I don't have a body, so I can't help you. Rafishal started whining because he was very busy. Come to think of it, Fairy has the same level of knowledge and skills as Rafishal. It certainly seems that if Fairy had a body, Rafishal's work would be cut in half, making it much easier. The main part of the military reinforcement is the implementation of the main gun and the enhancement of the Ludia value, so the main responsibility lies with the mechanics team led by Rafishal. We riders were not busy, but we were soon assigned the job. Are we going to mentor the riders of the Federation? I asked back at Jean's words in a cumbersome tone. Yes. We should also improve their fighting skills. You seem to be bored, so I suggested it to you. It is true that I was bored, but I really thought that I should be allowed to take a break once in a while since I had been so busy. But I was going to be paid a lot of money, so I decided to be patient. There were 300 Federation riders to be instructed by us. All of them were Federation Ace-class riders, and many of them were even better than Highlanders. I, Keon, Alana, and Nagisa would be in charge of teaching them. Instructor, may I have a word? Instructor was another unfamiliar name. The one who called me was a young man with grey hair. Colonels. Colonel, do you have a question for me? Yes, sir. Excuse me, but I heard that our instructor is a mercenary who is active in the fight against the Ruja Empire. But the Federation riders here are all veteran warriors. I wonder how it is possible that a mere mercenary would be able to instruct us with high Ludia values and a wealth of combat experience. He's not the type of guy I dislike, even though he says rude things in a casual manner. Well, I guess he's not happy that his superiors forced him to participate in this training. What is Colonel Ludia's value? I'm a double Highlander with 27,000 Ludia. He was quite confident in his abilities and said so proudly. You can have a mock battle with me, then you can decide if you're fit to be mentored. It's an offer I can't refuse. I would be delighted. However, winning with Excalibur might not be very convincing. I asked him to prepare the frailest magicraft here. Chapter 283. Mock Battle. The magicraft that was prepared for me was a general-purpose machine with the name of Pawn, and it was a low-powered ordinary machine with an activation Ludia value of 1,500. But even so, it was a military machine, so it was much better than the Namakra used by the swordsmen. Colonel Reginant climbed into his yellow magicraft. According to the military officer, it was named Orthros, a special machine for the double Highlanders, and it was an excellent machine with excellent offensive performance. Indeed, its sharp and acute form gives an aggressive impression. Colonel Reginant chose a big sword with a lot of offensive power as his weapon. I chose a light dagger to make up for Pawn's ineffectiveness. It was going to be tough to take a big sword attack with a dagger, but it would be fun. Instructor, please. Well, it's a mock battle. Let's have some fun. Colonel Reginant doesn't seem to be enjoying himself. He seems to be only thinking about defeating me. The desire to win is important, but if you only think about that, you'll neglect learning. There are some things that can be gained by having fun, and I think it's better to go into a mock battle with enough time to calmly analyze the battle. Well, I'm thinking big, but it's all my father's teachings. Begin, Keon, the referee voice echoed. The trainees, who had been silent until then, began to voice their feelings as the battle began. Of course, there was no cheering for me, an outsider, but only for Colonel Reginant. Colonel Reginant swung his greatsword wide and attacked me. I avoided the attack by simply changing the position of my magicraft slightly. The sword was so powerful that it could pierce the ground, and if I took it head-on, I would not be able to survive. At the same time that I avoided the attack, I quickly slashed Orthros' right shoulder with my dagger. A dry clacking sound is heard and the hit is made, but the power is not enough to damage the magicraft. Colonel Reginant swung his greatsword and launched his next attack. I jumped backwards to avoid the attack. However, as if he had anticipated that I would jump backwards to avoid the attack, he stepped forward and attacked me. I use my dagger to parry the attack. The big sword, whose trajectory has been altered, hits the ground hard. I quickly cut back in the gap and slash at Orthros' right shoulder with my dagger again. It was a good thing that I swung better than the first attack, or perhaps the sound was louder than before. Colonel Reginant, perhaps a little irritated, struck his greatsword at me in a frenzied manner. It's my pace now. I dodged the powerful but not slow or sharp attacks. Every time I dodge, I counter with a blow to Orthros' right shoulder. As I repeated this, a crack appeared in his right shoulder which hadn't even faltered. He stopped moving, startled by the bursting sound of the crack, and I unleashed a blow with all my strength. There was a dull thud and Orthros' right shoulder shattered. His shoulder is destroyed and his right arm hangs slack and immobile. It is difficult to wield a large sword with one arm. The speed of the sword becomes noticeably slower, making it even easier to avoid. I can still fight with just one arm. Colonel Reginant didn't give up and attacked with determination. The next time I countered and aimed at his left shoulder. Every time I avoided Colonel Reginant's attack, I gave him a blow to his left shoulder. The left shoulder was shattered faster than the right shoulder. The greatsword fell from his left hand without power. Orthros looked up at the sky, unable to fight. It's over. Since Orthros was unable to continue, Keon stopped the match. Hearing this, Colonel Reginant sank to his knees. If it was just a matter of defeating him, I could have finished him off quickly with a single flash. But I wanted to show him that he could defeat an opponent with a higher Ludia value if he trained his technique. I hope that the trainees who saw this fight will think that they too can become stronger if they improve their skills. Chapter 284. Teaching. Colonel Reginant seemed to be one of the top riders among the trainees in terms of ability and performance. After I defeated him, the way the trainees looked at me clearly changed. Instructor, please teach me too. Teach me too. When they found out that Keon was the Sword Emperor of the 12 Heavenly Masters, she became even more popular than I was. The riders seemed to respect and admire her, and they flocked to her to learn. As we proceeded to teach them, they seemed to understand the abilities of Alana and Nagisa, and began to listen intently to the words of the four of us. It seems that I, who is not used to teaching, am the worst at it. Keon, who has her own students, as well as Alana, who has experience teaching younger gladiators, and Nagisa, who used to teach younger students at her family's dojo, are good at teaching. The more the training progressed, the more popular the three of them became, as if they were becoming aware of the instructors that are easy to learn from. I'm not sure if they're thinking that it's better to be mentored by a beautiful woman than a man. A part of the training is done using magicrafts, but most of it is done in the flesh. This is why I began to notice that when I looked at the expressions of the trainees, some of them were clearly smitten. I could understand if it was Keon or Alana, who were beautiful by all accounts, but Nagisa was also very popular, so it must be my imagination. With that thought in mind, I turned to the trainees who had gathered to ask for my guidance. It wasn't much, but I had 5 trainees who wanted to learn from me. 2 of them are sisters, Marumam and Marumam, and they are very good at what they do. They were absorbing what I taught them and growing quickly. Instructor, one more please. I'll have another one please. Furthermore, the sisters are motivated and work harder than anyone else. They were both Highlanders, and I predicted that they would become powerful riders in the Federation Army. Instructor, please instruct me as well. In addition, Colonel Reginald also wanted to learn from me. He seemed to recognize my strength after losing to me, and he obediently followed my instruction. His desire to grow was stronger than anyone else's, and he was willing to work hard at anything. However, he didn't have the same ability as the sisters and seemed a little clumsy. The other 2 people under my tutelage were a big guy named Pehu and a young man named Satoru Matori. I recognized him immediately after his name, but Satoru was Japanese like me. He had been transferred from Japan 2 years ago, and in the order of transition, he was my senior. You're amazing, Yura. I can't believe you've grown so much even though you came here later than me. Satoru seemed to have a serious and reserved personality, and his speech was polite. He's a Highlander, so I can imagine he's been pampered in more ways than one, but his personality never seems to have changed. Pehu, the big man, is apparently not very good with women. When I heard that, I understood why he wanted me to teach him. Kion and the others are teaching dozens of people, and it seems like a lot of work. I'm not used to teaching, so maybe 5 is just right for me. How can you be so skilled when you are so young? Marumam asked during a break in the training. I was probably just lucky enough to have a mentor who taught me. Who is your master? He's called the Sword Saint. Sword Saint? Is your instructor Sword Saint Veft, MMMM? One of the instructors, Kion, is also his disciple and also his daughter. Marumam seemed to know Kion well and explained so to his sister. I am ashamed of my rude comment on the first day. I never expected the instructor to be a disciple of the Sword Saint. Colonel Reginald said this with a hint of fear. He seemed to have already completely acknowledged me, and he meant it. Chapter 285. Secret Meeting / Ren. After suffering a major defeat in the battle against the Eastern Alliance, the special Magicraft unit Dark Wings was made to take responsibility for the defeat and was disbanded. I had been assigned to a new unit. The new assignment was to the Valkyrie Empire Crown Prince's bodyguard, one of the elite units. I heard that today's work is a top-secret escort mission. Who exactly is the Crown Prince meeting with? It's a top-secret mission, so there's no way I could possibly know. The 2 senior members of the convoy were having a conversation. It seems that secret meetings are rare for the Crown Prince, who has mostly official duties, and cases like this one are rare. All hands in formation. Salute His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Macrobane of the Valkyria Empire boards the Imperial family's private ride carrier. He is accompanied by a strong entourage of 5 men and a warrior who talks friendly with the Crown Prince. I've never seen the Crown Prince before, but I know that warrior. He is High King Kurels, one of the 2 wings of the Valkyria Empire and one of the 12 Heavenly Masters. Kurels, are you sure you don't want me to take your Magicraft Chernobog? The Crown Prince's words were met with a smile from Kurels. What would they think if I showed up at the meeting with Chernobog? Just because you're one of the 12 Heavenly Masters and you're riding your own Magicraft, the other party will be afraid of you. This meeting is an important one that will determine the future of the Empire, and we must make it a success. In order to do so, we should prioritize winning the other party's trust, even if it means taking some risks. You are the best rider in the Empire and the sharpest. No, the best rider in the Empire is Lord Dahls. Well, let's not argue about who is the best for now. I just think you're the best. The debate over whether the strongest rider in the Empire was the Cureless or the other wing Dahls was an agenda that was talked about as much in the country as the bad words of the rival kingdom of Lubel. The Crown Prince seemed to know this and used it ironically. But who is the person that the Crown Prince of the Valkyria Empire wants so badly to have a successful meeting with? There was a lot of talk among the members of the escort squad about predicting this secretly. My guess is one of the executives at the Radel Company. It's possible. It is said that they have developed a powerful ride carrier cannon, and the Valkyria Empire will need some powerful weapons to counter Lubel's beast magicrafts. It's true, I heard that the Northern Army was recently beaten to a pulp by beast magicrafts. How about the Elysian Empire? The Emperor has changed recently, and there's a lot of activity there too. Elysia and Valkyria are not enemies, but they have always had a mutual awareness of not interfering with each other, so it's unlikely that the Crown Prince would bother to meet with them. What do you think, Ren? He asked me out of the blue, but I'm a transferee and I haven't been in this world for a long time. There was no way I had a complete grasp of the situation or common sense, so I just answered randomly. Aren't we supposed to be meeting someone from the Kingdom of Lubel? Hearing this, my companions began to laugh more than ever. Don't be ridiculous, it's not possible. Lubal is an enemy nation with whom we have a long history. There have been talks of prisoner exchanges and temporary truce agreements, but no such thing as secret talks. No, I was just imagining someone who would be surprised. I was a little miffed that they laughed so much. The ride carrier dedicated to the imperial family is a large ride carrier that can carry 30 magicrafts. Curel's magicraft was not brought, but the Crown Prince's guards were not overlooked, and they were fully equipped with more than Highlander magicrafts. When we arrived at the meeting place, all of the magicrafts were launched to guard the surroundings. After a while, a large ride carrier approached, probably the other party to the meeting. Bullshit, that ride carrier is... One of my companions muttered over the convoy's private comms. Looks like you've got one over on me, Ren. I'll buy you an expensive drink when the job's done. It was the captain of the convoy who said that. I don't know whose ride carrier it was, but I remember learning about that coat of arms in the military. I'm pretty sure it's the royal coat of arms of the Kingdom of Lubal. Chapter 286. The meeting of the two crown princes / Ren. Many magicrafts from the other side's ride carriers are also coming out. Even though this is a meeting, the other party is the royal family of the enemy country. Tension runs through the convoy. If someone attacked the other party's magicrafts, this place would turn into a battlefield. The friends who had been talking in vain earlier were now silent and paying attention to the other party's movements. A meeting place was set up in the center of the area, surrounded by the magicrafts of both countries. There, Crown Prince Macrobane and Curels will be present. In addition, two figures from the ride carrier of the Kingdom of Lubal walked up. They sat down facing Prince Macrobane and the others. I was curious about the content of the meeting, so I turned up the external sound to the maximum and listened to what they were saying. I never dreamed I'd have the chance to talk to you like this. I never imagined it either. Even though I'm talking to you in person, I feel like it's not real. But this is reality. Let's talk about what we can do for each other's country in the future. Yes, I hope today will be a historic day. I was stationed near the meeting table, so I could see the faces of the people on the other side. One of them was obviously a young man of high rank, and the other looked to be a strong military man. I didn't know who they were, but a friend who knew them told me. I didn't expect for us to be meeting with the Crown Prince Rion and the Demon Guard Kameos of Lubal. Who would have thought that the High King and the Demon Guard would be facing each other without a magicraft? So it is the Crown Prince of Rion. Only the members of the convoy could hear the transmission, so it would be safe. But if the Crown Prince's entourage heard it, they would be furious at us for talking about unnecessary matters. So Crown Prince Rion, let's get right down to business. Have you heard about the Elysian Empire? Yes, I've heard about the existence of the 10 War Guards. They are people with a Ludia value of over 100,000. Is this true? Our investigation has led us to the conclusion that it is most likely true. But if there were such a group of people with Ludia values so high, wouldn't they have been famous long ago? I've also been informed that Ludia value can be enhanced. No way. Ludia value is a fixed value that people are born with. There's no way it can be enhanced. No, this is true. We've already confirmed the existence of a technology called Nitro-Ludia. Nitro-Ludia? What the hell is that? That remains to be seen. However, we do have someone who is willing to offer Nitro-Ludia technology. Who is that? Some kind of defector from the Elysian Empire. It's the Radal Company. That's what Radal Vega told me in person. You've met Radal Vega? No, I just talked to him. No one will ever get to meet that mysterious man. Crown Prince Macrobane. There's something I don't understand. Why would you even have such an unofficial meeting with your enemy, the Kingdom of Lubal, to give us such important information? Because this is one of the conditions for obtaining the Nitro-Ludia technology. What is the condition? An alliance between the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal. It is the hope of the Radal Company that the two nations will join forces against the Elysian Empire. Crown Prince Rion was so surprised that he was speechless. He couldn't seem to put into words what to say. You don't mean that two of the three most powerful countries are going to join forces, do you? Yes. The Elysian Empire has become so powerful that it is necessary to do so. If this continues, this continent will become the property of the Elysian Emperor. This is bigger than I ever imagined. That's why life is so interesting. All right, let's try to convince the king. If the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal join hands, there will be no one we can't handle. I'm impressed that Crown Prince Rion would make such a decision. That is why I chose you for our first meeting. It was the right decision. If you had suddenly told the king about this, it probably wouldn't have gone well. Prince Macrobane smiled, convinced that he had made the right decision. Saying this, Crown Prince Rion asked, if the alliance really comes to fruition, we will be fighting against the Elysian Empire. Yes. However, there are some annoying countries that need to be dealt with before the Elysian Empire. There are certainly some ridiculous people who think they're big just because they have a lot of little things. Yes, we will have to bury the Amurian Union before the Elysian Empire. Chapter 287, Strong Soldiers. Yura, is your teaching going well? Carlo came up to me while I was taking a break in Fugaku cafeteria after the lesson. I've been so busy the past few days that I haven't had a chance to talk to her, but I'm glad she seems happy about it. I think they've gotten a lot stronger. The trainees are also doing Ludia training at the same time, so I think their combat power has improved considerably. Speaking of Ludia training, I heard that Yura has also started training. Carlo changed the subject as if she remembered something. Yes, Jean and Rafishel are so annoying that I have no choice but to do it. So how much has your Ludia value gone up? I don't even know what my current value is, because it seems to be a value that can't be measured with the Ludia measuring device we have. Can't you measure it with the instrument Rafishel recently made? It doesn't seem to work. I heard that that machine can measure up to 2 million Ludia value, you know. Doesn't that mean that Yura's Ludia value is now over 2 million? Maybe. You're talking lightly. That's 2 million. I've never heard of such a figure. I've barely gotten up to 200,000 myself, and now the gap is only getting bigger. It seems that Carlo is also training steadily, but I hope she doesn't have any strange rivalry with me. Come to think of it, Keon seems to have started training in Ludia too. Rafishel says that she's the one with the highest growth rate. It seems that she's in class 4, the same as Carlo, so isn't that more of a concern to you? Is that true? I've never heard of it before. I told her that I thought it would be helpful if she directed her strange rivalry towards Keon, who is also one of the 12 heavenly masters. Just as I had hoped, Carlo seemed to have begun to be concerned about Keon's training, and said that he was going to increase her Ludia training. Keon's growth rate is great, but it seems that Nagis's Ludia value is also growing tremendously. Given the similarities between the two of them in terms of their martial arts training, maybe the growth rate of Ludia training has something to do with that. When I think about it, I wonder how much growth I would see if my dad did Ludia training. I'm curious. Yura, did you hear? While we were slowly drinking tea after dinner, Nagisa came over this time. What is it? Raynell's coming here next week. Oh, she got some free time. No, of course not. She's just inspecting the military. It's tough being a head of state. Does she have to confirm such things? She's paying a lot of money, so it's only natural. If the results aren't good, she might lower the budget. The deployment of the salamanders is going well, and the training of the troops is going well, so I think we'll be okay with that. I thought things would be fine as they were, but when Jean and Rafishel found out that Raynell was coming, they were not happy with the status quo. If Raynell is coming, let's negotiate for more money and more remuneration. Hey, aren't you being a little greedy? No, the Union Rider's Ludia value is rising, and we have plans to build mass-produced magicrafts to match. When did you come up with that plan? I'm always trying to figure out how to get more money out of the Amurian Union. I'm also going to negotiate with the Amurian Union to see if I can purchase Orichalcon and Phoenix Stone at a discount. If possible, I'd like to buy some alchemy materials as well. You're planning to get paid and have the materials sold at a discount? Yes. We have to take advantage of everything we can. As usual, Jean's business spirit is impressive. Rafishel also seems to want to start generating cores and is cooperating with Jean. It is true that Excalibur is a borrowed item, and I plan to return it when my dad is resurrected, so I won't have a magicraft. I'll be glad if he can make one for me. Chapter 288, Magicraft Mass Production. Raynell came to Bailaluk with a group of important people from the government. I hadn't seen her in a long time, but she looked more dignified and elegant as a head of state. Yura-san, Raynell said shyly when she found me. Hey Raynell, you look good. I'm glad you're doing well too, Yura-san. Jean whispered to me, telling me to tell her about the negotiations. He could have told her himself. I had no choice but to briefly explain the proposal for a mass-produced magicraft and other topics, and tell her that Jean wanted to negotiate. A mass-produced magicraft, that's certainly an interesting topic. I don't think it's a bad idea because Jean isn't just saying that to make money, he's providing the technology well. I understand. I'll make some time while I'm in Bailaluk and I'll be happy to talk to you, Raynell told me with a smile. Chancellor Raynell, it's time to go. She nodded regretfully when her attendant told her so. Well then, Yura-san, I'll see you when I have more time. Okay, take it easy then. She smiled happily when I said that. The next day I was to meet with Raynell again. However, it was a public meeting and there was no time for personal talks. Raynell, along with other dignitaries, would check the results of the military training. 10 ride carriers equipped with salamanders were prepared. They were to be deployed in the wilderness of Bailaluk. The target of the attack was a large ride carrier that had become old and was to be abandoned. All ride carriers, prepare to fire your main guns, At Jean's call, a flurry of activity began around each ride carrier's salamander. Several artillerymen set the magic artillery shells, which Rafishel had developed for easy handling, in the gun ports. One of the artillerymen raised a red flag, perhaps as a signal that he had finished setting the shells. Once he was sure that the flags were up from all the artillery, Jean gave a loud command. The target is the forward ride carrier. Aim at all guns. Fire! There was a roar and flames burst out of all the salamander gun ports. Then the flame-wrapped shells shot toward the target ride carrier with great force. The shells that hit the ship spewed out explosive flames and blew out the hull of the ride carrier. 10 ships, a total of 20 magic artillery shells, all hit and turned the targeted ride carrier into a wreck. The Federation's dignitaries who were watching cheered. Their faces trembled with joy, as they had felt the immense power of a force they had never seen before. Furthermore, satisfaction seemed to have reached its peak after hearing the reports of the riders' increased Ludia values, and no one objected to the presentation meeting of the mass-produced magicrafts proposed by Raynell afterwards. Even though it's a mass-produced magicraft, its performance is on par with the triple Highlander machines currently in use. As Jean explained, one of the dignitaries asked a question. What a surprise! But if it's such a high-performance magicraft, wouldn't it have a higher activation Ludia value? No, we've kept the Ludia activation to 10,000. That's how we're able to extract so much power. A Highlander machine, wouldn't that make it a mass production machine? Jean nodded broadly at the question. Take a look over here. Jean then showed everyone a graph on a large screen. This is a graph showing the average increase in Ludia value when 20,000 Federation riders are trained using 500 Ludia training devices. As you can see, 80% of the riders will exceed 10,000 in about half a year. The graphs made it easy to understand, and the dignitaries immediately realized the effect. So it's all good, right? You can leave everything to us, the Iron Knights. I was starting to feel a little like a businessman, but no one objected to Jean's proposal. With this presentation, the budget for military reinforcement was raised to 100 billion, and the reward for us doubled. Chapter 289. Remote control. I was approached by a woman I didn't know in the Fugaku hangar. She was a beautiful woman with long light blue hair and a striking face, as if she were from Scandinavia. Once you see her, you'll never forget her, but she doesn't look familiar. Yura, I'm a little busy, can you hand me that wrench? This, thank you. I can't remember if I saw her before, but it would be rude to ask who she was. She was wearing work clothes and a hat like the one Lisa was wearing, so maybe she was a new mechanic. That's what I thought, so I asked Lisa, who was nearby. Hey Lisa, what's up, Yura? I'm busy, so don't talk to me. Who's that girl working over there? Is she a new mechanic? Huh? Who's new? Look, there she is. Lisa stopped her work and looked in the direction I was pointing. Who's that girl? What? You don't know who she is? I've never seen her before. Wait a minute, does that mean you're suspicious? When I said that, Lisa began to get a little antsy. I'll go get Darm and Balm in a bit. Surely the macho twins would be able to handle that girl even if she was a great assassin. But when I thought about it, it was a little strange. She's imposing for a mechanic, and she knew my name. Let's go out on a limb here and ask her who she is. I mustered up a little courage and approached the girl and spoke to her. Who are you again? I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now, my hands are tied. Can you go get Rafishel for me? If Rafishel knows about her, it's going to be hard for me to understand what's going on. But I didn't have the courage to ask again, so I did as I was told and went to call Rafishel. Rafishel, there's a girl I don't know calling for you. When I said that, Rafishel just said okay and went to the girl. No, if you know that girl, explain it to me. Rafishel, if you're going to mass produce this elemental line connection, you might want to change the shape to a semicircle. I think that would speed up the production process. You're right, I see. I'll redraw the blueprints. I was surprised that the girl could give input to Rafishel. No mechanic should be able to talk to Rafishel as an equal in knowledge and skill, but the mystery was deepening. What's the matter, Lisa Darm Bomb? What's wrong with you? Rafishel pointed out to Lisa and the twins. The twins were ready to engage in a battle with the unknown person, and they were holding a large wrench in their hands. There was a suspicious person, Master. Are you okay? Suspicious person. Where is it? There. Then he pointed at a girl he didn't know. When Rafishel saw this, he started laughing loudly. The girl was also giggling. I'm sorry, I forgot to explain. She's fairy. Oh my god. Fairy? That fairy? Oh really? Where did you get that body? I asked, surprised. This is a pseudo-body created using homunculus technology. It's not a real body and it doesn't have a soul in it, so it's not really fairy. It doesn't have a soul. Fairy's soul is still in the thought sphere, but I've made it possible for her to control this body remotely. There's just too much to do, and I'm way over my capacity, so I made this as a last-ditch effort. It seems that Rafishal had created a remote-controlled body for Fairy to help him with his work. I thought Rafishal would at least talk to you, Fairy said in dismay. I'm impressed that she can express herself remotely. No, I thought I explained it to him, but I remember that I didn't. Rafishal seemed a little too busy and confused. I'm starting to worry that he needs to rest a bit. Chapter 290. Mining Magicrafts. The manufacturing of the mass-produced Magicraft was officially approved, and it was ready to begin moving. However, there was one problem, and that problem needed to be cleared. There is an overwhelming shortage of Ludia. A large amount of aurichalcone and phoenix stone is needed to manufacture Ludia cores. In the past, there was a large amount of aurichalcone and phoenix stone, but now they are depleted, expensive, and difficult to secure. For this reason, the mass-produced machines were to use the Ludia cores of ancient Magicrafts that had been excavated. However, it turned out to be more difficult than expected to secure cores that met the standards, and Jean was in a dilemma. I asked Jean, who was mumbling over some documents, how much are we missing? Even if we increase the efficiency of mining Magicrafts in the Federation, we're only going to be able to secure about 30%, 70% short of what we planned. I didn't think much of it because Rafishal said that the standard of the Ludia core used for mass production machines is the most produced one, so we can get a lot of it. It's certainly the most commonly used standard, but that's for the entire continent. In this area, multiple standards were used universally, so the percentage is probably low. Fairy explained Jean's complaint accurately. It seems that she has more knowledge about this kind of thing than Rafishal. They are plentiful in other countries, aren't they? Can't we import them? Jean quickly countered my words. You idiot, that would cost too much money, and the enemy would think we're crazy. It is true that the cost of mass production Magicrafts is too high. Wait, there are the remains of the Iba defense line near this place, aren't there? Fairy said, looking at the map. Iba defense line. Yes, this was the battleground of the battle between ancient civilizations and giant beasts. There must be more than 500,000 Magicrafts sleeping there. 500,000. If there are that many, we'll be able to unearth a lot of cores that meet the standards. Where is the exact location? Jean asked, peering at the map Fairy was looking at. It's just barely within Federation territory, but the fortress of the Raja Empire right under our noses. I don't think they'll let us excavate so close to their fortress. We will be disturbed at all costs. There's a possibility of war. You'll have to talk to Raynell. I knew it would be difficult to get Raynell to take time out of her busy schedule, but I told her I needed to talk to her for a minute and she came over immediately. Securing a new mining site for the new Magicrafts. When I explained the current situation to Raynell, she seemed disappointed for some reason. I don't think it's a problem since it's within the territory of the Federation, but there's a military fortress of the Raja Empire nearby. Well, it would be easy for the Iron Knights to destroy it, but it would turn into a war. That's why I'm consulting you. The military philosophy of the Amurian Union is based on the principle of exclusive defense. Therefore, we cannot allow you to attack the fortress. Well, that's what I thought. But if they attack us, we can fight back, right? It wouldn't be a problem to destroy the fortress in a counterattack, so that it can't be used for a while, right? Hearing those words from Jean, Raynell let out a deep sigh. Sure, no problem, Budoth, that would be a full-blown war. Raynell wants to oppose the war because she hates it, but she's decided that it's in the best interest of the country. Yura-san, since you're here, why don't we have some tea? After we finished talking about work, Raynell asked me to join her. Well, I didn't have any plans, so I said yes. That's right, I should invite Nagisa too, so I called out to her who was in the room. Chapter 291. Tea party. It was supposed to be just me, Raynell, and Nagisa having tea, but somehow we found ourselves in a noisy party with Alana, Linicarlo, and others joining us. Alana, what are you doing drinking in the middle of the day? It's good. It's better than bitter tea. You're a real prude, aren't you? I'd be happy to share my special drink with you. I don't want to drink that disgusting stuff. Linicarlo's special drink has an unearthly color and smell, as Alana said, and I'd rather not have it if I can help it. Linicarlo, Nanami wants a drink. It's a little early for Nanami. This is a drink for adults. I don't think adults would want to drink it either. So what is this meeting about? Nagisa said numbly to the uncertain situation. It's Raynell's welcome party, right? I see. Nanami thought it was someone's birthday party. No, it's an afternoon tea party. Don't all make random statements. Well, I thought Linicarlo was the closest, but affirming it would be another hassle, so I passed. Yursan Raynell stares at me with a sad look on her face. What's the matter, Raynell? Aren't you having fun? No, I know. That's what happens when it comes to tea on Fugaku in the first place. It's my fault for getting the timing wrong. Raynell said as if she was convinced of something. I guess she didn't like the fact that there were so many of us after all. Oh, so you mean it's all Yura's fault, huh? Nagisa seemed to have noticed something and said so to me. What the hells? What's wrong with me? All of it. You dullard, I don't know what she's accusing me of, but Nagisa doesn't get mad at me for no reason. Maybe I've offended Raynell, I don't know. I'm sorry, Raynell, no, it's fine. But Yur-san, will you have tea with me next time? It seems that she didn't like the noise after all. Oh, you're doing it. Just in time for us to have a strategy meeting, Jean said and sat down at an empty seat and started handing out papers. Jean, I thought we were done with business. It's a private tea party now, don't be so hard on me. I've got too much to do and not enough time. Jean seems to be busy these days. He is working on something at a great pace, as if his merchant's intuition is telling him it's time to make money. Nanami, go get Emina and the others too. It looks like we're going to have to call in some members who aren't here and decide something in earnest. We're going to use the battle for the fortress of the Raja Empire as a practical exercise for the trainees. Jean's explanation was met with surprise from the instructors who were actually teaching the trainees. Yes, it would be easy for us to destroy the fortress ourselves, but it's better to use it to strengthen the trainees. There's a lot to be gained from actual combat, and it would be a waste not to do it. The trainees have become quite strong, so I think they'll be fine. Of course, we'll support them. If something unforeseen happens, we'll be there to solve it. Alana and the others, as well as Keone, agreed. What about you, Raynell? Are you sure you don't want your own riders to do something like that? I asked, to which Raynell replied, sipping her tea slowly. I don't have a problem with it, as long as the Iron Knights support them. I wonder how much she trusts us. Besides capturing the fortress, we also need to prepare for mining. We need to secure personnel and procure equipment, and the federal government will have to make preparations for that. But I wonder if they'll be okay. We've already made arrangements in that area. It should be ready in about 3 days, that's Raynell. It seems that she is already making preparations. Then we talked about specific support plans and responsibilities. Everyone forgot that it was already a tea party and started discussing this and that. Chapter 292, Concern, another chapter sponsored by Al. Thanks for the support. 10 kilometers from the fortress of the Raja Empire, in order to secure a new mining station for Magicrafts, the Iron Knights, the trainee troops, the personnel and equipment of the mining station gathered here. First, we'll send in a dummy mining party and an escort unit. If we are attacked by the enemy, the trainee troops and the Iron Knights will sortie from here to counterattack and capture the fortress. What if the enemy doesn't attack us? If that happens, we'll build a fort between the mining station and the fortress. If we start building forts, they'll probably get in the way, so then we'll attack the fortress as we originally planned. I guess that means we're good to go once the fort is complete. Whatever the enemy does, we'll deal with it. I'm sure Jean will be able to handle it. The dummy mining party was an unmanned transport ride hover with a few moving puppets on it. The puppets couldn't do any work, but from the enemy's fortress, they looked like people working on something. Since the convoy was going to be attacked and it was dangerous, it was decided that 3 of us, me, Lorgo, and Nanami, would do it. Some of the trainees volunteered to do the job, but we couldn't let them do it. As soon as the dummy mining team arrived at the planned location and started their work, there was movement in the fortress of the Raja Empire as planned. But they didn't launch an attack, perhaps waiting to see what would happen first. I knew they wouldn't make a move. They've been beaten up in previous battles, and it's obvious that attacking us would lead to war. If they're going to attack, they'll have to get confirmation from the top. That's true. It seems that the commander in the field will not act on his own judgment. Several hours had passed since the dummy mining team started moving, but there was no movement from the fortress. There was no point in just continuing to move the dummies, so it was time to move on to the next step. Okay, Plan B. Deploy an engineering unit to the north of the planned mining site and start building a fort. Since they're not dummies, all the Iron Knights will be sent out to guard them. As the action became more extensive, there was movement in the enemy fortress. Alarms were sounding, and it seemed that the Magicrafts were being prepared. If the escorting Iron Knights are attacked, we'll send out a trainee squad. It seemed that they had noticed the construction of the fort, and the Magicraft troops finally sailed out from the fortress. There were about 50 of them, and they stopped at the river that bordered the border. I don't think they're going to attack us yet. The upper echelons of the Raja Empire may be asking questions further up the chain. Higher? Do you mean the Valkyria Empire? The current Amurian Union and the Raja Empire have a gap in national power that makes it impossible to fight. If that's the case, then the only people they can rely on are their overprotective parents. I was horrified to hear Alana's words. The Valkyrie Empire is a pretty big country. I don't know if we can handle going to war with them. Wait a minute. If that happens, doesn't that mean there's a possibility of an all-out war between the Valkyria Empire and the Amurian Union? It won't come to that. Well, even if they ask for help, The parent Valkyria Empire is in a constant standoff with the powerful Lubal Kingdom, so they can't afford to get involved with a power as big as the Amurian Union. Well, I guess the result will be that they will send some aid to Ruja, and that will be the end of it. However, it's also important to note that there are a lot of people who are familiar with the history of the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal. But something doesn't feel right. Someone once told me that the common sense of yesterday should not be taken for granted tomorrow. When I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if the Valkyria Empire is ready to go to war with the Amurian Federation for real. Chapter 293. Results. As they had received permission from the top, Raj's Magicraft troops crossed the border, about 50 enemy machines walking slowly along the river that divides the border, waist deep in water. Don't attack yet. Wait for them to attack us. The Iron Knights will become a wall and well protect the engineering troops who are building the fort. This is the Amurian Union Army. Unauthorized military intrusion will be considered an act of aggression. If you do not wish to be turned into a wreck, please leave immediately. Jean's words were both a warning and a provocation to the Raja army. They raised their weapons and attacked. The first of the assaulting machines attacked Vajra. Nanami took the big axe attack with her shield. I've been attacked. I can fight back, all right. You may return fire. Let's send out the trainee squad. Don't wipe them out in Federation territory. We'll follow it up and capture the fortress. Well, it's true that appearances are important. It would be hard to maintain a convincing story if we annihilated the enemy in Federation territory and then attack the fortress. But attacking the fortress with the momentum of a follow-up attack would be a possible storyline. If we were to seriously counterattack, they would be annihilated immediately. So the members of the Iron Knights concentrated on defending the engineering unit and left the fighting to the trainee unit. I was still concerned about the students I had taught, so I kept my eyes on their battle as I protected the engineering unit. Colonel Reginant, because of his high rank, was in command of the trainee unit. He wielded a sword and gave instructions to his allies while killing the enemy. His use of the sword had become much better than before. In practice, his movements are even sharper and he has the air of a strong man. The sisters Marumam and Marumam toy with their enemies with coordinated attacks. Their growth rate is high among the trainees. Their Ludia value has already exceeded 50,000. There is no way that any enemy can withstand their incredible power and perfectly coordinated attacks, and the wreckage of the enemy piled up around the sisters. Satoru, who is from Japan like me, was using a special magicraft. Like Farmer's Garuda, it uses arrows, but it holds 2 arrows in each arm and draws a bow with the 2 arms protruding from its back. In addition to being able to shoot twice as many arrows as normal, it also has an unusually high firing speed, so it can fight as well as a squadron of arrows by itself. The taciturn Pehu was piloting a supersized magicraft like the ones I had fought during the Civil War in the Kingdom of Melteria. There was no way any enemy could break through the thick armor, so he walked slowly, wielding a large club-like weapon. Regardless of whether what I taught them is being utilized or not, they are all demonstrating considerable fighting ability. The other trainees were just as successful, and in no time at all, the fortress was on the verge of falling. Jean, I think the enemies in the fortress have started to flee. Okay, we don't need to pursue them, but destroy the fortress so that it can't be used for a while. Pehu's super-large magicraft, Gigants, was very active in destroying the fortress. With its large club, it destroyed the walls of the fortress. That's very convenient. I think we should get one of those super-sized magicrafts for the Iron Knights, Jean said, looking at Gigants. There's no room in Fugeka's hangar for one of those. I pointed this out, but Jean seemed to be more serious than I thought and countered. There's no need for the Iron Knights to have only one ride carrier, you know. Even now, Musashi is like the second ship, and it's okay to have a third and fourth ship. Are you sure we can handle that many ships? We'll be fine as long as we do a big job. I don't know how serious he is, but maybe he's calculating that with the current Iron Knights, he can expect to make that much money. Chapter 294. Beast Strike / Haruma. We have a new point of view this chapter. Commander, what happened to the matter of increasing production of Beast Strikes? I checked with my immediate superior about the production status of the magicraft I had planned. It's a groundbreaking weapon and I'm confident in it. I knew that if I could mass produce more of them, the military of the Kingdom of Lubal would become even stronger. In the Battle of Alice Abbey, the 3rd Armored Division experimentally used Beast Strike troops, but the results were not good as the troops were wiped out. However, I've heard that they had dramatic results in the battle against the northern forces of the Valkyrie Empire. I think it proved its strength. You're absolutely right. Well, I'll be sure to talk to the military brass about it. Thank you very much. I was an inconspicuous person in my class, but in this world I can be a hero. Thanks to my double Highlander Ludia value, I was treated as a high-ranking knight in the Kingdom of Lubal. I was allowed to live a life of luxury that could not be compared to that of ordinary citizens, and most things were going as I wished. Since I was always good at physics, I think it was inevitable that I would understand the technology of this world and develop new weapons. I had doubts about the fact that they were using robot-like super weapons called magicrafts, but their long-range weapons were as primitive as bows, arrows, and stone throwers. So I designed a cannon. However, a serious problem was discovered. The material to make gunpowder does not exist in this world. It seems that this is why weapons using gunpowder have not evolved in this world. So I turned my attention to an explosive alternative to gunpowder. Explosives are nitroglycerin-like substances that explode on impact. I studied it and tried to make something similar to gunpowder, but failed. The explosion of the shells only spread flames and had little power. Then I had an idea. It's not a good idea to think only in terms of modern science, so I thought, why not use the world's own energy Ludia to create explosive power? Then I learned that there is a technology called magic shooting. No one seems to know the principle, but I heard that some Ludia cores produce strange powers, such as creating wind or emitting flames. An attack that uses this is called a magic strike, and magicrafts that have a Ludia core that can do this have a high activation Ludia value without exception. It was said that it could not be used in general, but I took notice of it. It didn't take long for me to realize that I only needed to use the core to detonate it. So I came up with the idea of installing a core that would be used only for the gun ports, separate from the Ludia core that runs the magicraft. This would reduce the increase in the activation Ludia value, and it would also eliminate the need to put explosives in the shells. After repeated trial and error, a gun that could safely fire powerful shells was completed. However, there was one problem. The current shape of the magicrafts was not well balanced with the cannon, making them difficult to move. So I devised a new magicraft to attach the cannon. Thinking that it didn't have to be humanoid at all, I boldly tried to make the magicraft look like a quadrupedal beast. This turned out to be a great idea, and the beast strike of today was completed. You would be fighting with powerful cannons against an opponent who was using bows and arrows. I had absolute confidence in myself. The military was also interested in this beast strike and established a new unit. However, that unit was completely beaten down by some army. I need to make a more powerful and longer range cannon. I was thinking about improving the beast strike. Chapter 295. The Kingdom of Lubal/Haruma. The Kingdom of Lubal is a tyrannical state that has been ruled for thousands of years by a royal family with absolute power. Throughout its long history, the kingdom has been threatened with extinction on numerous occasions, but it has been able to overcome this by the unity of the royal family and the 5 great noble families that have served it since ancient times. The Kingdom of Lubal has long been at odds with the Valkyria Empire, and the two countries have been fighting over territory. The relationship between the two countries has been changing. Dignitaries began to visit each other's countries, and there were frequent discussions between them. The border skirmishes that had been going on all year round were now banned, and even provocation was subject to severe punishment. How is it that the scouts of the Valkyrie Empire have not crossed the border for so many days? I'm sure they've been given the same instructions as our army. I don't understand. I've talked to the old guard, and they've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is going on? Rumor has it that a long-term truce will be signed, but how can there be a truce with that Valkyria? What do you think, Haruma? A fellow soldier from the same corps asked me. It hasn't been long since I've been a part of this country, but I understand the relationship with the Valkyria Empire. It's definitely a strange situation, but I didn't think it would be strange to have a truce if our interests were aligned. I don't know what the reason is, but if it's mutually beneficial, I don't think it's strange that we're talking about a truce. Oh, a mutually beneficial arrangement. I doubt that there is such a thing, but Haruma is right. It wasn't long after that I learned of the mutually beneficial talks. On the recommendation of my Legion commander, I was assigned to attend an engineers' conference with the Valkyria Empire as the designer of the Beast Strike. The purpose of the meeting was to show off each other's technology for the sake of exchange, but I knew that a truce would not be enough to explain what had happened. So you're the designer of that beast magicraft, huh? I'm surprised that you're much younger than I imagined. The person who called out to me was Prince Lifso, the 3rd Prince of the Valkyria Empire and Director of the Imperial Engineering Bureau. I'd like to ask you right away, what is the logic behind that powerful turret attached to the beast magic machine? You see, Prince Lifso listened to me attentively and was greatly impressed. Excellent. It seems that the people of Earth have a way of thinking that we do not. If they had mass-produced a turret with that much power, the Valkyria Empire would have been destroyed by the Kingdom of Lubal in the near future. I'm really glad we became allies. What an alliance. I listened back to the surprising statement. The other participants started to make a lot of noise. That's right, the information hasn't been released to the public yet. However, it will be made public soon, and since you are important people in the Kingdom of Lubel, you can know in advance. The Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel have officially formed an alliance. From now on, they will fight together against a much more powerful enemy. Which enemy is more powerful? Is there anyone that the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel need to ally against? The Elysian Empire, which has gained great power, and the Amurian Union. I've heard that the Elysian Empire is the most powerful nation on the continent, but I didn't expect it to be that powerful. Furthermore, the Amurian Union was a newly formed country, but I wondered if it was the kind of opponent that Valkyria and Lubel feared. Another person in the room asked the same question, perhaps wondering the same thing. I've heard of the 10 Guards of War, and I understand the Elysian Empire, but can the Amurian Union be an equally formidable foe? The organization that eradicated the Beast Magicraft unit designed by Haru Madono is under the umbrella of the Amurian Union. I was surprised. It was the Amurian Union that annihilated my Beast Strike Force. So it must be a powerful enemy then. What is the organization under their umbrella? It's called the Iron Knights. Iron Knights, I've never heard that name before, but I've taken it to heart as the name of my Beast Strikes killer. Chapter 296. Day off. The securing of the Magicraft mining site and the capture of the fortress of the Raja Empire have been completed. You were able to confirm the growth of the trainees, and the military reinforcement of the Amurian Union army proved to be going well. In the midst of all this, Jean was unusually considerate and said, "Tomorrow we'll have a day off. I'll give you all some extra spending money so you can go play." It was nice not to have to think about work for a day, but Jean's use of candy and whips is so blatant. It's abrupt, and I wish he'd think of a better balance. All of us riders and crew members are on vacation, but Rafishel and the other mechanics don't have any time off. Jean told them to take a day off once in a while, but all the mechanics said no, they don't have time for that. I wondered how hardworking they were, but according to Jean, they were having so much fun at their current jobs that they felt it was a waste of time to take a break. By the way, is it okay that I got some pocket money too? Jean was so generous that he even gave some pocket money to Nagisa and Yukiha, who were not officially members of the group. "It's okay, you've been working a lot. You deserve it. I see. Then I'll take it with open arms." Nagisa seemed to be somewhat pleased, but I don't think she's that much in need of money. I wonder if she's not getting paid by the government. "Yuta, let's go out somewhere after this. It's our vacation, let's just hang out. I don't have any plans, so that's fine." The moment I answered that, a voice of protest came from behind me. "I want to go out with you too," Nanami said sulkily as she heard our conversation. "The more people, the more fun." Nanami took my words to heart and invited Pharma and Himari to come along with her. "I feel like a big sister taking my sisters out," Dinacarlo complained as she watched Nanami, Pharma and Himari wandering the streets and giggling. "If you're going to complain, why didn't you just stay in Fugaku?" Alana pointed out to Linicarlo. "It can't be helped. We only have one day of vacation." For some reason, Alana and Linicarlo came along as well. Like Linicarlo said, we only have one day off, so it's not a bad idea to have fun with everyone, but Nagisa is in a bad mood. "What, you're hungry?" "No, I'm not. I was just thinking that it would be nice to go out alone with Yuta for the first time in a while." Nagisa wanted to go out alone with me for the first time in a while. Well, it's true that Nagisa and I have been going out together since we were kids, so I guess she wanted to get back into that mood. I can understand Nagisa's feelings, but everyone is an important friend, so please bear with me here. "Do you know how I feel?" "Of course I do. You wanted to enjoy the company of your childhood friend for the first time in a long time, didn't you? You still don't get it, do you?" "What is it then?" "Nothing." Look, Alana and Linicarlo are getting into an argument. Shouldn't you stop them? Before I knew it, Alana and Linicarlo were arguing with each other. I hurriedly went to stop them. Chapter 297. Strolling the streets, we were on vacation and wandered around the city, but there were few stores that Linicarlo and Alana liked, so we really spent a lot of time just hanging out. "As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to buy," Linicarlo said with disappointment, as she was secretly looking forward to shopping. "I suppose it can't be helped. This is a city built for the military, so there's probably no demand for female customers." "Well, there are a lot of women in the military, but there are only a few in total, after all, and I'm sure those stores have more sales," Alana said as she looked at the stores with a mature atmosphere that lined the slightly suspicious streets of the back alleys. "Hey, what's that place for?" Nanami asked Alana out of pure curiosity. "It's a place for men to relieve their stress. It depends on what you want to do there." "That's right. If it can relieve men's stress, why don't you go there too, Yuta?" Alana and Linicarlo reacted to Nanami's words, as did Nagisa. "Absolutely not." They yelled at her in a fierce manner, and Nanami, who didn't understand what they meant, was seriously startled and half sobbed. Ugh, because Yuta is always busy and Nanami is worried about him and wants him to heal. I knew she was saying this for my sake, and it still made me feel a little sad. I put my hand on Nanami's head and said, "Thank you, Nanami. But I don't hate my life now and I'm not that stressed out. Really, I'm tired, but I don't really feel that stress because I'm blessed with good friends. I'm really fine." When I told her that, Nanami returned to her good smile. "Anyway, Nagisa, my instincts warned me not to, so I refused on the spur of the moment, but what exactly does that store do?" Linacarlo asked Nagisa in a whisper. The reason she didn't ask Alana was probably because of some weird rivalry. "If you want to be specific, I don't know either." "You don't? You're very strongly against it." "I'm only vaguely familiar with it, so why don't you ask Alana?" "I don't want to. She'll think I'm an idiot for not knowing." Both of them seemed to think they were whispering to each other, but I could hear them, so of course Alana could hear them too. "What, Linacarlo, you don't know anything about that?" "I'm sorry about. Let me tell you something then." As she said this, Alana put her face close to Linacarlo's ear and began to explain something in a whisper. "Damn you! How dare you!" I was curious as to what it was all about, but Alana's voice was too quiet to hear. "Alana, Linacarlo is not fair. You should tell Nanami and the others." Nanami, Pharma and Himari ask Alana with curious faces. "No, you're not ready for this." "Why? Why not?" Alana is fumbling around with muddled words as if she can't explain properly. "Why don't we have some tea? I'm tired of walking." When Alana was persistently pressed by the three, Nagisa offered a helping hand. "You're right, let's do that. I guess it doesn't matter where we go anymore." Chapter 298, Core Creation / Lisa C. 298, Core Creation / Lisa. All mechanics gather around. At my command, 10 newly hired mechanic assistants gather around Obi-Wan, Darm and Balm. Today will be a memorable day for the Iron Knights and the mechanic team. When I announced this, there was a buzz of excitement. Everyone but us mechanics has the day off to celebrate, right? Does that have something to do with it? Well, it's not irrelevant that those idiots are away, but they are idiots except for Lady Alana. What exactly is going on here? After consulting with Master Rafishal, we have decided to conduct the first Ludia core generation today, on this day, when there are no people in the way. Everyone seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation, and a big commotion ensued. I heard that the Ludia core generation is a delicate process, so we are allowed to observe, but we have to watch in silence. Don't make a fuss like you just did. Everyone was interested in the creation of a Ludia core, and they seem to have taken my instructions to watch quietly. The Ludia core is generated in a simple sterile room inside the Fugaku hangar. The sterile room was covered with a transparent sheet, and everyone but Master Rafishal and Ferry were able to observe from the outside. "Ferry, I'm going to transmute the orichalcum, so keep an eye on the heat." "There's nothing wrong with the instruments. The heat is up to 20 GJ. Rafishal, slow down the conversion." "I know, but this is a Class 2 core, and I want to increase the compression ratio, even if it means pushing it a little." "Then increase the amount of neutralizer. If we don't, we'll have a thermal meltdown." "Of course, I've prepared a newly developed neutralizer for this occasion," Rafishal said as he put the liquid in the container into the machine that was being converted. Amazing Glythe heat content is increasing, but the temperature has stopped rising. I'm going to have to increase the orichalcum conversion rate. It's already over the mass of a Class 3 core. I'm going to the limit. I want it to be worthy of being the core of Yuta's Magicraft. Okay, then let's go all the way. I'll take care of the other work and you can concentrate on the conversion. That's great, Ferry. I'm glad you're here. It's not for you. I'm cooperating because it's the core of Yuta's Magicraft. I know. Let's make the best Ludia core we can. As I watched the work, I realized that the technology used to create the Ludia core was similar to alchemy. My teacher once told me that a magicraft is a crystal that brings together all the technologies of mechanical engineering, magic science, spiritual art, and alchemy, and now I might be able to understand what he meant. I don't understand what they're doing most of the time, but it's obvious to anyone that they're top-notch technicians. All right, here we go. Excellent work. You could carve out some powerful runes with that. I haven't felt this fulfilled since I created my first Class 3 core for Cyatra, the first Class 3 dedicated magic machine Ralphin. That one was a masterpiece, but Yuta's core this time surpasses that one. It's for Class 2, so the specs are way different. I can't wait to see how many runes I can carve into it. Master Rafishal was happy to hear that. According to him, the core is not yet complete, and there is still more work to be done. Everyone in the mechanic team was excited about more work, and their eyes lit up with anticipation. Chapter 299. Preparing for war / Ren. The fortress of the Raja Empire fell in one day due to an attack by the Amurian Union. It should not be a very tolerable situation for the Valkyria Empire, but it seems that they see this as an opportunity. Although still unofficial, an alliance between the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel has been formed. In response, the Radal Company offered several technologies to both countries. One of them is called Nitro-Ludia, which is said to explosively increase the Ludia value. Soon, Nitro-Ludia was to be implemented in the military. Since the equipment was not ready for such a large number of riders, it was decided that it would be administered to the elites. Of course, as one of the elite riders, I was also ordered to receive the Nitro-Ludia. I hope this won't do any harm. What are you worried about, Ren? Your Ludia value is going to explode. It's okay to take a little risk, right? One of my friends who was taking Nitro-Ludia with me said comfortably. No, it doesn't matter if your Ludia level is high if it makes you unhealthy, does it? To which my colleague replied in a dumbfounded manner. That's a very earthly way of thinking. The inhabitants of this world want to increase their Ludia value even if it costs them their lives. Indeed, it is not surprising that the inhabitants of this world think so. In a world where status and honor depend on Ludia value, there are many people who think that life is all about that. The Nitro-Ludia took about a week to complete. There was no pain or distress, but I felt strangely tired and had no energy to do anything. According to the technicians at Nitro-Ludia, the fatigue was only temporary and I would recover soon. I was worried that my body might have gone crazy, but hearing that put my mind at ease. As I was leaving the Nitro-Ludia facility, I was reunited with the fellow I had gone in there with. I called out to him, but he didn't seem to notice me, looking off into the distance with his empty eyes. From time to time, he would let out an uproar, but I could not see his sense of self, as if he were a cripple. I knew that Nitro-Ludia was a dangerous thing, and shuddered at the thought that I might have become like him. But the result was that I was a winner. My Ludia value rose to 120,000, putting me in the top class of the army. With the increase in Ludia value, a new magicraft was prepared. A machine that had been excavated but could not be operated due to its high activation value was upgraded and deployed as a new machine dedicated to Xlanders. Of the 500 people who participated in the first round of Nitro-Ludia, only about 400 returned safely to the army. I was surprised to hear later that the damage was still less than expected. To think that the military knew that some of the riders would be destroyed by the Nitro-Ludia made me realize how scary the organization is. Perhaps wanting to test the military power that had been strengthened with Nitro-Ludia, the decision was soon made to launch a retaliatory war against the Amurian Union. It was the largest military operation ever undertaken, and for the first time, as an ally, the forces of the Kingdom of Lubel would also participate in this operation. The two armies, with a combined force of over 20,000 magic machines, have gathered in the Raja Empire. However, the Raja Empire, which was a vassal state, is in trouble. It is rumored that half of the national budget has disappeared, as the Raja Empire bears the burden of all supplies for both the Valkyria Empire and Lubel Kingdom armies. Ren, it's an amazing sight. A new comrade who had been assigned to work with us on this mission said to me when he saw the large army that had gathered. Yeah, I guess so. I couldn't have imagined that so many magicraft would gather here. That's true, but not too long ago, I wouldn't have thought that the Valkyrie Empire's magicrafts and the Lubel Kingdom's magicrafts would be standing side by side without a fight. It is true that I have fought against the Kingdom of Lubel many times, but while I was aware that they were my enemy, I didn't hate them. I had changed my mind and thought that they were my friends that I could rely on since we were fighting together like this. Chapter 300. Circumstances. Do we have to go so far away? I was surprised to hear that the core of my dedicated magicraft had been made while I was on break. And furthermore, Rafishel said that he wanted to move to a place with high ether concentration to adjust the dedicated magicraft. It's not that we can't do it here, but it's more convenient to do it in a place with high ether concentration. What is ether density anyway? It's one of the energies used by the magicrafts, and it's one of the substances that make up the dimension. Because we adjust the magicraft while testing its higher functions, we inevitably need a huge amount of ether. It takes too much time to replenish the ether here, so it's not efficient. So it's better to try out the appliances at home using a power outlet than to try them out while charging them with a small solar panel. I understand the logic, but is it safe for us to leave now? We've just crushed the fortress of the Raja Empire, and I think there could be retaliation. Jean answered that question. We've got 3,000 magicrafts on the border with the Raja Empire, so they won't be able to attack us that easily. And there's no need for the entire Iron Knights to move. Fugaku is the only one who needs to leave while Musashi can stay here. That's a relief, but isn't it okay for everyone to stay here but me? No, Nagisa and Linicarlo are going too. I can understand Linicarlo, but does Nagisa need to go too? Where do you think the orichalcon and phoenix stone needed to create the Ludia core came from? You bought that from the Amurian Union at a discount, didn't you? They were provided by the Amurian Union, but they were given to me free of charge. Free? Raynell seemed to have learned somewhere that Nagisa was a rare class 3 rider, and she said that she wanted us to build a magicraft that could maximize Nagisa's power. In exchange for making a new magicraft for Nagisa, she also prepared the orichalcon and phoenix stone for the core of Yuda's dedicated magicraft. So that's how you were able to suddenly create the Ludia core. As for Raynell, she must have decided that it was in the national interest for Nagisa to become stronger. I understand that, but if that's the case, I don't understand why Linicarlo would be included in that. In addition to making Nagisa's and Yura's Ludia cores, I also generated Victor's core. You won't need it anymore because you'll have your own magicraft, right? That's why I'm going to adjust Victor for Linicarlo. It's a shame to keep Victor asleep, and if Linicarlo is going to use it, that seems like a good thing. But when did you start talking about that? The ones who would be traveling to the place with high ether concentration would be me, Nagisa, Linicarlo, and the rest of the mechanic team would accompany us. The other members were to remain in Bailaluk with Musashi. In addition, in a place with a high concentration of ether, the Amurian Union was going to build a factory for the production of high-level magicrafts, where special machines would be made. Colonel Reginant was also selected for the first team. Yes, sir. It's a great honor. I didn't expect to have my own magicraft. I guess they figured you had a lot of potential. It's all thanks to you, sir. It's embarrassing to be thanked face to face. In addition to Colonel Reginant, Marumam and Marumam were also selected for the first group. Unfortunately, Sadaru and Pehu were not selected. Instructor, I need your guidance on the road. Me too. The twins asked me to guide them. It seems that we won't have any free time during the trip. Chapter 301. High Ether Concentration Zone, the place with the highest concentration of ether in the territory of the Amurian Union, was a region called Sharka in the northern part of the Linear Kingdom. According to Rafashel and Ferry, it was a place famous for its high ether concentration even in the age of ancient civilization. What kind of place is Sharka? I know it's in a country called Linear, but I don't know what kind of place it is. Nagisa replied to my question that I had asked while we were eating. Well, I thought there was no way Nagisa would know, but I was asking if any of the other people present knew. Sharka is a place of abundant water and greenery, and it is also close to my hometown. The clean spring water is some of the best on the continent, and I hope you will enjoy it. The one who said that was Colonel Reginant. It's a bit tactless to have a magicraft factory in such a nature-rich place. Even though it's a factory, a high-level magicraft factory is like a workshop. It's not like they're going to destroy nature. I heard that the people of the Linear Kingdom are people who cherish nature, and since they are in charge of the construction of the factory, they won't do anything reckless. Yura, you can explain about Victor later. What? There's nothing to explain. I need to know a little bit about Victor before we make any adjustments, Linicarlo said, but I really didn't know anything about it. I moved it around as I saw fit, and in the latter stages I was just following Ferry's lead. Maybe Linicarlo's purpose is something else. You've never said anything about a study session before. What is it, Nagisa? Are you doubting my ambition? For some reason, Linicarlo was getting impatient with Nagisa. Well then, the three of us should have a study session. I don't have much to teach you, but Nagisa might get a chance to ride Victor. Linicarlo looked reluctant at my suggestion for some reason, but Nagisa agreed. Sharka was, as Colonel Reginant had said, a place surrounded by magnificent nature. It was dotted with countless lakes, large and small, and the factory for the high-level magicrafts was being built on an island in the center of a large lake. Fugaku anchored near the factory under construction. All the materials for the magicrafts have already arrived, but the construction of the factory seems to be delayed. The materials, factory staff and technicians seem to have arrived, and many of them were living in tents on the lake island. We don't have to sleep in tents, because we have Fugaku, but everyone seems to be having a hard time. Yura and the others' special magicrafts will be developed in Fugaku, so that's not a problem, but the trainees' magicrafts will be developed in the factory, so it looks like they'll be on standby for the time being. Liza told me. Speaking of which, you've already started working on my magicraft, right? Let me have a look. I don't know why they're hiding it, but there's a partition in Fugaku's hangar, and I can't see my own magicraft in development. Not yet. When it's finished, I'll unveil it to you in a flash, so look forward to it. What's with the surprise? As I was having this exchange with Lisa, I saw a person come out of the partition of my exclusive magicraft. I looked and saw that it was Fugaku's pilot, Festina. Festina, what are you doing? Oh, Yuta, I was just curious to see what Yuta's new magicraft would be like. That's unusual that you would be interested in such a thing. So what was it like? I couldn't see much because of the curtain. I knew I shouldn't have cheated. She smiled and walked toward the bridge. It's a good thing I put the curtain up. Why are you hiding it so well? It wouldn't have been a surprise if everyone knew about it before the unveiling. No, of course not. I don't know why they want to surprise me, but the mechanics team never leaked any information about my dedicated magicraft. It looks like I'll have to wait until it's ready. Chapter 302. Concept Shaka's high-level magicraft manufactory is being built at a rapid pace. After all, perhaps there were complaints from the employees living in tents, so priority was given to the construction of a residential building where they could live. In about 2 days it was built from nothing, so I'm worried about its durability. It looks like Linacarlo's adjustments to Victor started today. I asked Nagisa since Linacarlo, who was always hanging around me, wasn't here, and she told me that. Is my magicraft ready yet? They're working on it at the same time, but it's going to take a while. I just want it to be finished quickly and return to the others. Did you get lonely? No, I've got a bad feeling about this. It's hard to say, but there's a bad vibe coming from up north. Yura's weird intuition has always been right. Maybe there really is something coming. I'm sure it'll be fine with the rest of the Iron Knights, but I'm still very worried. Perhaps my wish had been answered, but the next day, Nagisa and I began the adjustment to our magicrafts. Finally, I was going to see my magicraft. What the hell? You said it would be a quick unveiling, but you've only just put the framework together. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of magicraft it would be, but what was unveiled was a skeleton, and not even the exterior was ready. Of course it is. It's not worth the hassle of installing the exterior before it's adjusted. Well, that's true. I agreed with what Lisa had said. What do I have to do to adjust it? All you have to do is sit in the cockpit and hold the control ball. That's it. Yes, and then I'll tell you what to do. I did as I was told, sat down in the exposed cockpit and grasped the control ball. I was wondering what the adjustments would be, but I didn't really do anything, just held the control ball. Rafishal, Ferry, and the mechanics around me were busy looking at instruments, making notes and tinkering with parts. How was it, Nagisa? Nagisa, who had been making adjustments after me, came back and I asked her how she was doing. What do you mean? I was just holding the control ball. I knew it. We don't know what kind of magicraft this will be at this point. I guess we'll save that for later. Unlike us, who had no idea what kind of magicraft we'll have, Linacarlo was a little more relaxed because she knew exactly what kind of magicraft Victor was. My Victor is already very well adjusted. It seems that she is already developing an awareness of her own magicraft. But what will happen with Odin? Is Victor different from before? Of course, it's going to have some really cool features. Flying, 4-element cannon, what else is there? That's for later. In the end, Linacarlo was too nice to tell me, but when I talked to Rafishal later, he said, the concept of the three of you is that Linacarlo is a long-range attack type, Nagisa is a close combat type, and Yuta is a versatile warrior type. Well, we'll figure out the details as we go along, but I think that's the direction we'll go. I'm not sure about the versatile warrior type. It would have to be that kind of concept to make use of the potential of Class 2, you know. I'll make the best versatile magicraft that can do anything. Since it was Rafishal, I was sure he would make something amazing, but I couldn't get a concrete image. Chapter 303. Personal Magicraft. The Magicraft Factory, where the Amurian Union high-level magicrafts will be made, has been completed. The factory is divided into 10 workshops and can manufacture 10 magicrafts at a time. With the construction of the manufacturing plant, Colonel Reginant and the trainees, who had been sitting idle, seemed to have become busy making adjustments. I had finished adjusting the basic functions of my personal magicraft and was now moving on to the next stage. I'm going to add the 4-element cannon in Yuta's magicraft, but I'm also going to employ a special weapon with a little more power. Is the 4-element cannon a sub-weapon, Master Rafishal? Before I could react, Lisa, who had been listening intently to Rafishal's explanation, shouted in surprise. That's right. It's possible with the potential of Class 2, and the 4-element cannon is ineffective against high-level magicrafts that can deploy shields. Yoda need a special weapon that can crush powerful enemy magicrafts. It's always better to have a strong weapon, but it's a great weapon that took a long time to develop. Rafishal says it's great, so it must be great. However, it took a lot of adjustment to implement that greatness, so I spent a lot more time sitting in the cockpit and holding the control ball. I wasn't physically tired, but I was getting bored of it. Just when I was beginning to think that I had reached my limit, the adjustment was finally completed. Once the adjustments were complete, the exterior began to be attached to the magicraft. The metal for the exterior was also custom-made by Rafishal, and it was said to be a super alloy that was resistant to all kinds of attacks. We're using Rahaldite, which we abandoned for mass production because it was too costly. It's strong enough to repel a salamander main cannon without the need to deploy shields, The salamander's main cannon has the power to crush a Highlander in one hit if it hits directly right. Are you sure it can resist this level of attack? It's no problem. As you can imagine, if you're hit by a 4-element cannon class attack, you'd better deploy your shields, but I'm sure the damage would still be minor. How much damage is minor after being hit by a 4-element cannon? As the exterior was installed, my personal magicraft began to appear. At a glance, it looks similar to Arleo, and the coloring seems to have been made white as well. I'm sure Arleo suits Yura. Would you have preferred a different design? No, this is fine. I'm kind of happy that Arleo has been revived. I didn't feel it when I was using it, but I guess I got attached to it. Nagisa's adjustments were also completed smoothly, and the exterior began to be attached. Nagisa's personal machine uses the same Rehuldite as my magicraft, and it seems to be quite strong. Wow, that's cool. Nagisa's personal machine was finished so well that I wanted to say that it was cheeky, even for Nagisa. The color was crimson with gold lines, giving it a luxurious look, and the shape looks a little like my own machine because they were designed together. It's not just about looks. I think it's the best class 3 only machine I've ever built. That's right. Good for you, Nagisa. When I heard Rafishal's words, I said to Nagisa as if to make fun of her. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now that Thava provided me with this amazing personal magicraft. You want me to work like a horse, right? Regardless of Nagisa's feelings, from now on she and her magicraft would be the guardian guards of the Amurian Union. Chapter 304, Disturbing Development / Jean. Mr. Jean, may I have a word with you? Sister Musi spoke to me with a serious face. From her mood, I immediately sensed that this was not something good. I hear there's a major military action going on between the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel. Yes, according to Sister Musi, the agents of Alice Abbey, who had infiltrated the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel, had sent information about a large-scale military operation at the same time. Does this mean that 2 of the 3 powerful nations are about to enter into a large-scale war? I wish that were the case, but it seems it is not. It seems that the armies of both countries are heading towards the Raja Empire. Both armies? No way? Then it's possible that the target is the Amurian Union. I thought there was no chance that the 2 countries would temporarily fight together and attack the Amurian Union. But in the end they did it. We don't know what they're up to yet, but I think we should be vigilant. Yes, we should inform the Amurian Union and have them take precautions. On the same day, I informed the upper echelons of the Amurian Union of the information that had come from Alice Abbey. The Amurian side was skeptical, but when they heard that the source of the information was Alice Abbey, they started to panic. It hurts that we don't have mass production magicrafts ready yet, Marshal Violate said, imagining the severity of fighting against the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel with their current strength. How many mass-produced magicrafts do you have prepared? About 2,000, however. The number of riders who can actually ride the mass-produced magicrafts is about 800, because not all the riders have strengthening their Ludia yet. I see. However, they are still a valuable asset. It would be better to gather them in Bailaluk right away. I understand. I will arrange that. It would take time to gather forces from all over the wide Amurian Union. If we're not careful, there's a possibility that we'll start the war with our current strength. The forces currently deployed in the vicinity of Bailaluk consisted of 5,000 old general magicrafts, too few to take on both the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel. Shouldn't we call Yura and Linacarlo back right away? I think so too. If those 2 are there, a slight difference in strength will be no problem. I agree with Alana and Emina's opinion, however it's not that simple. Even if we call them back now, there's a good chance they won't make it. Even if they return at full speed with Fugaku, the journey would take a week. If the 2 armies have already entered the Raja Empire, it wouldn't be surprising if they attacked in about 3 days. If that's the case, maybe we should think about fighting with our current strength. That's right. I hope Yura and the others can make it in time, but I wouldn't count on it. I would have installed a 4-element cannon on Musashi if I knew this was going to happen. One by one, forces are converging on Bailaluk from the surrounding areas, but it's still not enough. At least there are about 100 ride carriers with salamander main guns attached to them. The majority of the mechanic team is also aboard Fugaku's side. The only mechanics in Musashi are from the Old Sword clan, and there are only 3 of them. Once the war starts, they won't have time to repair all the magicrafts. It's hard to fight for a long time. I think we can only fight at full strength for a few days. In the absence of Yura and Linacarlo, the main force is still the Iron Knights, and a defensive strategy centered on us was planned. With this formation, if the Iron Knights collapse, the whole army will collapse. I look at the plan and speak up. Yes, that's true, but on the other hand, if the Iron Knights don't collapse, the army won't collapse either. I'm grateful that you trust us that much, but with 2 of our main men out, it might be a bit much to handle. I heard about it, so I'm going to place the remaining trainee troops under the command of the Iron Knights. They won't be able to replace the 2 that are missing, but I'm sure we can make it work. I know how strong the trainees are, but I'm not sure if this force will hold. All right, if that's the case, I'll take care of it. The strategy for the defensive battle had been decided, but I hoped it would not be used. If you don't have to go to war with 2 powerful countries, it's better not to. Chapter 305. The invasion begins/Gene. As soon as the defense operation was decided, I informed Fugaku of the current situation. They said that Yuta and his team's magicrafts would be completed in a little while, and that they would come back to us as soon as possible. I really want them to come back right now, but it would be more convenient to have them rush to us with the completed magicrafts. How's it going? Any movement on the border? We are on high alert and paying attention to the border. Riders are on standby and are ready to go at any time. There doesn't seem to be any movement yet. It would be nice if they could stay put until Yura and the others come back. I don't think they'll move at our convenience. What do you think? Is there a possibility that Valkyrie and Lubel will attack together? I still wouldn't believe such a thing if it weren't for the information from Alice Abbey. First of all, there is no reason for either of the 2 countries to abandon their old feud and join forces to attack the Amurian Union. Are you saying there is another reason for the 2 countries to team up? Yes, there is. The 2 countries have no reason to attack the Amurian Union together. Or perhaps they are talking about an alliance. There would have to be a greater reason for such a relationship, such as to gain greater power or to oppose greater power. Either way, it's definitely something more serious than dealing with us. What reason could they have? I can't imagine what could make them form an alliance. Emina said, and Keon, who had been listening, argued her theory. It is the royalty and a few other people at the top who make the decisions for the country. The families who lose their family members in wars, etc. And most of the people who are actually disadvantaged are the people below. Even though they have a long history, maybe the higher-ups don't hold as much of a grudge as the common people. Keon might be right. Maybe it's because the royals don't hold it against each other as much as people think. Jane, how long do Nanami and the others have to be on guard? Until Yura and the others come back or the enemy invades. If the enemy attacks, we won't have time to play. So you're praying for Yura to come back first. I always think that, so it's okay. It's true that Nanami will always be thinking that she wants Yura to come back. Jane, you talked to Yura, right? How's it going over there? Unusually, Pharma asked me that. She's got an anxious look on her face, but I'm not sure what's going on. You look fine, and the adjustment of your personal magicraft seemed to be going well. Did something happen to you? I wanted to talk to Yura about something, but it's nothing urgent. I'll be happy to help you. Don't worry. I'll talk to Yura when he comes back. I'm still no match for Yura. I guess I can't take his place. Jane, there's movement at the border, Alana said suddenly. What? It's still early. When I looked, I saw that several magicrafts were approaching the border. They seemed to be checking our formation and so on. Reconnaissance, probably. If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before they attack us. All right, tell the trainee units outside to brace themselves. War is coming. 150 magicrafts of the trainee squad, 10 magicrafts of the Iron Knights, and 5 ride carriers of the trainee squad are the force under my command. With this force, we have to block the enemy attacks and follow up on our allies. A short time after the reconnaissance unit appeared, a sound like an earth tremor came from the direction of the Raja Empire. It was the sound of the magicrafts and ride carriers approaching. A massive army of magicrafts like I've never seen before, more than I can count, is coming towards us, radiating intense pressure. Chapter 306. The battle begins/Gene. It has been reported that the reason for the invasion was in retaliation for the unilateral attack on the Raja Imperial Fortress. It is said that the Raja Empire never attacked in the first place. It's a long shot. They were the ones who attacked us, Nanami said with a puffy face. I'm sure the history books of the Raja Empire and the Valkyria Empire will proudly mention a first strike from the Amurian Union. Now was not the time to be worrying about the reason. The allied forces of the Raja Empire, the Valkyria Empire, and the Kingdom of Lubel are attempting to invade the territory of the Amurian Union. Everyone prepare for battle. Magicraft troops launch. Open the gates of the ride carriers and be ready to fire at any time. Yura didn't make it after all, Alana said regretfully as she headed for the hangar. I'm a little worried. Perhaps feeling uneasy at the sight of the large number of enemies, Nanami also put it into words. The members of the Iron Knights have all grown considerably through Ludia training. They have become so strong that ordinary enemies are no match for them, but Yura is still the key to their strength. The first battle took place on a hill even closer to the border from where we were positioned, and there was a fort of the Amurian Union. Seeing the invasion of the enemy, countless arrows were fired from the ballistae installed in the fort. Arrows rained down on the enemy forces. The enemy's magicrafts raised their shields to block the arrows and kept marching as if nothing happened. A second wave was also released from the fort, but it was blocked by the shield as well. I thought that the third wave of attack would be released soon, but before it could, an explosion occurred in the fort. After the first one, the fort was engulfed in explosions, and the ballistae that had been installed were being destroyed one by one. When we looked closely at what was happening, we saw that we were being bombarded by the enemy's ride carriers. It's got the range and power of the salamander's main gun. The range of the ballista is about 500 meters, while the salamander's main cannon has twice the range at 1,000 meters. The power was several times greater, and the range of the attack was an order of magnitude greater. There was no way they could compete if they tried to hit each other. The fort was quickly neutralized by the one-sided artillery fire. The enemy also has a cannon like the salamander. Don't let the magicraft units get too close. It's a tremendous bombardment, but we also have 100 ride carriers with salamander main guns. Before we could get into a hand-to-hand battle with the magicrafts, the artillery began to fire simultaneously at the approaching enemy forces. Just as we were surprised by the enemy's main gun, they seemed to be upset by the unexpected gunfire. They used the shields, but it's impossible for them to protect themselves from the salamanders with them. Large explosions occur at the hit points, and the surrounding magicrafts are blown to pieces. Don't stop the bombardment. Reduce the numbers as much as possible before it becomes a melee. If the hand-to-hand combat between the magicrafts begin, the places where we can fire are limited. The number of enemies is overwhelmingly large, and it is obvious that we will be at a disadvantage if we engage in hand-to-hand combat. I wanted to reduce the number of enemies even a little before that. A considerable number of enemy magicrafts were eliminated by the bombardment, but there were so many of them that the size of the enemy force did not seem to be shrinking. The swarm-like mass of magicrafts was slowly making contact with Amuria's defense line. The hand-to-hand combat began. A fierce battle unfolded between the magicrafts, with friend and foe alike. The ride carriers started firing at the enemy ride carriers for support, and the enemy ride carriers responded with their own artillery fire. Who could have predicted this kind of fight? From behind the battle between the magicrafts, the ride carriers engaged in a fierce artillery battle with each other. I learned that this is what happens when there is powerful artillery on both sides. Chapter 307, Growth and Change/Gene. As the melee began, the enemy's magicraft squadrons attacked our position, the key to the defense line. There were about 500 of them, 4 times as many as ours. I immediately gave the order to intercept them. Don't let the enemy get to the other side. If we don't get rid of them quickly, they'll keep coming from behind. Iron Knights follow the trainees and spread out. Our overall fighting strength will be greater if we spread out rather than staying together. The enemy army is a large one, and we should try to deal with it as a whole rather than fighting it out with an elite few. Even if the trainees have become stronger, they are still not as strong as the members of the Iron Knights. Alana, who already has a Ludia value of over 100,000, moves like a demon guard, slicing her enemies in half one after another. Her speed of destruction seems to be faster than that of 10 trainees. Lorgo was taking care of dozens of enemy magicrafts attacks. It's typical of Lorgo's personality that he doesn't like to attack even his enemies, and he's putting all his energy into helping his allies. Lorgo's Ludia value has grown to nearly 100,000, and he can easily repel the attacks of ordinary magicrafts. The incredible growth rate of Nanami is also proving to be a force to be reckoned with. It seems that it's no mistake that she's class 4, the same as Linacarlo. I've heard that she's already in line with Linacarlo in terms of Ludia value, and that was reflected in her combat power as well. The growth in Ludia value was not as great as the other members, but Pharma's growth was in a place that cannot be explained by numbers. Her every arrow is precisely aimed at the weak points of the enemy machines. Perhaps that pinpoint shooting would be effective even against a superior opponent. After all, being one of the 12 heavenly heroes is no mean feat. Kion's power was still one step ahead of the rest. She moves leanly, slashing down her enemies with a speed that can be called divine. Although Kion's strength is impressive, Brunhilde and Triss, who are also from the Sword Clan, are also moving wonderfully. After all, those who had studied martial arts seriously had a different air about them. Their stable movements gave a sense of security to the allies around them. Lately, Arthur has also been eager to practice swordsmanship, influenced by Kion and Brunhilde. Well, Arthur's weapon is a lance, but there is something in common between them, and I can see growth in his fighting style. He used to be all about rushing, but now he's able to use his mobility and fight resourcefully. Yukiha, Raynell's older sister, is also growing rapidly, partly because she has been working intensively on her Ludia training lately. She had always had a good sense of combat, and it seems that her training with Keone has transformed her. She no longer seems to be lagging behind even when surrounded by ordinary riders. Emina has probably grown up as well, but due to the stealth mode of Artemis, which was enhanced by Rafishal, we can't even check on her activities anymore. I think she's hiding in the shadows, following her allies and destroying enemy magicrafts. Alana flanked them with about a dozen trainees. Fill the hole left by Alana with Pehu's gigants. I found a gap in the enemy forces and gave orders. Alana understood my intentions and moved immediately. Trainee platoon over there, follow me. Pehu's Gigants, a trainee who had been instructed to fill in for Alana, also stepped forward as ordered. Gigants is a very large magicraft, and it stands out on the battlefield. Enemy magicrafts in a hurry to take credit rushed towards him, but were repelled as if they were insects. The enemy troops, who were too preoccupied with the front, were attacked on the flank by Alana and the trainee squad. They didn't expect to be attacked from the side and were greatly confused. Confused troops are fragile, and with Keone at the center, we quickly eradicated the enemy troops. Okay, looks like the first group is finished. Even so, it was only a small portion of the enemy that we had destroyed. Looking around the entire battlefield, countless enemy magicrafts were still alive and well. Chapter 308. Intensification/Gene. The enemy army seems to have realized that the location where the Iron Knights are positioned is a strategic point in the defense line, and a large amount of their forces are now concentrating on us. We're right on schedule. The more the enemy concentrates on us, the easier it will be for our allies. On the other hand, if we collapse, the whole army will collapse. Keep your spirits up and hold your ground. I think they were inspired by my words, but the Iron Warriors and the trainee troops became more active. Our momentum increased to the point where we were able to push back the enemy troops. Perhaps the Iron Knights and the Amurian Union had become too strong, but I thought that the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel were no big deal. However, unlike my view of them, the front line seems to have a strange fear of the enemy. Jane, something's a little strange. There are some strangely strong ones mixed in with the enemy army. Alana points this out. I've been watching the battle since a while ago, and it doesn't look like we're struggling. What do you mean? You don't look like you're struggling. We're just barely managing to keep up. It doesn't look like the main force of the enemy is moving yet, but there are still riders here and there that are triple Highlanders. Triple Highlanders, what do you mean? It's possible there's someone stronger back there, so we'd better be careful. No matter how powerful the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel are, there are not enough triple Highlanders to be incorporated into the general forces here and there. What the hell is going on? Jane, there's something wrong, just like Alana said. I was the first one to kill it because it was dangerous, but the magicraft I just defeated was the Stinger, a quadruple Highlander exclusive machine. The Stinger is a magicraft that is often excavated, but it's derided as a supreme waste because there are no riders who can ride it due to its high startup Ludia value. It's a little strange that it's being used in actual combat. Pharma is a magicraft fanatic, so there's no mistake. Besides, I've heard of Stinger too. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became, and then it began to take shape. Keone, who has killed every enemy so far, is having a hard time with one of the magicrafts. The other party seemed to be a magic machine that even Pharma didn't know about, and it was showing tremendous speed and power. However, as expected of Keone, he was such a strong opponent, but in the end she defeated him by piercing its chest. I wouldn't have been able to win if it was me before I did the Ludia training. This was Keone's impression after defeating the strong opponent. When it comes to opponents that cannot be defeated by a Heavenly Master, only the 12 Heavenly Masters can be considered, but the fact that it was a magicraft that Pharma, who knows the characteristics of all of the 12 Heavenly Masters' magicrafts, did not know about deepens the mystery. An even more critical situation was visibly looming over us. Wait a minute, Stingers like that. At the sound of Pharma's voice, I looked towards the border. I saw a conspicuous yellow group. The rugged design of the magicraft looks like a golden knight from the Sagasit was the quadruple Highlanders' special machine. The Stinger, a group of them, were quietly closing in on us. Jane, it's not good to have that many quadruple Highlanders coming at us. I know. Hold on, I'll think of a response. Now, what are we going to do about them? There are 100 magicrafts plus a lot of other troops coming down. If Yuda and Linacarlo were heresy might be able to force their way through, but there's no point in thinking about the two who aren't here now. What should we do to get through this crisis with our current strength? I turned my head and thought of a way out. Chapter 309. Concentrated fire/Gene. I thought about what would be the best firepower with the forces we have now. Keone's Kiku Ikemanji is probably the strongest magicraft, but in terms of firepower, Salamander, the main gun of the ride carriers, is probably the best. Musashi has 5 Salamander main guns, and each of the 5 ride carriers under his command is equipped with 3. If we can concentrate a total of 20 Salamander main guns, I thought about it, but there was no way I could fire the guns while our magicrafts were engaged in battle with the enemy. However, if I let the allied magicrafts fall back, the enemy machines will approach us at once, and we won't be able to use artillery. I knew I couldn't carry out this operation unless I asked them to stay in one place and not to move because I would be concentrating fire on the enemy forces. But then I remembered Rafishal's words, and an idea popped into my head. Lorgo, it's a little dangerous, but I need your help. It's a bit of a crazy favor to ask, but will you do it? Ode. I'll do anything for you. I know Lorgo wouldn't say no even to something so reckless. Rafishal's words were said during his modifications to Gaintia. With Lorgo's improved Ludia value and Gaintia's enhanced armor, I'm sure it can withstand a heavy bombardment. Gaintia's always been hard, and now he's getting stronger. But exactly how strong of a bombardment can it withstand? For example, can it withstand the concentrated fire of all of Fugeki's guns? I suppose it's possible if the shields are fully activated. I'll take your word for it, Rafishal. 5 minutes after the operation is communicated, the trainees will temporarily retreat. The Iron Knights will lead the enemy troops and gather them in the center. Once the enemy is gathered, the Iron Knights will retreat as well, leaving Lorgo behind. Wait a minute, Jean. You're using him as bait. You can't do that. Jean, you idiot. That's not fair to Lorgo. The members of the Iron Knights complained to me, but I believe Rafishal's words and Lorgo. Shut up. This is an operation that's been decided. Trust in the hardness of Lorgo and Gaintia. When I shouted that, they all fell silent, though I'm sure they weren't convinced. That's because Lorgo, the man himself, immediately said, "Thank you all for your concern about Ode. Ode will be fine. The only thing he's good for is being hard thighs is where I show my worth." Well said, Lorgo. Listen, as soon as the Iron Knights evacuate, start firing all Salamander main guns at once. When they do, open your shields all the way and hold them up towards Musashi, and don't be late. No matter how strong Gaintia is, you're not safe without the shields. Ode, work hard. Once the Iron Knights retreat, Lorgo will be under concentrated attack from the enemy. If the bombardment is delayed, Lorgo will be in danger from the attacks of the enemy magicrafts. We can't delay the timing of the bombardment for that reason. The plan was immediately put into action. The trainees began to slowly retreat, and the Iron Knights began to disperse and guide the enemy troops in order to gather them in the center. It was the first time for them to carry out such a mission, and they must not be used to it, but the guidance was accomplished beautifully. The enemy forces began to gather in the center. Lorgo makes a flashy move to stand out in the enemy army. Meanwhile, the others began to slowly retreat. Prepare to fire all Salamander main guns. Lorgo's Gaintia was surrounded by enemy magicrafts and was under heavy fire. If we don't fire soon, he'll be in danger. Commence bombardment of the center. Lorgo, shields up. At the same time I gave the order, Musashi and the ride carriers under my command began firing at once. The 20 Salamander main guns fired one shot every 5 seconds. With Gaintia at the center, the area turned into a hell of blasts and flames. The firepower was so great that I was worried about Lorgo, but I couldn't stop firing. I stared at the hellscape and prayed. Chapter 310. War Results and Survival/Gene. The concentrated fire continued until the Salamander main guns began to screech. The power was so great that it changed the terrain, and the Stinger unit of quadruple Highlanders didn't seem to be able to keep up. Most of their magicrafts were destroyed and laid on the ground in tatters. Amidst the wreckage of enemy magicrafts, I looked for Gaintia and found him crouched down and hiding behind his shield. It was damaged by the explosions, but it had no serious damage. However, Gaintia remained motionless in that position, as if time had stopped. Lorgo, are you okay? If something happens to Lorgo, I would be responsible. But I was deeply relieved to hear that dumb, calm voice. Ode, Archeode was helpful. That was helpful, Lorgo. You did a great job. You did a great job, Lorgo, and you should be proud of yourself for destroying the enemy unit. Good job, Lorgo. As his friends praised him, Lorgo seemed to be choking on his words and was unable to speak. I don't have to explain the results of the fight. We wiped out the enemy forces and destroyed many enemy magicrafts. The overall situation was not too bad, thanks to the fact that the enemy was concentrating a lot of their forces on the Iron Knight's position. The rest of the Amurian Union was able to fight with superiority. As the sun began to set, the enemy forces began to retreat temporarily. For religious and cultural reasons, the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel do not like to fight at night. The first day of the battle would probably end like this. Even if they don't like night battles, we can't say that there will never be a night attack. We needed to be vigilant and get enough rest to be ready for tomorrow. In particular, Lorgo, who had been subjected to the concentrated fire of the salamanders. Riders, except for Lorgo, will rotate and take turns resting. The resting members are to stand guard and watch the enemy. When I said this to Alana and the others who had returned, Lorgo objected in an unusually strong tone. Ode, rotate. I'll stand by for battle. Beauty took so much damage. I think you should take it easy for tonight. I want to be with you guys then. It is rare for Lorgo to speak so passionately, and Alana defended Lorgo, probably in response to his feelings. Jane, he says he wants to do it. The more people we have on the rotation, the easier it will be for everyone, so why don't we let him do it? Yes. Well then, Lorgo, it might be hard for you, but can you help me? When I asked him, Lorgo nodded several times in delight. In the evening, a meeting was held with the commanders of the Amurian army to confirm the damage from the first battle and to discuss tomorrow's strategy. Since the meeting was held only by voice communication using the spirit box, we couldn't see their facial expressions, but judging from their tone of voice, all the commanders who participated seemed to be in a good mood after finishing the first day of the battle with an advantage. I wondered what would happen when the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel attacked Amuria together, but it seems that the power of our army has already grown to be one of the best on the continent. But we can't let our guard down. We're fighting a war against two of the three most powerful countries in the world. However, the Iron Knights are doing even better than rumored. Yes, as long as the Iron Knights are around, I don't think we can lose. I'm glad you appreciate us, but I think you should think a little more seriously about tomorrow's strategy instead of wasting time praising each other. No one else is going to start the conversation, so I'm going to say it. So what's the plan for tomorrow? Tomorrow will be the same as today. The formation seems to be working well, so I don't see the need to make any changes. However, after today's battle, the enemy may try something. I'll let the Iron Knights do something about it then. No, there's a limit to what we can handle. Besides, there's one thing that's bothering me. The enemy forces are not too upset, even though the Quadruple Highlanders Stinger unit was destroyed. Normally, it would be the main force among the main forces, but there was no spread of unrest when it was destroyed. If the first day is just a test, tomorrow is going to be tough. Chapter 311, Enemila/Ren. I can't believe it. What a disappointing result on the first day. One of the generals of the Valkyrie Empire's army said angrily to his troops. The first day of the war against the Amurian Union, and the first joint operation since the alliance between the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel, had ended, and the military council had begun. I had been assigned to a unit commanded by Kurels, the greatest treasure of the Valkyria Empire and one of the 12 heavenly masters, and at this military council I was Kurels' valet. The Amurian Union is doing better than I thought. I didn't expect the Amurian Union to have cannons as powerful as the ones provided by the Radal Company. That was certainly not what I calculated. Perhaps the Radal Company supplied the Amurian Union with their main weapon as well. It's possible, because Radal Vega is the most unpredictable man on the continent. The results of the first day of the war were not encouraging, but none of the generals of the Valkyria Empire here had a pessimistic look on their faces. This was probably because they had saved their main forces, and according to the informations, the Kingdom of Lubel did the same. The Valkyrie Imperial Army will be humiliated if we continue like this. Tomorrow my troops will be on the front lines. When Kurel said this, one of the generals hurriedly made this statement. If High Lord Kurel's troops go out, the other troops will have no place to play. Can't you let me try out the new troops under my command first? Partly because of the politeness of the way he said it, Kurels accepted the general's suggestion. I was hoping to have my first fight as an Ixlander, but it looks like I'm still going to have to wait until later. What's the matter, Ren? Are you unhappy that you can't go to war? Kurel said to me on the way back to the quarters after the military conference. Before I was assigned to his unit, I had never imagined that I would be talking to someone like him, but once I got to know him, I found him to be surprisingly friendly. Yes, I do want to test myself as an Ixlander as soon as possible. That's right. I also want to try out this newly acquired power immediately. But I'm sure it's the same for the rest of the troops. As the general said, if we go out there, the battle will be over, so let another unit take the lead. The troops led by Kurels were an elite force made up entirely of Ixlanders. Although the number of machines was small at 50, they probably boasted the best fighting strength of any unit in the Valkyria Empire at the moment. If we were to attack, the Amurian Union would have no chance. Since this battle was meant to be a practical test of Nitro Ludia, the other Nitro units should be given the opportunity to do the same. Mr. Kurels, as one of the 12 heavenly masters, what do you think of the strength of the Amurian Union? I was previously defeated in a battle against the Union of Eastern Nations. The mother body of the Amurian Union and I was curious to see how Kurels, one of the best riders on the continent, would view this. There's no need to be afraid of the Amurian Union's Magicraft troops, but I think we should be careful with that main gun. Even a dedicated Ixlander won't be able to stay safe under the concentrated fire of that thing. It's certainly more astounding than a Magicraft. I heard that it easily eradicated the 2nd Division's Stinger unit. I'd really like to test my skills against some of the more formidable magicrafts, but I don't think there are any riders in the Amurian Union who can fight us who have become so strong through Nitro-Ludia. I guess we'll have to leave that until the battle with the Elysian Empire. As one of the best riders in the Valkyrie Empire, Curel's Ludia value has exceeded 400,000 thanks to Nitro-Ludia. It would seem that the term animeless is even reserved for him. Chapter 312, Jiri Mekara/Haruma. This is what the first day was like. We were certainly surprised by those guns, but we haven't even exerted ourselves yet. Let's take our time and test our new strength as a prelude to the battle against the Elysian Empire. When Kmeos, one of the best riders the Kingdom of Lubal has to offer, said so, no one can deny it. The great nobleman who was supposed to be the commander-in-chief simply nodded in agreement. This was the first joint operation between the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal. Both countries struggled against the Amurian Union, which had unexpectedly powerful guns, due to the fact that both countries were reserving their strength. The Amurian Union's subordinate organization had enough firepower to annihilate my beast strike force. It was predictable that they possessed that level of weaponry. The military of the Kingdom of Lubal also has the Fire Dragon gun, provided by the Radal Company. The power of this gun seems to be on par with the enemy's guns, but the number of guns implemented seems to be smaller than ours. Has the Valkyrie Empire made any proposals? One of the general staff asked the commander-in-chief. No, I think they're still in the wait-and-see stage. They seem to be prioritizing the evaluation of their new forces and have no intention of winning yet. This phrase implies that we can win whenever we want to. Having been rivals for a long time, the army of the Kingdom of Lubal has a high opinion of the army of the Valkyria Empire. They say that just because they are on par with them, there is no room for doubt about their power. Then, as Kmeos Dono says, we too shall try out our new strength. Haruma, what do you think? I heard that you developed a cannon that uses the technology of the Fire Dragon, and built a magicraft that is equipped with it. I was waiting for him to say that, and I replied while hiding my joy. Yes. It's a large beast strike with 4 small guns of the Fire Dragon type mounted on it. That's encouraging, but what's the difference between that and a Fire Dragon cannon mounted on a ride carrier? Its purpose is completely different. The ride carrier's gun is only a long-range gun that attacks targets at long distance. However, the Beast Strike's cannon is an anti-magicraft weapon for mid-range and close-range battles. No magicraft can withstand a single blow from a Fire Dragon cannon at close range. I see. If that's the case, you'd better try it out right away. So have you decided on the rider of this magicraft? Yes. I'd like to hold the control ball myself, if I may be so bold. I'll send a battalion to escort you so you can go to the front tomorrow. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The conversation went as planned. Now I can try out the new Beast Strike. I also received Nitro-Ludia, which greatly increased my Ludia value. I set the activation Ludia value of the new Beast Strike as high as 100,000, but it was no problem. The battalion of escorts is a unit of 100 magicrafts, and although it's hard to believe that it's a general unit, my new Beast Strike will be enough. Master Haruma, is this the new Beast Strike? One of the subordinates of the escort battalion asked, seemingly interested. Yes, its mobility is inferior to that of other Xlander-only magicrafts, but its armor and firepower are far superior. I see it certainly has a powerful and solid appearance. If this is mass-produced, there is no doubt that the Kingdom of Lubal will become the supreme ruler of the continent. Do you have a name for this magicraft yet? When he asked me that, I realized that I hadn't given it a name yet. A name? It resembles an elephant, so I'll name it Jiri Mekara. I named it Jiri Mekara. Jiri Mekara, that sounds like a good name for a strong magicraft. I could tell by his reaction that he didn't really think it was a good name, but I didn't care because I thought it was the best name. Chapter 313, Support/Gene C313. Support/Gene. On the second day of the battle against the allied forces of the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal, the enemy seemed to be very motivated this morning and attacked us with a large army deployed over a wide area. It would have been more convenient if they had concentrated on the position defended by the Iron Knights like they did yesterday, but I'm thinking of a proper way to handle this development. Today, only the trainee troops will be defending this camp. Iron Knights, please go support the other friendly troops. If the attacks aren't concentrated, it won't be hard to defend with just the trainee troops. I'm more worried about the other battlefields, so I've decided to send the members of the Iron Knights to support them. I informed the commanders of the Amurian Union Army of my intentions and arranged to send the Iron Knights into critical battlefields. I immediately received a message that our friends in the North-Northwest were struggling. It was true that the Amurian forces in the North-Northwest were stretched thin in terms of strength, and I was worried about them, but they seem to be struggling right away. The commander of the North-Northwest troops is quick to judge, Well, it's better than requesting for support when they are about to be annihilated. Alana, Emina, Yukiha, Arthur, you four, head north-northwest for support. I decided to send 4 men with high mobility since the battlefield is far from here. I'll leave the command over there to Alana. I'll turn the tide of the war. Alana has not only grown in Ludia value, but has also improved her tactical eye and combat skills. If Alana says so, she'll really turn things around. As soon as Alana and the others headed for the battlefield in the north-northwest, we also received a request for support from the southeast. We're currently under attack by a powerful magicraft unit. Our machines are no match for them. I'm sorry, but we need immediate assistance. Since it was a powerful magic machine unit, I decided to send a powerful unit as well for the southeast side. Keone, Brunhilde, and Triss, you 3 head to the southeast to support our allies. The 3 of them from the Old Sword clan would not be able to fall behind any enemy. All right, sir. We'll head for support, Keone replied in the calmest tone she could muster. It's not necessary to ask her to take command. I can leave it to Keone and there will be no problem. We sent support to the other battlefields, and with the success of the Salamander main guns, the overall battle situation was not bad. The trainees are also defending this position without any problems. Just as we were beginning to think that the second day would end with our superiority, we received an urgent message. It was from the commander of the unit in the east, and he looked quite upset. It's a large magicraft. It's closing in on us like a legendary behemoth. What the hell is that artillery fire? It's no good. Help me, Iron Knights. It's destroying more and more of the magicrafts under our command. It would not be a simple matter for the forces of the East, which are one of the largest forces in the Amurian Union, to be attacked unilaterally. I immediately decided to send Nanami and the others towards it. Nanami, Pharma, Lorgo, the troops to the east are struggling. You 3 head there. There were only the 3 of them left, so I had no choice, but I was not sure who should lead them. After some hesitation, I asked Pharma to take the lead. Jane, Nanami can lead. You concentrate on the battle. Pharma can see the battlefield from the air, so she's the right person for the job. Ugh, oh well, I guess I don't have a choice then. Apparently, Nanami thought she was the most reliable of the 3. It would have been troublesome if she had sulked, so I was glad that she agreed to a good reason. Chapter 314, Demonic and Divine Elephant / Pharma. I don't know what to do. Jean asked me to take command, but I don't know if I can do that. Nanami and Lorgo don't seem to be worried about going to support their friends, but I'm feeling strangely uncomfortable, probably from nerves. Normally, Yura and Alana fight with easy instructions, but I'm realizing that it's pretty amazing. Pharma, isn't that the battlefield over there? Nanami said, looking at the basin where the fierce battle was taking place. Yes, there it is. I immediately agree with Nanami's words, but her mind is already focused on the battle, and she says excitedly, drowning out my reply. Wow, what a big magicraft. It's got a weird shape and it's moving on 4 legs. How am I supposed to fight that thing? A huge magicraft was slowly walking in the middle of the battlefield, unleashing a powerful bombardment from the 4 gun ports on its back. The Amurian Union's magicraft troops seem to be helpless to do anything about it, just scurrying around and running away. If we don't do something about that thing soon, they'll all be killed. Lorgo, can you stop that magicraft? When I asked, Lorgo thought for a moment and replied, I'll try my best to stop it. He didn't seem to have any idea how to stop it, but he was willing to try. I gave him some specific instructions. I'm sure Gaincher of Lorgo will be able to withstand a salamander main gun salvo. Lorgo, stand in front of that quadruped with your shield at the ready, and distract it as much as possible. While you're doing that, Nanami, approach it from behind and try to hit it in the stomach area. Yes, I understand. I'll try. I'm going to do my best for Pharma. It's not for me, it's for everyone, but I didn't dare correct that because it might confuse Lorgo. Before executing the operation, I called out to the commander of the Allied forces to reduce the damage to our side. This is the Iron Knights. We're going to start eliminating that quadrupedal magicraft now. So the Amurian Union's magicraft troops please take care of the escorts around it. The quadruped tried to chase the fleeing machines, but Gaincher of Lorgo stood in its way and stopped it. It noticed Gaincher, slowly adjusted his aim to him, and all 4 turrets opened fire at once. Lorgo held up his shield to block it, and a tremendous explosion enveloped Gaincher. Even though I knew that Gaincher would be able to withstand it, my heart continued to race. Lorgo, Gaincher, who could withstand the simultaneous firing of 20 salamander main guns, could easily withstand a barrage of the 4 magicraft guns. You'll be fine. The quadruped must have been very surprised to see Gaincher unharmed and unleashed another volley on him. Nanami now. Nanami's Vajra swiftly approached from behind the quadruped and entered at its feet. She then swung her sword up, aiming for the quadruped's stomach. The sword seemed to pierce the stomach, but it did not penetrate the thick armor. Pharma, this magicraft is too big. After being attacked in the stomach and noticing Nanami's approach, the quadruped moved around wildly and tried to stomp Vajra, but Nanami hurriedly escaped. The strength of this quadrupedal magicraft wasn't just the cannons on its back. A large body and thick armor, I didn't know what to do in front of its ironclad defense. Chapter 315. I decide /farmer for the sake of our friends, we can't afford to back down here. But with the failure of Vajra's attack earlier, it seems that they have read our plan and are increasing their vigilance in the surrounding area. This makes it difficult to get close to them. What do we do now, farmer? What should I do? What would Jean, Alana, or Yura do in such a situation? Yura would probably just manage it by force. Upon reflection, I thought about what Jean or Alana would do. Come to think of it, there was a time when I fought with everyone against a giant magic machine before. What did I do then? Yes, that time Alana gave precise instructions to everyone. She understood everyone's strengths and found the enemy's weaknesses. Everyone's strengths. Gainsher of Lorgo is, after all, proud of his durability and defense. He is still able to take the powerful bombardment of the quadrupedal all by himself. Nanami's Vajra is a well-balanced offensive and defensive magicraft with the versatility to handle any situation. No, I can't think of anything like Alana. I don't know what to do. I thought I had it all figured out, but there was one big omission in my thinking. It was that I had placed myself outside the mosquito net of my thoughts. I used to think that my Garuda's only advantage was its ability to fly, but I've been riding it for a while now, and I've recently noticed something. It was the accuracy of the Garuda's consciousness transmission. The image transmission of the operating sphere differs only slightly between magicrafts. Even if there is no problem in the rough movement, there is a gap in the movement in millimeters. However, Garuda's image was directly linked to the movement of the magicraft without any deviation. This advantage produced the greatest effect in handling the arrow. When aiming at a target 100 meters away with an arrow, a millimeter error in the hand can result in a several meter error when the target is reached. But with my Garuda, there is not even a millimeter of error. That is its greatest advantage. I looked for weak points on the quadruped, and I found one spot where the armor was clearly weak. It was the muzzle of the turret on its back where only I could aim. Nanami, Lorgo, hold its legs and stop the quadruped movement. It would be impossible to aim at the muzzle of the cannon while it was moving around, so I asked Nanami and the others to stop it. I got it. Lorgo, you take the right side. I'll do my best. As he said this, Lorgo rushed forward, using his shield to block the gunfire. Nanami also attacked his hind legs, trying to stop him from moving. The quadruped's legs were thick and armored. It would be difficult to destroy them, but it would be possible to stop them from moving. Perhaps sensing that the enemy was trying to stop the quadruped, the enemy magicrafts around them began to attack Nanami and the others. Nanami dealt with the attacking enemy machines herself by cutting them down, but Lorgo, who was clinging to its legs, was being attacked from behind with spears and swords. Even Gainsher would be in danger if things continued like this, so I set up my arrow and shot at the enemy magicrafts attacking Lorgo. I aimed at the neck, where the armor is thin and where the elemental lines are concentrated, and accurately hit that spot. The other enemy was heavily armed and well protected, so I aimed at the joints of its legs. The accurately fired arrow hits the gap in the armor and destroyed the leg. The enemy magicraft, whose leg joints were destroyed, lost its balance and collapsed on the spot. The friendly magicrafts around saw the situation and began to block the approaching enemy magicrafts. Now I can concentrate on the quadruped. I approached the quadruped while flying, and when it saw me, it pointed one of the cannons on its back at me. I slowly set up my arrow, narrowed my aim, and activated my magic strike to add power to the arrow. Then, before the muzzle of the gun could fire, I released it. The arrow disappeared as if sucked into the muzzle of the cannon, and after a moment of silence, the back part of the quadruped swelled up and exploded. With its back ablaze, the quadruped slowly collapsed. Chapter 316. The completed magicraft. Okay, now the final adjustments are complete. Yura's special machine is complete, Rafashal said happily. I was looking up at the completed magicraft and imagining this thing running rampant. My heart leapt. I'm almost finished adjusting Nagis's machine. Then the adjustments of the 3 magicrafts will be complete. Shortly before the final adjustment of my machine was completed, the final adjustment of Linacarlo's Victor was finished. Now we can head to the others. There's a war going on in Bailalak right now. What's the situation like? Festina answered me. I heard from Jean a little while ago that they managed to get the upper hand on the first day. I thought it would be okay since Jean, Alana and Keon were there. I guess I didn't need to worry. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, so we should get back soon. Don't wait for Nagisa to make final adjustments. Yura and I can go back first. For some reason, Linacarlo suggested this while looking at Nagisa. How will you go back? Fugaku won't be able to move until Nagisa's final adjustments are complete. Rafishel pointed this out to Linicarlo. Victor has the ability to fly. I've heard that Yuta's magicraft is capable of flight as well, so we're both going to fly back. Flying from here to Bailaluk is reckless. You'll run out of ether on the way, is that so? Yeah. Well, the final adjustment of Nagis's magicraft won't take long, so you'll just have to wait. It can't be helped. Come on, Nagisa, hurry up and finish it. Even if you ask me after that, the final adjustments to Nagis's magicraft were completed, and we left the trainees who still had to finish their adjustments here and return to the others. Even after hearing that the first day had ended with an advantage, my fears were still not gone. In order to get there as quickly as possible, I had to make Fugaku proceed without sleep. In that case, it would be reckless to let Festina pilot it alone. So Nagisa, I, and Linicarlo decided to take turns at the controls. Hey Yura, you're flying too fast. How do you adjust the speed? As I took the controls, Fugaku started to go faster than I had ever seen before. We were going through the mountains, so this speed was quite scary. I forgot to mention that I modified Fugaku's propulsion to depend on the Ludia value, so Yura shouldn't be allowed to take the controls. After all this time, Rafishel has warned me. Say that soon or so, Fugaku's piloting took turns between Festina, Nagisa, and Linicarlo. Even with Nagisa, who is class 3 and currently has a Ludia value of over 1 million, and Linicarlo, who is class 4 and has a Ludia value of over 500,000, can go quite fast. Rafishel, why did you modify Fugaku propulsion to depend on Ludia values? It's not just propulsion. The defensive shield and the output of the 4-element cannon have also been modified to depend on the pilot's Ludia. So why did you do it? I've known for a while that it was a waste of time. I've been trying to adjust it while we're in the Ether Highlands. What do you mean it's a waste? That's a secret since he doesn't seem to want to tell you. I can't understand what you're talking about. Well, at any rate, I might be able to get back to Bailaluk sooner than I thought. Not only Nagisa and Linicarlo, but also Festina has maintained the same speed, which has saved us a lot of time. Chapter 317. All-out attack / Haruma. For a moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. As soon as I aimed the cannon at the flying magicraft, there was a huge explosion, and my Jiri Mekara was badly damaged. The protective system in the cockpit kept me safe, but my Jiri Mekara didn't even twitch anymore. I can't believe it that Jiri Mekara, with its invincible defense and powerful firepower, could be defeated so easily. It was frustrating to have my proudly designed magicraft destroyed, but I was more confused by the unexpected event. When I was unable to move from the cockpit of the badly damaged Jiri Mekara, a friendly magicraft approached. Haruma-sama, are you all right? When I saw that Jiri Mekara was badly damaged, my subordinates came to my rescue. Not having the energy to thank them, I silently got into my subordinates' magicraft and left the battlefield. With the defeat of Jiri Mekara, the main force of this battlefield, the situation had turned around. Momentum is a scary thing, and even without Jiri Mekara, we would have had the advantage, but we were overwhelmed by the onslaught of the enemy forces. The general in charge seemed to have decided that it would be difficult to change this momentum, and gave the order to temporarily retreat. The results of today's battles in both the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel were not good in all the battlefields. No matter how much the main objective was to test the new war potential, the military top brass took the 2 days in a row of poor performance very seriously. I didn't expect the Amurian Union to do so well. What do you think is going on? We have more troops than them. We haven't sent our main force to the front yet. The real battle is yet to come. Then tomorrow will be an all-out assault by all forces, is that correct? The Chief of Staff summarized the opinions of the General Staff and the General Staff. No objections, every single person here wanted an all-out assault. Seeing this, the Commander-in-Chief stood up and repeated his decision. Tomorrow we will attack with all of our forces, no stone unturned. We will inform the Valkyrie Empire of this decision, and show them the power of the Alliance. At last, it seems that the strengthened forces of the Kingdom of Lubel are getting serious. If this happens, the Amurian Union won't stand a chance. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to take part in this battle. In fact, I had brought along a second Jiri Mekara as a backup. But after today's defeat, I won't be given the chance to use it anymore. Haruma, speaking of which, I heard the results of today's battle. The Commander-in-Chief spoke to me. I'm sorry, sir. We didn't get the results we wanted. No, that's not a bad result for a test magicraft. I've heard that it destroyed 78 enemy machines, was intimidating, and contributed to the morale of our allies. I heard that they have a spare for that magicraft. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in tomorrow's attack. Yes, I'll do my best to get results. The results were better than I thought, and now I can participate in tomorrow's battle. Okay, I'll adjust my Jiri Mekara now. I won't be defeated like today again. In the end, I stayed up until the wee hours of the morning adjusting the Magicraft. I hadn't slept well, but I wasn't that sleepy, probably because I was so excited. I heard before the departure that the Valkyria Empire has decided to join the general attack of the Lubal Kingdom. With this, a total attack by all the forces of the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal will be carried out today. With this, the defeat of the Amurian Union will be decided by the end of today. Chapter 318. The third day of battle / Jean. It seems that all the support provided to our allies went well. In particular, Pharma and her team had destroyed the unknown giant Magicraft. A rather long message of thanks was sent from the commander of the Amurian Union. The second day went off without a hitch, and there was a glimmer of hope for this defensive battle. However, the fact remained that the combined forces of the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubal were superior in strength. Once Yuta and the others returned, we would no longer have to worry about that, but it would still take 3 or 4 days at the earliest. It would be nice if they could conserve their strength for a little while longer to see how things go. I had hoped so, but the movements of the enemy army on the third day were different than before. Oh man, I can't help but mutter to myself when I see the enemy's movements. Jean, it looks like the enemy is getting serious. What should we do? You may not have time to support other battlefields today. I wasn't too worried if we were just defending our own position. But as Alana said, it's pretty tough when you consider that we have to support the others. But we can't just abandon them, can we? Alana, Emina, Yukiha and Arthur take a company of trainees and head to the left flank for support. Kion, Brunhilde and Triss will also take a squadron to support the right flank. The rest of the trainee troops, Nanami, Lorgo and Pharma will be defending this position. It's going to be a tough fight, but Yura and the others will be back in 3 days. Until then, everyone hang in there. The reason why I chose the same combination as yesterday was to make it easier for them to work together. Are you sure you're okay to be away from here? I'm not okay, but we'll figure it out. I'm more worried about the rest of the battlefield. That's true. We'll take care of the left flank. With that, Alana and the others headed toward the left flank. Then we will head towards the right flank, Kion and the others said and started to move. As the 2 groups of troops move, it becomes obvious that the strength here is scant. We have to hold on somehow with this. Pehu, I'm sorry, but I need you and Lorgo to be the center of the vanguard. We'll stop the enemy with our heavily armed Magicraft troops. Pharma, you and Sadaru will lead the Arrow Squad to provide long-range support, while Nanami will provide overall support as a ranger. With a Ludia value of over 500,000, Nanami's combat power was already outstanding. So rather than fighting in one place, it would be better to have her move flexibly according to the battle situation. However, unfortunately, the potential of Nanami, who has already outgrown Vajra, can no longer be demonstrated at 100%. We have a plan to remodel the Vajra and make a special machine for Nanami once there is time, but it's too late for that now. The enemy army that had crossed the border came rushing into this camp. The enemy's vanguard troops assaulted the heavily armed Magicraft troops, led by Gainsha of Lorgo and Gigants of Pehu. The sound of metal contacting metal is intense, and the enemy's Magicrafts bounce backwards. Quite a few of the trainee squad's heavily armed Magicrafts were well trained and formed a solid defense wall. However, the enemy's machines were pouring in one after another. In order to stop their momentum, Pharma and Sadoru's squads unleashed their arrows in unison, and the 30 or so arrows that were unleashed pierced the enemy units one after another. In addition to Pharma and Sadoru, all of the members of their units can use Magic Strike enhanced arrows. The power of the arrows is such that they can kill even heavily armored Magicrafts with a single blow, and the enemy machines that receive the arrows collapse to the ground. Musashi, other ride carriers, initiate a Salamander main gun assault on the enemy ship and the Magicraft group behind it. With the large number of enemies, we have no shortage of targets to aim at. Avoiding our allies in the melee, we direct our fire at the enemy troops just out of range. When we started firing, the enemy ships fired back. It was a fierce exchange of fire, but I guess we had more firepower, because we destroyed 3 enemy ships and forced the rest of them to back off. We had the better of the gunfire, but our Magicrafts was starting to get pushed. One of the allied heavy Magicrafts unit had collapsed. Lorgo, what's going on? Jeanskry enemy, Lorgo told me this in a tone of voice that was even less intense than usual. When I looked at it, I saw a plane with an aura that was clearly different from the rest of the enemies, easily cutting down the heavily armored Magicrafts of our allies. That I felt no small amount of fear, just as Lorgo did. My instincts told me that it was dangerous. Chapter 319. strong enemy and Nanami/Jean, I immediately sent instructions to Nanami. Nanami, there's something in the front line that looks bad. You're the only one who can fight it here and now. I'm sorry, but you have to deal with it. Yeah, okay. Where is it? Northeast from your current position, near Gigants of Pehu. All right, leave it to me. While Nanami was on her way, the strong enemy's magicraft was overrunning the heavily armored magicrafts on our side. If this continues, the vanguard will collapse. Lorgo sensed this and left his position to his friends and headed towards the strong enemy magicraft. It is true that the Gainshur of Lorgo may not be able to defeat it, but it may be able to stop it. Lorgo's Gainshur stepped in front of the strong enemy magicraft, protecting the allied machine that was about to have its head bounced off. The strong enemy looked at Gainshur for a moment as if observing him, then slowly raised its sword and took up an attack position. The moment Lorgo held up his shield in preparation for the attack, a high-speed slash was unleashed. The slash was blocked by the shield, but its power was so great that the large Gainshur was sent flying backwards. Lorgo slowly stood up and headed towards the strong enemy machine with his shield at the ready again. It was the first time that I had ever seen such a thing. Lorgo crossed the two shields in his hands to prepare for the impact, but Gainshur was sent flying back even further than before. The damage was so severe that Lorgo was unable to get up. Then the strong enemy magicraft approached and raised its sword. Oh no, Lorgo's going to get hit. Just as I thought this, a golden magicraft flew into view. It bounced off the sword swung down by the strong enemy. Okay. Nanami was just in time. Vajra unleashes another series of sword blows on the strong enemy machine. The strong enemy uses its sword to block them, but Nanami's momentum is so great that it is forced to retreat further and further. It looked as if Nanami was going to push her way through, but the strong enemy magicraft timed its sword well and launched a counterattack. The sharp thrust of the sword was aimed at Vajra's throat, but Nanami quickly twisted her head to avoid it. In no time at all, the powerful enemy machine twisted its body and used its rotational force to slam the sword down. Nanami blocked the attack with the shield she held in her left hand. A heavy sound of impact echoed, and Vajra was pushed backward with a thud. Nanami skillfully uses her shield to block the force of the strong enemy machine and counterattacks with the sword in her right hand. In response to the attack, the strong enemy machine was unable to evade in time and was pierced in the shoulder. Nanami pulls out the sword stuck in her shoulder and tries to attack again, but the strong enemy machine hits her with force. Vajra and the strongest of the enemy magicraft tumbled to the ground in a tangle. Perhaps thinking that they would be killed if they continued to stay down, the two machines hurriedly stood up and readied their swords. The battle seemed to be evenly matched, or perhaps Nanami was somewhat ahead. It seemed more likely that she would win if she fought like this, but it was not a favorable situation considering the war situation on this battlefield. Lorgo's Gainshur, the cornerstone of our defense, was injured in the battle with the enemy, and our trump card, Nanami, is being held back by the strong enemy magicraft. The vanguard is holding its own thanks to Pehu's Gigants, but if it continues like this, it will only be a matter of time before it collapses. That was uncalculated. I was looking at the strong enemy magicraft with a grudge and thinking of a plan to get out of this situation. Chapter 320, Struggle/Jean. While Nanami and the strong enemy magicraft were fighting, the enemy forces were constantly making fierce attacks. At this rate, Pehu's Gigants would not be able to hold out much longer. We can leave the strongest enemies to Nanami, but we have to deal with the other enemies on our own. Even so, our forces are limited. I'm not sure what to do. Gainshur of Lorgo, who had fallen due to the attack of the strong enemy plane, stood up. He was about to join Nanami, but I stopped him. Lorgo, leave that to Nanami and you go back to the vanguard. Pehu won't last alone. But Nanami is, I know, but Pehu is in trouble too. Nanami can take him out in a heartbeat. All right, Nanami is strong. She'll be fine. The fight between Nanami and the strong enemy magicraft continued on an even footing. But who the heck are you to go toe-to-toe with Nanami, who has a Ludia value of 500,000? Pharma cleared that question up for me. It's no wonder she's a magicraft fanatic. Jane, the magicraft fighting Nanami might be the demon god of Lubel. What the hell, Pharma, is that true? Maybeth magicraft is different, but the crest on its chest is the same as the demon god's. If he's the demon god of Lubel, then even children know things are troublesome. Kmeos, one of the 12 heavenly masters and one of the 2 wings of the kingdom of Lubel. No wonder he's that strong. But how is it that he's able to go toe-to-toe with Nanami, who's grown up beyond recognition? Lorgo also returned to defend the vanguard, but the situation only worsened. One by one, the heavily armored magicrafts in the vanguard were defeated, and the defensive walls were slowly being removed. It would be impossible to endure like this. I was about to make a decision. Alana, what's the situation over there? It's not good. There are too many of them and we can't handle them. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the formation collapses. Kayon, how's it going over there? It's tough here too. There are so many strong magicrafts that we can't handle them all. Our allies are fighting well, but there's no way to make up the difference in numbers. As expected, the situation in the other battlefields did not look good either. I guess that's the only way to go here. This is the Iron Knights. I have an urgent proposal to the commanders. We can't hold off the enemy at this rate. How about all the troops retreat to the rear base and defend it? The rear base would be very close to the city. There was a possibility of damage to civilians, and there was also the danger of enemy forces pouring into other areas of the Amurian Union. Even at the risk of expanding the battlefield and endangering the civilians, I thought it was necessary to buy some time here. If we retreat to the rear base, we won't have much left. The base will probably be completely surrounded, and if the reinforcements arrive too late, we'll be wiped out. I agree with your suggestion. We will only be annihilated on this battlefield if we continue like this. We should fall back to the base and wait for reinforcements. What's the status of the reinforcements in the first place? It's already been 3 days, and no reinforcements have arrived from anywhere. The delay in the arrival of reinforcements probably had something to do with the deployment of mass-produced magicraft and the modification of the military with the implementation of the salamander main gun. Simply put, the timing of the invasion was too bad. It takes a long time just to move an army in the large Amurian Union. Including the preparations, it was impossible to predict how long it would take for the reinforcements to arrive. There were many commanders who expressed concern about withdrawing to the base, but it was still decided that there would be no other choice. However, retreating in this situation is not easy. I thought it would be necessary for the Iron Knights and the trainee troops to cover the retreating troops. Chapter 321. The battle at the base/Jean. With this, I caught up with Ilsup releases. In order to make the allies retreat to the base, the Iron Knights and the trainee troops were to hold the enemy. However, the battle between Nanami and Kameos has yet to be settled. Nanami, I'm setting up a formation to defend the retreating troops. I'll have the vanguard retreat, and you take the opportunity to break away from him. Don't say that so easily, Jean. He's a man of many talents. The other party is Kameos, one of the 12 heavenly masters. I know it's difficult to escape, but you can do it. Oh, that's easy for you to say, isn't it? Pharma helped Nanami. Yeah, I got it. As the vanguard retreats, Musashi and the other ride carriers will open fire on the enemy to keep them in check. We will also use the arrows to keep the enemy at bay and slowly bring the whole army back. Nanami's Vajra also tried to forcefully escape from Kameos. She hit him hard with her shield, frightening him, and then started running backwards. Kameos chased after her, determined not to let his favorite opponent escape. Falma's arrows interfered with his pursuit, and her magic-strengthening arrows struck the fuselage of Kameos. As expected, even Kameos was taken aback by the blow, stopped chasing after Nanami and stepped back in alarm. The entire Amurian army has begun to retreat. It was a planned action, but they marched as if to fend off the enemy forces that were chasing their retreat. That's why every time our allies retreated, the surrounding area became filled with enemy troops. Vanguard, fall back in a tight group. If they surround you, it's over. Don't let them get around you. Alana, Keon, and the others who had gone to support the other troops also joined. After all, having all the members of the Iron Knights together gave me a sense of security. I began to think that we could manage the desperate pursuit of the enemy army. You don't have to push back. Just fend off the enemy's attacks and back off a little at a time. The Salamander's main gun fired at the enemy ship behind it in order to suppress gunfire from the enemy ship. Mr. Jean, most of the retreating troops have arrived at the base. Please take it easy on the Iron Knights and retreat. One of the commanders in charge informs me of this. I'd like to, of course, but it's hard to fall back in a hurry while holding off the enemy. The base has a salamander main gun for defense and a barrier. If we get close enough to the base, we'll have cover, and I'm sure we'll be able to manage it. Jean, they're coming around from the right. What? That's not good, Alana. Emina, can you stop them? If the enemy troops get behind us and surround us, we will be isolated from our allies, and it will be the end for us. I immediately instructed the two of them to intercept. The slow and heavy armored magicrafts retreat towards the base first. The more maneuverable machines distract the enemy and block their pursuit. At their current retreat speed, it would be difficult to escape. I was thinking of letting the slow-footed, heavy-armored magicrafts escape first. Pehu, what are you doing? You go to the base first, Pehu was in the back of the line, blocking the enemy's pursuit. He's a great help, but the slow gigants will be left behind if this continues. I can still do it. I'll hold off the enemy a little longer. No, fall back quickly. Keon, I'm sorry, but I need you to take Pehu's place in the rear. Keon moved immediately to my instructions and began slashing down enemy magicrafts. Pehu, you fall back, but just do as he says. You can't speed up the retreat at this rate. Yes. Pehu finally began to retreat after Keon's anger. I know you're serious and have a strong sense of responsibility, but I don't like the way you sacrifice yourself. I think you need to think about your own safety as much as you do anything for your allies. Chapter 322. Complete Siege/Gene. After all, being one of the 12 Heavenly Masters is no mean feat. Keon was at the tail end of the line, attracting the attacks of countless enemies. She moved like a Shura, overwhelming the enemies that were chasing her. She had only just started training her Ludia, so her value was slightly inferior to Nanami's, but her sword skills were incredible, and her fighting ability was probably at the same level as Nanami's. Alana and Emina attacked the enemy troops that were coming around from the right, and succeeded in stopping them. We were able to get the slow-footed heavy magicraft troops to fall back first, so we increased the speed of our retreat. As we approached the base, they began to fire at the enemy in support. The enemy troops were stopped in their tracks, and it looked like we would be able to retreat. Thanks to the support from the base, the Iron Knights and the trainee troops, we were able to retreat without suffering any serious damage. However, this did not mean that we could rest easy. The enemy forces were forming a formation around the base. There was no way to escape now, and we had no choice but to defend this place to the death until reinforcements arrived. An emergency meeting was held at the base to confirm the current situation and discuss future measures. It's not enough to have 4,000 or so magicrafts and 150 ride carriers that can move. The enemy forces surrounding us are at least 6 times as strong as ours, with 25,000 magicrafts and 500 ride carriers. If we don't get reinforcements, we don't stand a chance. What's the status of the reinforcements? It's going to take 2 more days, even for the army that's going to arrive first. 2 more days, let's hope we can last that long. The defenses of the base were not very strong, to say the least. All of us here knew that we would not be able to last long if we were attacked by 5 times as many enemies. The reinforcements will arrive in 2 days, or about the same time as Yuta and the others return. If that's the case, what to do now is simple. The ace of the Iron Knights will be back in a couple of days. 2 days from now, when the reinforcements arrive, we'll have a chance to win. You mean if we can hold out for 2 days, we can win? Yes. If that's the case, there's hope for us. Let's keep our morale up by telling all our soldiers that we're going to hold out for 2 days. Seeing the goal and not being able to see the goal will change people's motivation a lot. I agreed with the idea. From the top of the defensive wall, I saw the enemy forces surrounding the base and was more impressed than terrified by the sheer size of the army. We were fighting that huge army just now. Emina, who had come with me to check on the enemy, responded to my words. We're dealing with 2 of the most powerful countries on the continent. It's a wonder I'm still alive. Still, with Yuta and Linacarlo, we wouldn't need to retire. Because those 2 are special. Yuta's presence in particular is extraordinary. That's right. Keimeos, who fought Nanami today, was lucky that Yuta wasn't around. The demon god of Lubal would never have imagined that his enemies would be talking like this. From Keimeo's point of view, he would have been sincerely surprised by Nanami's mere presence. He wouldn't even dream of having a greater being as an enemy. So, Jane, did you come up with any way to block the enemy's attack for the next 2 days, until Yuta and the others return? No, I can't think of anything. To be honest, I don't know what to do. No plan, no way. Don't worry, I can handle 2 days with guts. Don't say that in public. If the commander starts talking about guts, everyone will get worried. I know. I'll make it up as I go along. I really believe that in the end, I will have to get through this with guts, but I will have to think of some way to make it a little easier. Chapter 323, Contempt/Haruma. I'm surprised there are riders of that caliber in the Amurian Union. That's what Mr. Keimeos said as he returned to the mothership after the 3rd day of fighting. It was unexpected that a rider of his caliber would recognize someone in the newly emerging Amurian Union. Mr. Keimeos, what kind of opponent was it? It was a rider on a golden magicraft, a strong enemy with an excellent balance of offense and defense. If it hadn't been for Regandi that I had just switched to, I would have been killed. Regandi is Keimeo's new magicraft, a monstrously powerful machine with an activation Ludia value of 300,000. The other party who fights evenly with it must have also been of monstrous strength. But now my objective in this battle is clear. I will definitely defeat the strongest of the Amurian Union, that golden magicraft rider. That's what he strongly declared. I can only feel sorry that the demon god Keimeos is targeting it. However, Keimeos-san, The black enemy magicraft at the tail end of the enemy's retreat was also terribly strong. Was the golden magicraft better than that one? I've seen it too, and it was incredibly strong. I've heard that even the top-notch riders who were strengthened by Nitro Ludia were beaten up quite a bit. That's what my fellow riders were saying. I'm sorry to say that I'm not interested in fleeing enemies, so I didn't participate in the chase. If I knew there were such enemies, I would have taken a look. On the third day of the battle, the enemy forces were retreating quickly, and my Jiri Mekara, who is slow, had no place to play. That's why I didn't see those two strong enemies. However, I now know that there are two strong opponents on the enemy side. Everyone was determined not to let the High King of the Valkyria Empire take the credit, and we wanted to defeat two of the strongest riders of the Amurian Union in Lubel. Even if they became allies, it seemed that Valkyria and Lubel were still rivals. I'm sorry, Mr. Kameos, but I'm going to defeat that powerful enemy. No, I will defeat him. I'll show you my power, enhanced by Nitro Ludia. Everyone, strengthened by Nitro Ludia, feeling confident in their abilities, declared so in their own way. If I think about it calmly, there's no way they could easily defeat an opponent that even the demon god Kameos would have a hard time with. But they seemed to be so passionate that they forgot about that. While I was working on the Jiri Mekara to make sure I would be active tomorrow, an unusual visitor arrived. Master Haruma, you have a visitor from the Valkyria Empire. When he said that, I stopped my maintenance work. I wondered who the guest from the Valkyrie Empire was, and while thinking about this, I went to see who had come to visit me. Long time no see, Haruma. How have you been? The person there was my classmate Ren Iwanami. He was a member of the soccer team and a popular guy in our class. Iwanami-kun, what's with you all of a sudden? I heard about you from Prince Lifso. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I've been a close friend of Prince Lifso since the Engineers Conference. The first thing that came to my mind when I thought of a guest from the Valkyrie Empire was the prince. Oh yes, I'm glad to see you too. I wasn't really that happy, but I said it as a social courtesy. I heard you're making an amazing magicraft. That's what Prince Lifso told me. You seem to have risen quite a bit, being able to talk like that with Prince Lifso. Well, the Nitro Ludia caused an explosion in my Ludia value. I've heard that Haruma has a lot of influence in the kingdom of Lubel. I'm the same as you. It's just that the increase in the Ludia value with Nitro Ludia has put you in the spotlight. I realize once again that this world is all about the Ludia value. In addition, Haruma, do you know what's going on with the rest of your classmates? To be honest, I was not interested in my classmates. It was the same in this world as it was in the previous world. No, I don't know. I didn't even remember who went where. But it looks like one of my classmates has become a household name in this world. What? Who? What? You haven't heard about the 10 Guards of War of the Elysian Empire? I've been thinking a lot about my own magicraft lately, so I hadn't heard about that kind of thing. So who's this celebrity? Yuki Shirayuki, one of the 10 Guards of War in the Elysian Empire. She's getting a lot of attention. Shirayuki-san. That's right. What's up, Haruma? You like Yuki Shirayuki too? I don't. Well, don't fool yourself. I've always liked Yuki Shirayuki after all. I remembered that she had gone to the Elysian Empire, and I recognized her name as soon as it was mentioned in the 10 Guards of War. Oh yeah, of course I admired Yuki Shirayuki. There's no other woman as beautiful as her. When I remembered her, I irresistibly wanted to meet her. In the previous world, I was inexplicably plain, but in this world I can be. Chapter 324. All-out warfare/Gene. The base is completely surrounded. Considering the difference in strength, if one of the gates is breached and they break into the base, there's no way we can win. There is one entrance to the base on the east, west, south, and north sides, and all of them need to be protected. In addition, the walls of the base are not that strong, so not only the entrances but also the entire area around the base must be defended, making for a very difficult defense battle. The fourth day of the battle, the enemy forces that had surrounded us were slowly approaching our base. Many of the soldiers must have been unable to sleep as they were completely surrounded. In conditions that were far from perfect, we had to fight against a force that far outnumbered us. The Iron Knights were spread out and deployed at each gate except the East Gate. The East Gate was deliberately weakened because of a certain trick. As expected, a lot of forces are rushing to the East Gate, which has a wide frontage and weak defense. The East Gate was designed to be on the side of the road leading to the mainland, so it was designed more for the ease of bringing in materials and supplies than for defense. The enemy forces seemed to understand this right away and sent in quite a large army. Anticipating this behavior, I had made preparations in advance of preparations to abandon the East Gate. East Gate guards retreat after 3 rounds of arrows, The fact that there was no resistance at all looked suspicious, so I ordered the guards to attack 3 times and forced them to fall back. The enemy forces attacking the east gate concentrated their attack to break the tightly closed gate. It seemed that they had prepared siege weapons in advance, and dozens of magicrafts repeatedly assaulted the gate with large metal Q-like weapons. After 3 assaults, the gate was destroyed and the enemy forces broke through. The east gate has been breached. Ignite the Efreet explosive rocks. A large number of enemy magicrafts rushed in through the breached east gate. Seeing this, the Efreet explosive stones that had been placed on the ground and walls of the east gate were detonated all at once. The huge explosion blows up not only the charging enemy forces, but also part of the protective wall around the east gate. The enemy didn't expect us to blow up the entire defensive wall and gate, and we wrecked several hundred enemy magicrafts with a single blow. However, this blast created a large hole on the east side. The enemy's troops would rush toward that hole, but that was part of my plan. The enemy troops who had charged through the hole in the defensive wall stopped in their tracks. Beyond the hole, the next barrier stood in the way. It was a dense array of ride carriers. In addition, the salamander main guns mounted on those ride carriers were already facing the hole in the barrier. All salamanders fire. One after another, the salamanders fired at the charging enemy magicrafts. Because they were crowded together to pass through the hole, the effective bombardment from close range caused tremendous damage to the enemy forces. The only plan I had prepared for this battle worked, but so much for tricks. The game begins here. Jean, the west gate is under heavy attack. We might not last an hour at this rate. Alana's comment made me realize something. It seems that the enemy army is not stupid. It seems that behind the concentration of the attack on the east gate, they were also making an effort to attack in the opposite direction. I'll send the eastern garrison west to hold them off. Is the east going to be okay with that? We'll be fine, we've got the ride carrier guns, and I'll leave the minimum amount of magicrafts behind. They've been through a lot and they'll be on their guard, so the enemy won't be able to get too close for a while. These words were half sincere and the other half wishful thinking. If they continued to attack the east gate at this rate, it would be the end of the line when the salamanders reached their limit. There was nothing a ride carrier could do if the magicrafts got too close. Not only the west gate, but also the north and south were under the onslaught of the enemy. We have too little strength to deal with the enemy in all directions. It's becoming doubtful that we'll last the whole day, let alone 2 days. Chapter 325. Collapse/Nanami enemies were also rushing to the north gate that Nanami was guarding. Guarding the north together were Farmer, Lorgo, and about 50 people from the trainee squad, plus about 1,000 magicrafts from the Amurian army. It looks like there are a lot of allies, but there are many more enemies attacking us. Flaming shells are fired from the salamander cannons located at the top of the defensive wall at the rushing enemy forces. Flames spread from the spot where the shell landed, and several enemy magicrafts were blown up. Without a break, the salamander guns continued to attack and kill enemy magicraft, but there were too few of them to stop the momentum of the enemy forces. Arriving at the north gate, the enemy's magicraft troops began to destroy the gate. Arrow troops attacked from the top of the defensive wall, but they were blocked by shields and were ineffective. The gate won't hold. Nanami, the enemy is coming in, Farmer warns as she fires arrows from above. Lorgo and I, as well as the trainee squad, will fortify the entrance in case the enemy invades. If we don't defend against the enemy here, we'll lose. The gate was blown off with explosive force. Then the enemy magicrafts came charging into the base. Nanami and the others formed a semicircle formation and intercepted them. After destroying about 10 enemy magicrafts, the enemy I had hoped to never see again showed up. It was the one I had fought so hard against yesterday, a magicraft belonging to someone called Kameos, and it was approaching Nanami at great speed. "I've missed you, golden magicraft." Whether out of persistence or assertiveness, he shouted this over the external output sound and slashed at me with his sword. Nanami blocked the attack with her shield and pushed back. "You're good." The way he said it made me sick. I couldn't bring myself to reply, nor could I afford to. Kameos repeatedly attacks Nanami while swinging his sword around. While using the shield and sword to defend against it, I attacked him when there was an opening. It may look like a rough move, but this guy is strong. All of Nanami's attacks were blocked, but I can't afford to have a long fight like yesterday. I'm going to decide the battle at once. I ducked under Kameo's sword and launched a special technique. I only have one chance, and it's a surprise attack that probably won't work twice for someone of this level of ability. If I fail, I might be in danger, but I can't worry about that right now. Gigagravity. The gravity around the Vajra temporarily increases several hundred times. Unable to cope with the unexpected change, Kameo's body lost its balance. I took advantage of the gap and swung my sword down. In the high gravity, even Kameo's could not prevent the attack, and the sword sliced deep into his neck. "I didn't expect you to have such a hidden method." I pulled out my sword and Kamao's magicraft collapsed. I did it. I've defeated the demon god Kamao's. I said that because I wanted someone to praise me, but what I got back was Farmer's strong tone of voice warning me of danger. Nanami, watch out! Reacting to the words, I quickly raised my shield. A strong impact was felt on the shield, and Vajra was blown away. Ta-ta-ta! When I looked, I saw that the quadrupedal magicraft I had knocked over a while ago was approaching nearby. If I had reacted a little later, I might have been in danger. While it was running amok, the Kamao's fallen magicraft was carried away. More enemy reinforcements came pouring in, and enemy magicrafts filled the area around us. Nanami, Lorgo, your left side is in trouble. When I looked, I saw that the heavily armored magicrafts guarding the left side had been hit by the quadruped, and part of the semicircle formation had collapsed. The enemy began to spread out from the collapsed area into the base. Although I defeated Kamao's, the war was taking a turn for the worst. Chapter 326. Critical situation / Jean. The north gate guarded by Nanami and her team has been breached. After all, it was impossible to defend it with that kind of force. But the good news is that Nanami has defeated Kamao's. We should be happy to have one less strong enemy. What are we going to do? There are no more reinforcements to send to the north. There is no way we can send reinforcements. I have no idea what to do about the breached north gate. If we don't do something, the base will be overrun by enemies from the north. Kayon, I'm sorry, but I'm going to leave the situation to Brunhilde and Triss, and you can go to the north gate. Alana, you too, leave the situation to Emina and the others and go to the north gate. Jean, there's no room at the west gate. If I leave, this gate might not hold either. Same here, the south gate is also on the edge. I know, that's why I'm asking you guys to provide support in all directions. I need you to move to the critical areas and provide support there. That's absurd. Looks like it's going to be a busy day. I know I'm being reckless, but there's nothing I can do. I'll buy you a drink after this fight is over, so just hang in there. You said it. Be prepared to lose all your savings. Yes, sir. If that's the case, I'll do everything in my power. The idea of using Alana and Kion, with their mobility and fighting strength, as support for the critical zones had been considered before the battle began. However, it was one of the most difficult measures to take, and I wanted to avoid it if possible, because it would put a heavy burden on the two of them, and there was a risk that the defense in all directions would be inadequate. The defenses of the collapsed north gate were picking up as Alana and Kion came to their aid. They wiped out the enemy troops that had invaded the base, and the quadruped magicraft that had been running rampant until then seemed to have been defeated by the coordinated attack of Alana, Kion, Nanami, Lorgo, and Farmer. However, as I feared, the other directions began to be pushed. The west gate in particular was unable to fill the hole left by Alana, allowing the enemy to enter the base. Jean, the west gate won't hold. There's a very strong force coming in and there's nothing we can do. Alana has left, and Emina, who was leading the defense of the west gate, tells me so. Well, I had expected this to happen. Alana, Kion, I'm sorry, but I need you to head to the west gate next. The two of them immediately headed for the west gate after a light reply. But at the same time, a request for help came in from the south gate as well. The south gate is also at its limit. The gate has already been destroyed, and more people are entering the base. BRNN Hilda gave me a report that made my head spin. BRNN Hilda, I understand. I will send the remaining forces at the east gate to the south. With this, the ride carriers would be the only ones defending the east gate, but thanks to my initial plan, the attacks on the east gate were relatively weak, so they should be able to manage. However, it was a naive idea. At the same time that the magicraft unit at the east gate left, the enemy's attacks became more intense. And to make matters worse, some of the Salamander's main cannons reached their limits and became unusable. Shit. Don't let the enemy magicrafts get close. Don't worry about the Salamander's limit, just fire at them. One after another, the Salamanders reached their limit and stopped. The firepower was getting weaker, and the enemy magicrafts were cutting through the barrage and approaching the ride carriers. There was nothing the ride carriers could do if the magicrafts approached. They broke into the ship and destroyed the core. We've reached our limit, we have no choice. All ride carriers retreat to the center of the base. We're abandoning the east gate. We decided that we could no longer defend it and abandon the east gate. We have already allowed a large number of enemy magicrafts to enter the base, and we are beginning to feel the limitations of defending the gates. Countless enemies have invaded the base. Since defending the gates is already pointless, I'm concentrating the forces in the center of the base. All troops retreat to the central area. Abandoning the gates in all directions was considered the last option, but it was unlikely that it would come today. There was still time before the sun went down, and it was unlikely that the enemy would make a temporary retreat this far out. There was nothing to be done about the war situation, which was likely to be settled by the end of the day. Chapter 327. The last defense / Jean. I ordered all troops to retreat to the center of the base, but it was difficult. A large number of magicraft were destroyed during the retreat. Iron Knights, cover our retreating allies. We need to save as many as we can. Despite saying this, I knew that the members of the Iron Knights were quite exhausted. Even so, I bit my lip at the situation where I had to give such an order. Jane, Triss Magicraft is badly damaged. We're going to retrieve it and retreat. BRNN Hilda reports that to me. I can't tell her to leave it alone and hold on, so I accept it. More bad reports follow. Yukiha's and Arthur's Magicrafts are damaged. We're going to have to retreat. What the hell, Emina? What's going on? An elite force of the enemy came in. We returned fire and killed dozens of them, but we also took a lot of damage. Is already getting out of hand. Alana Keon, where are you? Engaging Valkyrie Empire troops at the West Gate. They're pretty strong, so we don't have time to talk. Nanami Lorgo, what's going on over there? We're falling back, covering our allies. I'm afraid we're getting flooded with more and more enemies. I'm not sure what to do. In my impatience, even though I knew it was impossible, I urged Yura and the others to come to my rescue. Yura, where are you? We can't hold on much longer. Perhaps because I was feeling impatient, I had sent a direct communication to Yura's spirit box instead of Fugaku's. I thought he was not on his Magicraft, but Yura replied. However, there was a gurgling noise and I couldn't hear the contents clearly. What's going on? Gino, hurry a little, I don't know what's going on and I'm bewildered by the situation. I was about to check with Fugaku, but here the war situation changed further, and I received an urgent call. Jane, our allies in the west have been destroyed. Alana's Magicraft is wrecked. It looks like the one who did this to Alana is the High King Curels of the 12 Heavenly Masters. Curels is leading an elite force towards you. I'm retreating with the injured Alana. What? Is Alana okay? She's unconscious, but her life is not threatened. I am deeply relieved to hear that. However, the current situation is the worst. Our friends in the west have been destroyed. Alana was hurt and Keon was retreating, so there was no one to stop the enemy in the west. If the High King Curels has made it this far, it's over. I don't know how many elite troops Curels is leading, but I'm sure it's quite a few, since Keon doesn't hesitate to call them elite. We no longer had the strength to compete with them. Just when I was beginning to feel a little resigned, Nanami said to me in an excited tone, Jean, look up in the sky. Up in the sky. I did as I was told, and looked up at the sky through the small window on the side of Musashi's bridge. Then I saw an object flying towards me at a great speed. If I look closely at the object, it seems to be a Magicraft. There were 3 Magicrafts that flew in, one of which I recognized. Victor. So the other two must be Yura and Nagisa new Magicrafts. To my surprise, I received a transmission from Yura. The noise is gone and I can hear it clearly. Jean, we're back early, are you alone? What happened to Fugaku? We heard about the bad war situation, so we flew in alone. That's a good decision. We're in desperate straits with Alana down. What? Is Alana okay? She's fine. I need you to do something. All right, I'm on it. Yura says so simply, but his words reassured me more than any powerful reinforcements. I knew from the bottom of my heart that everything would be okay. Chapter 328, The Sparks of Counterattack. Because our friends were in a bad situation, Linicarlo, I, and Nagisa took off from Fugaku on the way and flew to the battlefield. When we arrived, we immediately checked the situation around us. The base was under attack, the surrounding area was full of enemies, and the situation looked much worse than expected. There was a transmission from Jean earlier, but it was too noisy to communicate properly because I was flying at high speed. I thought it would be okay now that we were stopped, so I opened the communication. Jean, we're back early. Are you alone? Where's Fugaku? We heard about the bad war situation, so we flew in on our own. That's a good decision. We're in desperate straits with Alana down. What? Is Alana okay? She's fine. I need you to do something. All right, I'm on it. As soon as I told him that, I started to destroy the enemies. Nagisa, I'll drop you over there, so do something about that unit. You're not going to drop me from this height, are you? Don't worry. I heard that Nagisa's Magicraft is quite strong. That may be so, but this is pretty scary. Why didn't Rafashal gave my Magicraft flying abilities? Since Nagisa's Magicraft didn't have the ability to fly, I brought it here. Stop complaining and get to it. I'm dropping you, so stay focused, all right. Nagisa fell silent as if she had prepared herself. Without hesitation, I dropped Nagisa's Magicraft down it. I immediately heard a violent crash, but the Magicraft seemed to be undamaged. Are you okay, Nagisa? This magicraft is amazing. The shock of the fall seems to have been absorbed. Reassured by her words, I prepared to attack. Linicarlo, let's cut down the enemy numbers first. Prepare to fire the 4-element cannon. Yes, that's right. Let's get rid of the insects swarming around. Victor transformed to fire the 4-element cannon. My magicraft lifted the muzzle-like part attached to my waist and connected it to the part on my back, ready to fire. Fairy analyzed the enemy forces and determined the most effective point of attack for the 4-element cannon. Of course, Fairy was implanted it in my dedicated machine. The 4-element cannon, which consumes a large amount of ether, can't be fired continuously, so I searched for an effective point. I'm scanning the perimeter. I can see a concentration of enemies around the eastern perimeter of the base and the western perimeter. There are no surviving friendly forces in the vicinity, so we can conclude that this is the best point. Okay, Linicarlo, you take the east side. I'll take the west side. Yes. Fairy, get ready to fire the 4-element cannon. Copy that. Preparations for firing the 4-elemental cannon begin. Ludia Core. Access spell Agni Gladia chanting begins. Spell Earth Titan connected chanting begins. Spell Sheer Tritone connected chanting begins. Spell Zeus Weapon connected chanting begins. Spell Heroic Boost simultaneous chanting begins. Range. Selection, position correction, and aiming preparations are complete. The 4-element cannon is ready to fire. All right, 4-element cannon, fire. At the same time as a slight recoil, a glowing wave spreads out from around the muzzle of the gun, like a ripple that extends in a straight line from the muzzle to the target point. When the bullet landed, there was an illusory silence, as if time had stopped for a moment, and then a blast of light spread out in a circle at once. The sound of the blast reaches my ears belatedly. There was a gaping hole in the enemy army which had been swarming in. That's amazing. The attack was so powerful that even I, the person who fired it, was speechless. A little later, Victor also fired his 4-element cannon. The power of the gun was not as powerful as my own, but it wiped out a wide range of enemies. The firing of the 2 4-element cannons changed the battle situation and the atmosphere of the battlefield. Even from the air, we could see the unrest of the enemy forces. In contrast, the morale of the Allied forces rose. Chapter 329, Martial Guard. It seems that the battle has begun for Nagisa, who was dropped in front of the enemy unit earlier. Without hesitation, she charged at the enemy troops. The moment Nagisa's magicraft comes into contact with an enemy machine, the enemy is blown apart like a poorly glued plastic model. Every time Nagisa made a move, an enemy magicraft was easily defeated. I thought they were a strong unit from the atmosphere, but by the looks of it, they don't look like much. Nagisa's magicraft fights without any weapons. Her fists glow like flames, and the enemy machines she attacks with them take more damage than they appear to, and are blown away. In addition, the flaming fist seems to be able to transform into a sword, which it sometimes uses to cut down enemies. I heard that Nagisa's special machine is also equipped with a powerful magic strike, but she hasn't used it yet. Nagisa, you're not going to use the magic strike. I wanted to see the magic strike that I had only heard about, so I asked her. Nagisa replied matter-of-factly, even though she was in the middle of a battle. That kind of special move is supposed to be used in a pinch, right? We're not in a tight spot right now, so there's no need to use it. Even though Nagisa is surrounded by enemies from all sides, she doesn't seem worried at all. Nagisa's special machine did not have the ability to fly, but could float slightly off the ground and move at high speed, like a ride hover. This allowed it to move at a much faster speed than walking and deal with a wide range of enemies. The attack of the 2 4-element cannons and Nagisa's excitement had an effect on our allies throughout the battlefield. Counterattacks began in various places, and they began to push back the enemy forces that had invaded the base. Jean immediately reacted to this trend. We launch an all-out offensive once we've recovered the injured Alana and the others to Musashi. The Iron Knights and the trainee troops will assemble in the center and use their current momentum to destroy the enemy army. After collecting Alana, Triss, Yukiha, and Arthur to Musashi, the Iron Knights and the trainee troops that had gathered there began an all-out offensive, as Jean had instructed. Nagisa, me, and Linicarlo joined them. Linicarlo's Victor continues to bombard the enemy forces with powerful magic blasts from above. Victor had been remodeled to Linicarlo's specifications. Several lightning magic strikes worthy of the Thunder Emperor's name have been implemented, making it far more powerful than before. The Tempest, which attacks a wide range of enemies, has reached a new dimension in both appearance and power. Countless lightning pillars rampaged in all directions, smashing enemy magicrafts into pieces. Linicarlo's lightning strike is a disaster. Don't hit the wrong side. I know. I'm sure you'll be fine. I've got Ferry to check and make sure I hit the right targets. To support Victor's complex system, Ferry had put an AI that copied her consciousness into him. You're so annoying. It's a replica of Ferry, so it must be like Ferry. We're going to kill more enemies than that. Hurry up and analyze the enemy forces, At this rate, Fairy Roman 2 will have a hard time. I can't afford to lose to Nagisa and Linicarlo. It's time to show the power of a Class 2 exclusive Magicraft. 4-element cannon and flying consumed a lot of ether. There are still many enemies, so I decided to descend to the ground to save energy and fight. I landed next to Nagisa's Magicraft just as it crushed an enemy machine with its fist. As soon as I landed on the ground, I pulled out my sword and readied it. Nagisa saw this and came alongside me. Naturally, the other members of the Iron Knights joined the line. Well, let's finish this fight, I said, and everyone responded by stepping forward. Chapter 330. Drastic change in the war situation / Ren. We began to invade the base from various directions. The enemy's resistance was weak, and the war situation had become overwhelmingly in our favor. The battle was probably already won. All the generals of the Valkyrie Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel were convinced of victory in this battle. However, they would not let up their attack. It was necessary to destroy as much of their forces as possible now for the invasion war that was to follow. I was advancing toward the center of the enemy base from the west, with the strongest elite troops of the Valkyria Empire, led by the High King Kurels. We were inside the enemy base, but there were already many allies around us, so there were few obstacles in our way. However, in the midst of such an overwhelming advantage, a small number of admirably strong enemies appeared. A dozen of the Xlander's comrades were killed, but there were more of them in the end. Kurels defeated the enemy's ace Magicraft, but it escaped. It was a decent opponent, but not good enough for me right now. As expected of you, Kurels, even an opponent who can defeat an Xlander is a piece of cake. No, I'll admit that my opponent was quite strong, but it seems I've gotten too strong. I think I'll enjoy the fight a little more from now on. This was probably lip service from Kurels. Well, Mr. Kurels, there was another strong one. Was it safe to let it go? It would be a shame to have all the fun at once. They can't escape from this base anyway. We'll just have to hunt slowly. Indeed, as my friends pointed out, there was another Magicraft that was very strong. In my opinion, the one that escaped might have been stronger than the ace Magicraft that Kurels defeated. True to his word, Kurels slowly made his way through the base, looking for the enemy Magicraft that had fled. The enemy forces no longer had the strength to resist, or perhaps the enemy was just fleeing towards the center of the base and not resisting. What is that thing? One of my friends seems to have noticed something. He looked up and said so. We looked at the sky and there was something floating in the air. If we look closely, we can see that it looks like a Magicraft. Flying Magicrafts are rare, but since the Valkyria Empire even has its own troops, it's not surprising that they exist in the enemy army. Most flying Magicraft are armed with arrows. It might work against normal machines, but it won't work against this elite force. As I was thinking this, one of the enemy Magicraft in the sky fell down. I wasn't expecting that, so I was honestly surprised. The Magicraft fell to the ground with a tremendous impact. I thought it was a complete accident caused by a malfunction in the flight function, but it got up with no problem. All of us were paying attention to the Magicraft that had fallen, but we heard a tremendous sound from above and hurriedly looked up again. The two machines in the sky were emitting light like a laser beam. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed around me. I couldn't understand what happened, but I knew from my allies' communication that something unusual had occurred. The unknown enemy attack destroyed the 4th and 5th divisions that were deployed in the east. In addition, it seems that the army of the Kingdom of Lubel on the west side has also suffered tremendous damage. What the fuck is going on? I don't know, but it seems that nearly 3,000 Magicrafts were killed by that one blow. 3,000 Magicrafts down in one blow. Damn, let's take out the enemy in front of us first and slowly assess the situation, Kurel said, and turned to the enemy Magicraft that had fallen from the sky. Everyone thought that the one enemy Magicraft that fell would be crushed to pieces in an instant, though it was a pity. Moreover, it was the High King Kurels who first went towards that enemy. However, in the next moment, a sight that no one had expected came into view. Kurel's Magicraft Chernobog Roman 2 that had charged at it was blown apart like a poorly glued plastic model hitting a wall. After a moment of silence, a sense of turmoil and confusion spread among my friends. The enemy Magicraft charged at us without regard for the situation. We tried to return fire, but one by one we were destroyed. I was easily hit by the enemy Magicraft and fell to the ground. I thought I was getting stronger. I thought that no matter how strong the opponent, I would not be easily defeated. However, I realized that there is a higher power in the world. Chapter 331. Turning the tide with just a light swing, I can cut down an enemy Magicraft along with its shield. With just a kick, the enemy Magicraft was blown away and silenced. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. This is a Class 2 exclusive machine. I fight while checking the movements of my special machine. The speed and power all have an extra-dimensional feel to them, and they overwhelm the enemy forces even though I haven't even exerted 10% of my power yet. Nagisa's machine also has considerable potential, and she seems to be holding back her power too. Perhaps inspired by my, Nagisa's and Linacarlo's battle, the Iron Knights members began to move more and more. With overwhelming momentum, we annihilated the enemy army. The enemy army, which had initially resisted, eventually became defensive and finally began to retreat. The momentum of the Iron Knights was transmitted to the entire Amurian Union army, and they attacked the enemy army in a huge wave. Even though they already had the advantage in numbers, they were unable to overturn it and were being cornered. This is our chance. The enemy's forces don't have the energy to counterattack anymore. All troops attack with all your might. Jean's words were echoed by the commanders of the Amurian Union. They rallied their troops who were battered by fatigue and damage and moved in for a final offensive. Then something else happened. We have troops approaching from the east. Military flags indicate friendly forces. The crew of the Musashi, who had been keeping an eye on the surroundings, reported this as they looked through their telescopes. Immediately, a transmission came in from a friendly force that had appeared on the Amurian Army channel. "This is the Central 6th Army. We have come to you in accordance with your request for reinforcements. We will now participate in the battle." When I heard the transmission, Jean seemed to have some information and responded. "The 6th Army, I see. They've just established a new mass-produced magicraft unit. I guess that settles the battle." The arrival of reinforcements seemed to have convinced Jean of victory. The enemy forces, unable to mount a systematic counterattack, retreated toward the border. Then the 6th Army, which had come as reinforcements, attacked from the flank. The enemy troops, who were demoralized even at this point, were unable to do anything in the face of the unexpected attack and were defeated. I was able to see the newly established mass-production magicraft unit during this battle, but it seems to be an excellent machine, as it was designed by Rafishal. It has the ability to overwhelm multiple enemies, and since it is a mass-produced machine, it will show its true potential in organized operations. Yura Linacarlo Nagisa. The battle is already decided, but I want to reduce the enemy's strength as much as possible for the future. I'm sorry, but can you please go around to the rear of the retreating enemy and hit their main force? Indeed, as Jean said, it might be better to hit them so thoroughly that they would never want to mess with the Amurian Union again. I signaled to Linacarlo that I was ready to go, caught Nagisa and soared into the sky. "Yura, you're going to drop me from the sky again. It's no use, Nagisa can't fly. I'm going to complain to Rafishal later, I swear." I went around to the rear of the retreating enemy forces and dropped Nagisa like a bomb. Well, from the enemy's point of view, the existence of Nagisa's magicraft would be like a bomb, so I think this treatment is correct. I'll hit the enemy in the northwest, and Linacarlo, you hit the enemy fleeing to the northeast. The enemy was retreating in two major armies. They were probably divided into two groups, the Valkyria Empire and the Kingdom of Lubel, but I didn't know which was which, so I indicated so. All right, this is going to be the last attack of the battle, so I'll spare no expense and deliver another shot with the 4-element cannon. I thought about going along with that idea, but I wanted to get a better grasp of the capabilities of the Class 2 machine, so I decided to charge the enemy's main camps single-handedly. Chapter 332. Victory. The enemy's ride carriers were firing at me, but it seems that their accuracy was not that high. They can't seem to aim at flying magicrafts and none of the shots hit. Well, even if they did, I probably wouldn't take any damage. I landed like a dropkick on the cannon of a ride carrier that was bombarding me, destroying it, and then looked around for the main force of the enemy. "Ferry, do you have the location of the enemy's main force?" "I believe the chain of command is the unit in the north-northwest position. Their flag is also of a higher rank, so it's highly likely." "Good. Then let's hit that unit to the north-northwest." I took off again and headed for the enemy unit to the north-northwest. The unit caught sight of me and opened fire on me like a demon. From the feel of the counterattack, I was sure it was the enemy's main force. I didn't even try to avoid the gunfire, but charged straight ahead and landed in the center of the enemy force. The enemy was unable to move immediately, as if they couldn't understand the situation where a magicraft that flew in the sky landed in the middle of the main force without a care in the world. Both the magicrafts and the ride carriers looked at me, but no one could take a step forward. It's true that it's somewhat incomprehensible to see a single magicraft charging into the midst of the enemy and looking unconcerned. However, I didn't come here for a walk either. If they don't move, I will. I pointed my left hand at the enemy and fired the enhanced magic bullet equipped on the back of my hand. It extended straight out like a beam weapon from a robot animation, penetrating and destroying the enemy machine. I then aimed and fired a series of enhanced magic bullets, and the rays of light shot out one after another, skewered and destroyed every enemy they hit. This is indeed a magic bullet made by Rafishal, and it doesn't overheat even when fired repeatedly. The commercially available ones that were mounted on the Arleo stopped after one shot. Perhaps awakened by the attack of the magic bullet, the enemy magicrafts finally began to move. They held their weapons and closed in on me. I draw my sword and hold it ready, then stop and wait for the enemy magicrafts to approach. The moment the enemy is in my range, I twist my body and swing my sword in a circle to sweep them away. In addition, I use the floating function to move in a zigzag pattern and cut down the enemies. They are knocked down without being able to defend themselves, let alone fight back. Floating allows my magicraft to move in a way that the walking magicrafts can't keep up with me. During the battle now, in the middle of the one-sided annihilation, a large explosion occurred. It was probably Linicarlo's four-element cannon. Fear seemed to have gotten the better of them, and they had completely lost their will to fight. They all fled towards their own country. As all the enemy troops showed signs of retreating, I checked the situation with Linicarlo and Nagisa. Linicarlo, Nagisa, how are things going over there? I did a lot of damage with my four-element cannon. I'm sure it's because of that, but most of the enemies started running away at once. Over here too, the enemy doesn't seem to want to fight anymore. They don't even look at me, they're moving towards the border. What should we do, go after them? No, we've done enough damage and I don't feel good about taking down someone who's running away. That's true. I have no taste for torturing people who have no will to fight. Well then, unlike Yuta and Linicarlo, I can't fly back, so I'll go home first. After Nagisa's words, Linicarlo noticed something and began to fuss. What? Oh my god, what's wrong, Linicarlo? The four-element cannon just now depleted the ether. You scared me. It's no use. I'll go back on foot. I've always taken it for granted that I could get around on foot. But when she says it like that, it seems inconvenient to not be able to fly. Chapter 333, Aftermath of War. The enemy forces have completely withdrawn. The Amurian Union is busily retrieving wounded soldiers and securing prisoners from the enemy forces. Since it was a fairly large-scale battle, the damage to both the enemy and our allies was enormous. The number of wounded soldiers was in the tens of thousands, and the number of captured enemy soldiers was as many as 10,000. The damage is too great to call it a complete victory. Jean lamented as he checked the damage. If Yuta and the others came back a little later, we would have been in trouble. Really, I thought we were doomed when they broke into the base. Nanami and Emina must have had a hard time. She said this as if she was deeply relieved. Is Alana okay? I was concerned about the injured Alana, so I asked. She's fine. She's already out of the medical capsule and resting in her room. That's right, Yuta. Why don't you go and visit her? That's right. Even if she's fine, I'm still worried, so I'll just go check on her. I visited the room where Alana was. It's Yuta. Are you there, Alana? When I called out to her in front of the room, I was greeted by the cheerful voice of Alana. Yuta, the door is open. Does that mean I should come in? I opened the door and peeked inside the room. Alana was lying on the bed, hiding under the covers. What's wrong, are you still sick? I asked as I approached her. Then slowly, the covers were pulled down to reveal her. For some reason, Alana was not wearing any clothes. Alana, why are you naked? I'm always naked when I sleep. Don't look away, look at me. Alana, please don't show your indecent body to Yuta. Oh, Linicarlo was with you. I wasn't the only one who came to visit Alana. Linicarlo and Nagisa were also with me. Of course. I'm not going to let Yuta go to your room alone. As expected, I had a strange feeling. What do you mean, strange feeling? I just wanted to show Yuta my healed body. You don't have to show him your naked body. I was injured in a place I couldn't show him unless I was naked. Oh, where is that? We don't even know where you got hurt in the first place, so why would you need to show Yuta the part that's healed? Alana and Linicarlo continued to argue. Both of them were so swift that there was no chance to stop them. Hey, don't stare at Alana's naked body. I'm not looking. I hurriedly denied it when Nagisa pointed it out, but I'm a boy too, so I can't help but glance at her. Nagisa sensed this and in the end sent me out of the room. As the battlefield was being cleaned up, the defense system was being strengthened at the same time. A defense force was organized with the survivors of this battle and the 6th Army, which came later as reinforcements. In addition, the second batch of trainee troops was to be initiated, and the manufacturing of mass-produced magicrafts was to be hastened. 3 days after the battle, Raynell came to visit us in Bailaluk. It was for the purpose of dealing with the future and inspecting the current situation, but for some reason, she came to see the Iron Knights as soon as she arrived in Bailaluk. I'm glad Yuta-san and Nagisa are safe. What is it, Raynell? Are you sure you're okay to come here when you're so busy? I'm not okay, but there was something I really wanted to ask you in person. Something you wanted to ask me. In fact, we've captured some big names from the Valkyrie Empire, and the kingdom of Lubel in this battle. Big names. Have we captured any of the generals? Jean, who had been listening to Raynell's story, asked bluntly. No, it's bigger than that. Kurel's the High King of the Valkyrie Empire. Kmeos, the demon guard of the kingdom of Lubel, and a few other members of the royal and imperial families. That's great. You can get all the ransom you want. Yes. I believe that we can demand a considerable amount of conditions from the Valkyrie Empire and the kingdom of Lubel for the return of the prisoners. That's why I've come here to consult with you. As the Amurian Union, we would like to reward the Iron Knights, who are the greatest contributors to this battle. Oh, can you give us a portion of the ransom? It may be more valuable than money. Nagisa told me once that the Iron Knights have some business to attend to in the kingdom of Lubel. The kingdom of Lubel, that's right. There is a research facility in the kingdom of Lubel that can bring Dad back to life. Raynell, you're going to allow us to explore the kingdom of Lubel? Yes. I'm thinking of adding that as one of the conditions for the return of the prisoners. Okay. It looks like one of the problems I had been struggling with will be solved. Now Dad's resurrection is getting closer to reality. Chapter 334. Those who go, those who stay as promised. Raynell included the freedom of the Iron Knights to act within the kingdom of Lubel as a condition for the return of the prisoners. The kingdom of Lubel was reluctant to accept the terms, but in the end they agreed to them. However, there were some precautions that had to be taken. We were told that we were to be accompanied by a surveillance unit and that we were not to approach the royal capital. I thought the surveillance was natural, and the research facility of the ancient civilization where we had to go was far from the capital, so this was no problem. We accepted it. Raynell had prepared the alchemy materials needed for revival, so we could leave for the kingdom of Lubel right away. The question was who should go. Why don't we all go? Jean suggested that we select the members who would go to the kingdom of Lubel, and I agreed. Our mission is to investigate the ruins, so if we enter the country on a too large scale, it will only increase the distrust. It's better to go here with a small group. It's still better to go with everyone. We're going into an enemy country, aren't we? I think it's better to have a lot of friends in case they attack us. Perhaps Nanami had been frightened in the previous battle, but she didn't want her friends to split up. The prisoners of war will be handed over once the Iron Knights return safely. In effect, it's like taking hostages. So as long as we don't take any overtly hostile action, they won't attack us. Isn't there a possibility that they will still try to force us? Think about it from their perspective. Members of the 12 Heavenly Masters and the royal family are being held hostage. What's the advantage of ignoring that and attacking the few troops that came to investigate? Well, that's certainly true. Then who does Jean think should go? I've got a plan for that. First, Keon. We're going to revive her father, so she'll definitely want to go. Then there's Yura, Linacarlo, and Nagisa, just in case. The rest are the people who do the revival work. Rafashal, can revival be done by Ferry? Ferry is far superior to me in life science. All right, I'll ask Ferry to do the resurrection. You sure you don't want me to go? You have to strengthen the other members' magicrafts. As we learned well from the previous battle, it is essential to have a magicrafts that matches the increase in Ludia value. Both Alana and Nanami would have had an easier time fighting if they had a magicraft that matched their Ludia value. You're right. Then let's go to the high ether concentration zone again. You rebuild everyone's magicrafts there. No one opposed Jean's proposal. Some of them might have actually wanted to go to the kingdom of Lubel, but they were convinced that it was better to strengthen their magicrafts. They must have been so frustrated by the previous battle. That's surprising. I thought you guys would definitely want to go too. Alana replied calmly to Linacarlo's words. I've been very frustrated indeed. I need my strength now, that's good too. It's no laughing matter if this Thunder Emperor Linacarlo's minions are small fries. Who are your minions? Tell me while you still can. Jean also said that he would strengthen Fugaku and Musashi. Since they were the only two ride carriers of the Iron Knights, we will have no means to go to the kingdom of Lubel. Wait a minute. If that's the case, how are we supposed to get to the kingdom of Lubel? The Amurian Union has provided us with the latest large ride hover, so we'll be heading out with that. It doesn't have any combat power, but it can carry 4 magicrafts and has perfect maneuverability, so it shouldn't be a problem. What are we going to do in the event of a battle? I'm sure Yuta, Keon, and Linacarlo and Nagisa can deal with anything. It's nice to stay at home, isn't it? Stay at home? What are you talking about? I'm going to Lubel too. I thought Jean was going to be in the rest of the team, but apparently he's going to be piloting the ride hover. If Jean is in the Lubel group, who's going to lead the others? I'll leave it to Alana. It's true that Alana has great commanding ability, so it won't be a problem. As soon as we were ready, we would head to the kingdom of Lubel. Chapter 335. Important mission / Yuki. The Elysian Empire was moving according to Rafashal's wishes. Whether it's ambition or greed, Rafishal seems to be thinking about taking over the entire continent and has had the entire Elysian Empire prepare for battle. In order to conquer the continent within 3 years, 10 gods of war were scattered throughout the land and began preparing for war. Master Yuki, Master Rafishal wants to see you. Please return to the Imperial City immediately. I was also the head of the newly established attack force and was making preparations, but Rafishal called me. I don't want to see that face again, but right now I have no way to refuse it. What can I do for you? Don't look so glum. I have a little favor to ask of you. Oh, you mean a favor, not an order? Yes, a favor. I treat the 10 gods of war with respect. It's fine to respect the 10 gods of war in your own way, Rafishal, but if that's the case, you shouldn't have implanted such a bomb. I thought this as I touched the red jewel under my neck. So what is this favor you're asking? I need you to go to the Northern Glacier Ruins for reinforcements. Northern Glacial Ruins? I've never heard of this place. What do you mean by reinforcements there? I've been having a man check it out in secret, but he seems to be having a hard time. I'm sure there's something in there that the Elysian Empire will need in the future. So help the man out and get it for us. Even if it was not an order, I would not have the right to refuse. I wanted to leave this man's presence immediately and granted his wish. All right, I'll go. So who is this man? He is a former mercenary named Scarfy. He is not officially a member of the Elysian Imperial Army at the moment, but he is scheduled to become one of the 10 gods of war later on. You're giving such an important mission to a man who is not officially a member of the Elysian Empire. There are times when it is more convenient. Besides, the man is trustworthy. What makes you trust him so much? I was curious and asked him about it, because I had always assumed that Rafishal didn't trust anyone. He is terribly greedy for power. Those who are greedy for power will do as they are told if you dangle a mighty power in front of them. I don't seem to be on the same page with this Scarfy guy. Reluctantly, I headed north to a place called Glacial Ruins. I'm allowed to take my men, so I'll be bringing my newly established unit with me. Yuki, so what are we doing at this place called the Northern Glacier Ruins? Mary, the second in command of my unit, asks me that question after hearing about the Northern Glacier Ruins. I don't know much, but I'm supposed to ask a guy named Scarfy who's been there before me for details. Scarfy, one of the 12 Heavenly Masters. What? He's famous. He's a member of the Sword Clan, the most powerful mercenary group in the world, and even children know the name of the Sword King Scarfy. The 12 Heavenly Masters are the same as Yudo and the others, but it's no longer the time of the 12 Heavenly Masters. From now on, it will be the era of Yuki and Elysia 10 War Guards. Stop talking like that. I don't want to be one of them. Give it up. Even if you think so, the public opinion will raise the appearance of the new heroes in a funny way. If you fight in earnest from now on, your name will naturally spread. I really hated it, but I think what Mary said was right. My name is going to be spread all over the world. I don't like it, but maybe it will make Yuta notice me. That's the only thing I can do now. Chapter 336. Heading north/Yuki, my newly established unit, the 001st Nitro Battalion, also known as the Rose Needle Squadron, was on its way to the Northern Glacier Ruins. The name Rose Needle was given to us by Mary. It has a force of 5 ride carriers and 100 magic machines, but all of the riders are elite troops of Ixlander who have received Nitro Ludia. In addition, Valiant, strengthened by Rafishal, also belongs to the unit. Despite the size of the battalion, it had the strength of the former Elysian army. It's getting pretty cold out here. The ride carrier was not equipped with any conveniences like air conditioning. The temperature of the outside air was transmitted directly into the ship. There was a magical fireplace in the center of the bridge, but it wasn't enough to heat the whole large bridge. Do you think one magical fireplace will be enough? From what I've heard, the Northern Glacier Ruins are like the North Pole of the Earth, so that'll be difficult. I don't like the cold. I had heard that it was a cold place, so I had brought warm clothes, but I didn't expect it to be as cold as the North Pole. I'm not sure I could stand that kind of cold. Don't worry, I know you don't like the cold, so I've prepared another magical fireplace. It's large and attached to the air conditioning system, so it will warm the entire ship. Oh, really? Thank you, Mary. I'm really grateful to have a lieutenant who understands me. The further north we went, the more the landscape turned into snowfields. I heard that there are no people living here anymore, only creatures that can withstand the cold. Just looking at the icy world from the bridge made me feel cold to the core. I shuddered thinking what I would have done without the magical fireplace that Mary had prepared for me. Yuki-sama, we're almost at the meeting point. The pilot of the ride carrier reports that we are near our destination, but there are no structures anywhere. All I see is a wall of ice. Are you sure this is the right place? The coordinates provided by Master Rafishal are at this point, so I'm pretty sure. What do you think, Mary? From what Rafishal is saying, the northern glacier ruins have some kind of big secret. If that's the case, wouldn't it be natural for the entrance to be hidden? That's true, let's check this area carefully. As Mary had said, the entrance to the glacial ruins was hidden behind a disguise that was not immediately obvious. The cul-de-sac, surrounded by a wall of ice, appeared to be a dead end, but the ice wall at the back was a fake three-dimensional image that allowed us to pass through. The technology of ancient civilizations is amazing, Mary said admiringly as she looked at the three-dimensional image, which was indistinguishable from an ordinary wall of ice even up close. How did they perish with all this technology? I've heard that they suffered a lot of damage in the battle with the giant beasts and went into decline, but I doubt it. I've heard the old stories about giant beasts from many people since I came to this world, but I feel a sense of dread when I think of the fierce battles that ravaged even the most advanced civilizations. The disguised wall led to a large underground cave. The atmosphere is very similar to that of the ruins where Rafishal was. Both were created by the same civilization, so it's no wonder they look alike. As we made our way through the large underground cavern, we saw a conspicuous man-made structure. There were 3 ride carriers docked nearby, so that must be our destination. This is the 1st Nitro Battalion of the Elysian Imperial Army. We have come to reinforce you by order of the Grand Vizier. I would like to hear the details immediately, so please contact Lord Scarfi. The ride carrier anchored at the ruins responded immediately. It means that Scarfi will be coming out to us, so we have to prepare. We need to get the details first, and then see what we're going to do here. Chapter 337. Sword King / Yuki. After waiting for a while, a ride hover came out of a ride carrier anchored near the ruins. It was probably the one that Scarfi was riding in. I was more than a little nervous to meet someone who had information about our activities here. What kind of person is Scarfi? The only thing I know about him is that he's a disciple of the Sword Saint Veft and a major force in the Sword clan. I guess I'll just have to wait and see what he's like. The man who showed up looked much younger than I had imagined. I had an image of him as a stern warrior in his 40s, because he was known as the Sword King, but he was actually an intellectual businessman in his late 20s. I said I wanted reinforcements, but I didn't expect a young woman like you to show up. I was a little annoyed at his sudden rude remark. What does gender have to do with reinforcements? No, it doesn't. It's how good you are that matters, then it won't be a problem. Yuki is one of the best riders in the Elysian Empire, selected as one of the 10 guards of war, Mary tells Scarfi. When he heard that she was one of the 10 guards of war, his expression changed from fearless to a bit more serious. So it's one of the 10 guards of war. I've heard that I'm going to be one of them, but only after this job is over. I'd like to get this over with and get back on the stage. So you're behind the scenes now. When I asked, Scarfi's expression changed to one of fear. We're in the middle of a covert operation, so I'd say it's behind the scenes. I'm not ashamed of my actions. There's a reason for every action I've ever taken and ever will take. Even if it's disgraceful to others, I'm in the right. I felt a little scared as he suddenly spoke in a very agitated tone. I couldn't understand a bit of the meaning of his words, and I felt like he was going through a lot of emotional ups and downs. By the way, I heard that Scarfi had also received nitroludia before the mission. Maybe that's what's making his mind unstable. I'm sorry for saying something I shouldn't have. If I offended you, I apologize. I made a token apology so as not to make the problem bigger. Scarfi regained his composure after hearing that. You're right. I'm sorry I got a little excited too. I thought you were accusing me of something. Nitroludia may have made him more sensitive to emotions after all. His expression changed from furious to depressed this time. Now, before we go any further, can I ask you about this operation? Yes, I'll explain. There are 2 people sealed in these ruins. The purpose of our mission is to free them. Who are the 2 people who are sealed? I don't know. The scholar accompanying me seems to know, so if you're curious, you can ask him. I had a bad feeling when I heard about the scholar who was accompanying him. Fearfully, I asked about the scholar. It's a female scholar named Brule. She is examining the ruins at the moment, so you can meet her later. What a coincidence that I'm with that doctor. Brule again. I've been betrayed once before by her, and both Mary and I feel bad about it. However, there was one thing that bothered me after listening to Scarfi. What was the reason why they had to ask for reinforcements with one of the 12 heavenly masters strengthened by nitroludia and Dr. Brule? There seems to be no problem in terms of knowledge or power. Mr. Scarfi, may I ask you a question? With a rider as good as you are, why did you ask for reinforcements? I asked more politely than I should have, for fear that he would get angry again. There are problems I can't handle alone. We've already lost half of the riders who came with us. We would have been annihilated if we continued like this. There are enemies here that even a candidate for the 10 gods of war can't handle. I can finally test myself after being strengthened by nitroludia. It was inappropriate, but I thought so. Chapter 338. Entering the Kingdom of Lubel, we crossed the border into the Kingdom of Lubel in a ride hover piloted by Jean. The Kingdom of Lubel had already been informed of our arrival, so there were already troops there to monitor us. I see you are a ship belonging to the Amurian Union. This is Suv, a ship belonging to the Central Command of the Kingdom of Lubel, and I will now accompany you to ensure your safety within the Kingdom of Lubel. Our safety within the Kingdom of Lubel makes me laugh. They are just a surveillance unit. Linicarlo made a comment about the other's words, but Jean had a different view. What do you mean, Jean? I didn't understand the meaning of Jean's words because I too thought the same thing as Linicarlo. It's not surprising that aristocrats who lost close relatives in this battle, for example, have a strong grudge against the Amurian Union, right? There is a possibility that such people will try to attack us regardless of the will of the country. Even if that's the case, would they really fight against their allies to protect the enemy? The hostages this time include the riders representing the Kingdom of Lubel and members of the royal family. They definitely do not want anything to happen to us and hurt the hostages. I'm sure they think it would be a disgrace to the country if something like that happened because of a local nobleman running amok, and the damage would be huge. I see. So there's a possibility of fighting within the Kingdom of Lubel. That's right. You guys should be a little bit alert, don't just sit around. I'm not sitting around, that's rude. Jean didn't seem to care about Linicarlo's anger and told Suv, the surveillance ship of the Kingdom of Lubel, that he agreed to accompany him. This is Murai, a research vessel belonging to the Amurian Union. We thank you for accompanying us. Murai is the name of the ride hover that Nagisa gave on her own. She said that it was not a battleship and that a peaceful name would be better. Well, it seemed that everyone didn't care about the name of the ride hover, and no one objected. The large ride hover Murai was much smaller than the ride carriers Fugaku and Musashi, but it still had a hangar that could hold 4 magicrafts, 6 private rooms, a cafeteria, and a shower room. Speaking of which, I've been wondering for a while now what's the difference between a ride hover and a ride carrier. Murai is about a size smaller than the ride carrier that the Iron Knights were riding in the early days. I thought the distinction was based on size, so when it comes to Murai being a ride hover, I'm not sure. Jean, can I ask you something? What's the difference between a ride hover and a ride carrier? I'll ask him because I'm sure Jean, who's knowledgeable, will know. It's a difference in concept. The ride hover is for moving people, the ride carrier is for moving magicrafts. As expected of Jean, the answer came back to me immediately. Murai can store magicrafts, but it's a ride hover, right? What does that mean? It's designed to transport people, but it can carry magicrafts as an added bonus. The living space is bigger than the hangar, right? That's certainly what I'd say. Fugaku and other ride carriers take up more space in the hangar of the magicrafts. As always, I'm impressed by Jean's knowledge. I think I should learn a little more about this world too. Chapter 339. Enemies. It takes time to move around the vast Kingdom of Lubel. We were heading towards our destination, a research facility of an ancient civilization, with a break in between. It must be hard for those ride carriers to stay close and keep an eye on us, Keon said sympathetically as she sipped the stewed potatoes Jean had made. It must be hard to just sit there and watch us. Nagisa agreed with Keon's opinion as she sipped her vegetable-filled soup, but Jean had an idea of his own. It depends on the person, doesn't it? As for me, I envy them because it's so easy to just sit around and look at things. Linicarlo immediately responded to his words. I thought you thought it would be better to have a good-paying job, even if it's busy, rather than a cheap and easy job. No, that's basically what I think, but I do have a certain appreciation for easy, simple work. It's not for me, but there's nothing wrong with having a moderately easy job and enjoying your personal life. I know it's a life that doesn't suit Jean, but I understand what he means. I'm also thinking that I'd rather have a good personal life than a good professional one. As we were eating our meal, having a casual conversation like that, there was a commotion outside. The Lubel army, which was monitoring us, started to move in a panic. What's going on? Nagisa said, looking at the noisy Lubel ship outside. Looks like something's getting closer. There are probably several other units on the lookout besides the ride carrier named Suv. Maybe someone got caught in the net. Wait a minute. Does that mean that something like what Jean just said is happening? Isn't that a big problem? Shouldn't we prepare for battle? Why don't we just leave it to the Lubel army? They're probably bored. Can we take our time? There might be more enemy troops attacking us. I point out that Jean is too relaxed. If that's the case, we'll just move then. And it's better if we don't even show any signs of fighting. Don't forget that we're in the middle of an enemy country. I understand what Jean is saying, but it's kind of uncomfortable to do nothing when the enemy is approaching. After a while, we could see the enemy coming towards us. An army of 10 ride carriers and about 100 magicrafts was approaching. Perhaps to stop them, Suv and the rest of the surveillance team stood between us and the approaching enemy force. I warn you, Count Suidel, your actions are against the will of the state and will not be tolerated. If you retreat, you will not be charged with a crime, but if you come any closer, you will be punished for treason. Shut up, you little punk from the Central Army. They killed my brother. My precious brother was murdered by those Amurian trash. I'm not just going to sit back and let them pass through my territory. Shut up and hand over the trash of Amuria to us. I'm afraid I can't do that. If you insist, we, the Central Army, will deal with you. Please understand the absurdity of crossing blades against us. Interesting. I'm going to bleed you and the Central Army dry before the Amurian trash. It seemed that the negotiations had broken down. Tensions were rising between the two armies, and a battle was about to begin. Chapter 340. Bystanders, perhaps they have decided that a battle is inevitable. The surveillance troops are now in a fighting stance. Their numbers are about the same, but the central troops monitoring us are more skilled. Jane, I'll be standing by with my Arleo 2, just in case. I had a lot of trouble deciding on a name for my special machine, and in the end I thought that Arleo would be fine. The reason I gave it 2 is because it means second magicraft, and also because it is a Class 2 magicraft. The surveillance team seems to be more powerful than them, so I'm sure everything will be fine. It's better to be worried now than surprised when the surveillance unit is breached. That's true. If Yuda is going to wait in his magicraft, then I'll be in Diatina too. Nagisa's personal magicraft has also been given a name. I'm not sure where it came from, but Nagisa named it. When Nagisa and I went to the storage space where the magicrafts were, Linacarlo followed us, saying, "It can't be helped, can it?" They seemed to think that it was enough for us to stand by, and Kion remained on the bridge of Murai. In the meantime, the battle between Count Suidal army and the surveillance unit seems to have started. It became even noisier outside. As I climbed into the Arleo 2, I placed my hand on the control ball to activate it. At the same time, I asked Ferry to project the battle on the screen. I'm projecting the battle at a distance of 1 kilometer in the north-northwest direction. When Ferry said that, the image of the magicrafts fighting fiercely appeared on the screen. It's a technology called telephoto projection, and if you're far enough away, you can see what's going on as if you were looking at it up close. The battle between the armies of the Kingdom of Lubel was fierce. They are attacking each other with swords and spears in a desperate attempt to destroy each other's magicrafts. At first, the battle seemed to be evenly matched, but gradually, the surveillance forces began to push the Count Suidal army. I don't know what kind of organizational structure the Royal Army of Lubel has, but it seems that the Central Army, to which the surveillance unit belongs, is of a higher rank. The quality of the riders seemed to be slightly higher. However, even though Count Suidal army was inferior in terms of strength, they did not let the surveillance force gain a one-sided advantage through their desperate struggle. "We're not going to lose, but it looks like they're going to do a bit of damage," Jean muttered as he analyzed the battle situation. "Jane, what should we do? Maybe I should get out there and lend a hand." "Wait a minute, it's not a good idea to go out and join the war on your own. Let's let the surveillance unit decide." The surveillance team had given me a sharestone in advance. With it, we can connect with them through the spirit box. Jean asked them directly if we could help. "This is Murai, a ride hover from the Amurian Union. I am prepared to assist you in any way I can. If you wish, we can launch right away. Thank you for your offer, but this is an internal matter of the Kingdom of Lubel. We will solve it ourselves, so please stay out of it." Apparently, the help was refused. Jean seemed to have expected this. So it's no good. Soldiers are so inflexible, aren't they? It is true that soldiers seem to have a tendency to prioritize honor and position over facts. The battle between the armies of the Kingdom of Lubel continued. The battle, which neither side could back down from, ended with the annihilation of Count Suidal army. However, it seems that the surveillance unit also suffered considerable damage, with ride carriers other than Suv sunk and 80% of the magicrafts heavily damaged. The surveillance unit was in shambles, and it looked as if it would be difficult to accompany us. However, the commander of Suv's surveillance unit told us in a matter-of-fact manner, "Thank you for your patience. We've secured the area, please proceed." I wondered if it was a sign of professionalism, a proud act for a soldier, but for me it was more about fear than respect. I was starting to wonder what kind of person the commander of the surveillance unit was. Chapter 341. Elite soldiers. The surveillance team is reorganizing the unit with the survivors, and Jean is impressed to see that the work is proceeding without hesitation. I asked Jean, as to me it looked like they were just sorting out the working and destroyed magicrafts. Is it really that difficult to reorganize? It would be quite difficult in that situation. I'm sure the commander would like to keep as many as possible, but it's difficult to determine if they can actually be used as a fighting force. However, the commander had no such hesitation. If you don't have a clear picture of whether or not you can use it as a fighting force, it won't work like that. Oh, so that's how it is. I watched the battle and I think his command skills are very good. There's nothing unexpected about him, but he used pretty solid tactics to deal with the enemy. Keon, who had been listening to Jean and me, also expressed her opinion about the commander of the surveillance unit. I was able to meet him in person very soon. He had come to Murai because he wanted to consult with us about our future plans. I'm Amit Steiner from the Central Army of the Kingdom of Lubel. I apologize for the disturbance caused by this private matter. I was surprised to hear from Keon and Nagisa that he was probably a woman. The way he behaved and acted, he looked like a man, so I thought he was a man. Her voice is quite husky and can be interpreted as either male or female. As I was whispering about it being a man or a woman, Emits noticed. She was used to this kind of situation and told me in a pleasantly clear manner. I am biologically a woman, but I have already decided to leave women behind and live as a man. So I would appreciate it if you would treat me as a man. Well, I guess everyone has their own way of life. If a woman wants to live as a man, she should do so. So what is it that you want to discuss? The conversation had gone off track, so Jean asked Emits to bring it back. In fact, I absent-mindedly missed the ringleader of the earlier battle. The group that attacked us is led by a local lord named Count Suidel, but he is an old nobleman with deep ties to the lords of this area. So there is a possibility that he may get help from them and attack us again. I see. So what do you want us to do? Yes. If possible, I would like to ask you to stop by the nearby Lubel military base. You say you're running low on strength and can't withstand another attack, so you want to stop by the base to ask for reinforcements. I'm very sorry if this is not what you want to do, but I would really appreciate it if you would consider it. Jane. He said it's close by, maybe we can stop by the base. I took pity on Emits, who was really apologetic, and helped him out. I understand that we'll be stopping by the base, but we're not going anywhere near the base. We stay close by and call for reinforcements or whatever you need. The cautious Jean did not want to approach the base. There is certainly no advantage for us to get close to the military base of the Kingdom of Lubel. Emits saluted like a military man and went back to Suv. As Emits left, there was a bit of excitement on Murai's bridge about him. I'm sure she'll get mad if I say this to her, but it's a shame that she's living as a man when she's so beautiful. Keon also reacted to Nagisa's words. That's true. She's got such a good capacity that if she lives as a woman, she's guaranteed a certain level of happiness. Well, I'm not even close. Everyone went through Linacarlo's words as normal. Linacarlo looked at me as if he wanted me to agree with her. I was at a loss for words as to what to say, so I looked away and pretended not to hear. Well, I guess it doesn't matter to her whether she's beautiful or not. Live the way you want to live. It would be nice to have such a choice. I agree with Jean's words. I thought you only live once, and as long as you don't bother others, you can live your life the way you want. Chapter 342. The lone troop, as Emits had said. The base of the Royal Army of Lubel was close by. It took us about 2 hours to reach the base from where the battle took place. However, as Jean had declared, we would not go near the base but wait by a nearby lake. Emits seemed to be heading for the base to request reinforcements. A ride hover was launched from Suv. It's weird to watch the enemy get reinforcements like this in silence. Linacarlo mutters as she watches from Murai's bridge as the ride hover runs toward the base. That's true. If you think about it, they are enemy forces. Their conversation reminded me of Emits's face when he came to Murai. His apologetic expression came to mind, so I defended him lightly. It's true that they may be the enemy, but right now they're just a unit that's watching us, right? They fought to protect us earlier, so don't be so hostile. It's crazy that they could seriously fight with their allies for the sake of the enemy. Jean gave his own take on Linacarlo's impressions. If you think about it, soldiers are a peculiar group of people. A good soldier is one who follows the orders of his superiors to the letter. Commander Emits is a good soldier, no doubt about it. If that's the case, I don't think I'll ever be a good soldier. That's fine, we're not soldiers. We're the best mercenaries. I didn't quite understand the difference between mercenaries and soldiers, but I generally agree with Jean. We don't need to be soldiers. A few moments later, Emits returned. He was not going towards Suv but towards Murai. Looks like they refused to provide reinforcements. What? How do you know that? There is no movement at the base. Moreover, the fact that the Emits is coming to Murai means that things didn't go as expected. As Jean had predicted, Emits' request for reinforcements has been turned down. I'm sorry. It seems that Count Suidel had beaten us to it. I knew that the commander of this base was an old acquaintance of Count Suidel's, but I didn't expect that they would be so connected that he would go against the wishes of the country. I understood the situation. So what do you plan to do now? There is no central military base in this area. Requesting reinforcements from the central army base would take too much time. It's going to be a little tough, but we'll just have to get by with our current strength. It's the same Royal Army of Lubel. Are they really that inflexible? My question was answered by Keon. The bigger the organization, the more difficult it is to have a united front, and a country as large as the Kingdom of Lubel will have one or two factions. I'm embarrassed to say that I agree. There is a huge barrier in the chain of command between the local and central forces. With a position like mine, there's no compulsion for the district army. I can honestly say that I understand how hard it is. So I couldn't help but suggest this. Well, if it comes to it, we'll fight for you, so just tell us. No, thank you for your concern, but this is a matter within the Kingdom of Lubel. We can't ask for help from you. Seriously thought so, but Jean supported Emits. It's certainly not our place to get involved. I'm looking forward to your efforts, Emits. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that and saluting, Emits went back to Suv. Are you sure, Jean? If we don't help, Emits's troops will be wiped out. I guess it's called military pride. I'm sure they have their own agenda that they have to follow even if it kills them, so we have no business telling them what to do. Is that what it is? I never understood that notion. Chapter 343. Weird whether the stop at the base was a complete waste of time, but we didn't care and set off for our destination. The research facility of the ancient civilization was still some distance away, and it was going to be a long journey. Dinacarlo said with concern as she watched Suv, the surveillance unit's ride carrier, follow Murai. I think part of the elemental line directly connected to the core is damaged. It could stop at any time. Fairy's pseudo-body analyzed Suv's condition. She looks like a normal human being, but this fairy is a fake made with homunculus technology. Fairy's main body is inside Arleo 2, and this pseudo-body is remotely controlled. If it stops, we'll have to leave them behind. That way there will be no one to monitor us. You're so cold, Jean, after saying earlier that you expect Emitstono to work hard. If they slow us down, we'll leave them behind. If I think about it, there's no reason to be concerned about an enemy that's watching us without our permission. Linacarlo agrees with Jean's words. Well, that may be true, but won't it become a problem between the Amurian Union and the Kingdom of Lubel? If anyone is to be blamed, it will be the commander in the field, Emits. I know his face and I feel a little sorry for him. As I looked at Suv, who looked like he was about to stop, I gave him a shout in my mind, don't stop. Whether my support was working or not, Suv never stopped and managed to keep up with Murai. However, there was another problem that threatened to undermine their efforts. There's a storm coming, Jean muttered as he looked at the clouds in the distant sky. Is it going to rain? Fool, it's not that simple. It's the kind of storm that won't let a magicraft go unscathed. It's not a problem for a large ride carrier like Fugaku, but Murai might not last. We'll have to hide somewhere. Where? There's no base or city here, so we'll just have to find a big cave or something. It's no use getting lost. Why don't you ask the local surveillance unit? Keon's opinion was immediately adopted and Jean asked Emits. I'm sorry, I'm not from this area myself, so I'm not familiar with the geography. However, I do have a subordinate who is from this area, so I will check. Emits checked with his men and was informed that there was a large limestone cave a few kilometers to the east. Okay, it's a bit of a detour, but we're moving east. It was not the direction of our destination, but to avoid danger we headed for the limestone caves. Suv was aware of the danger of the storm and didn't object to it. The limestone cave was indeed large since Murai as well as the Suv, a medium-sized ride carrier, managed to fit in. A short time after the two ships had taken refuge in the cave, a storm started raging outside. I thought it would be more like a typhoon, but it was nothing like that. It was a hellish scene, with countless lightning bolts flying around that seemed to be as powerful as Linacarlo's magic strike. Chapter 344. A brief moment. I wonder how long it will take for the storm to subside. Nagisa muttered to herself as she looked at the scene outside the cave, the weather raging wildly. Sometimes it stops in a day, sometimes it lasts for a week. The weather is too much for humans. A week? I hope it won't last so long, Linacarlo said in a tone of voice that clearly showed she was disgusted from the bottom of her heart. If we were to stay in this place for a week, the free-spirited and dynamic Linacarlo might go crazy. Well, that's a rare occurrence. Most of them should be over in a few days. I didn't want to be stranded here for a week either, so I hoped the weather would improve soon. Even though it was a large limestone cave, it was an enclosed space. Suv and Murai were closer than ever. I don't think they're going to attack us, but we've got to stay alert. We took turns waiting on the bridge, keeping an eye on Suv. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Fairy spoke up. Yuta, I have a suggestion. Why don't I repair that ride carrier called Suv while I'm at it? I certainly don't have anything in particular I want Fairy to do, since we're just waiting for the weather to improve. Suv will probably break down and won't be able to keep up with us, so we might as well fix it while we can. That's what I thought, but Linacarlo reacted when she heard Ferry's words. Wait a minute, why should we go to such lengths to repair the enemy's ride carrier? It was a fair point. Although they belong to an enemy nation, we are not currently in direct conflict with them, so I don't see a problem. Keone agreed with Ferry's opinion. It's a good thing that she's a kind person. She might have thought that Emits would be in trouble if Suv broke down and we couldn't be monitored. For me, it doesn't matter either way. Jean says, I think it's better to repair it, but what does Yuta think? Nagisa also seemed to be in favor of repairing it. I'll ask Ferry to repair Suv. If it doesn't affect us too much, they might as well owe us a favor. Linacarlo was still mumbling, but it was decided by a majority vote that we would offer to repair Suv. At first Emits was puzzled by the unexpected proposal, but in the end he accepted it, as he didn't want to lose the ability to monitor us. Thank you very much. It was too damaged to be repaired by Suv's mechanics. The mechanics there seem to be excellent, by the way. I can't believe that a place like this, which is not even a workshop, can repair a delicate part that is directly connected to the core. Emits was amazed at Ferry's handiwork. He'd be even more surprised if he knew we had the technology to generate a core. With the repair of Suv, the distance between us and the surveillance team seemed to have shortened a little. The eyes of the soldiers of the surveillance unit looking at us have clearly changed. At first their expressions were stern, as if they were looking at a dangerous object, but now their expressions have softened considerably. The atmosphere improved to the point where some of them even greeted us when their eyes met ours, while watching from the bridge of Murai. It seems that Ferry's repairs were not in vain, and the awkward atmosphere has eased considerably. When I told her about the change in atmosphere, she replied while looking through a magazine. I've heard rumors that they have a great mechanic over there. I'm sure it'll turn out all right. It would be hilarious if we had to fight a fully equipped surveillance unit. Linacarlo complained, still concerned that her opinion had not been accepted. It's true that it might not be a laughing matter if we end up fighting, but strangely enough, I don't think I'd regret it even if we did. Chapter 345, Leisure Time. Hey Yuta, why is your laundry in my laundry basket? Nagisa said she was going to do the laundry, so I quietly put my dirty clothes in her laundry basket, but it seems she noticed. A little more won't matter because the effort is the same. In this world, there are tools like washing machines. It is called a magic washing box that cleans clothes without using water, and its usage is not much different from that of a washing machine. So I think it's okay to have a few more clothes to wash, but Nagisa doesn't seem convinced. That's not the point. You're being careless about mixing your clothes with a girl's. What? When my mom was in the hospital a long time ago, your mom did my laundry and our clothes were washed together. When are you talking about? Don't mix the senses of an ignorant little girl with that of a mature girl. You even put your underwear. What the hell are you thinking? Don't you dare hold up my underwear in that way. What are you talking about? Give me a reason why. I was trying to wash it because it was dirty, and there was no way I could explain that. I had never beaten Nagisa in an argument before, so there was no way I could win. I tried to fight back in a nonchalant way, but she said every word back with double the force. After that, Nagisa put my laundry in the magic washing box, even though she complained about it. After all, if she was going to wash my clothes, she shouldn't have complained, I thought, but I was grateful. Anyway, I had nothing to do until the storm stopped. Nagisa would probably tell me that I should at least do the laundry myself, so I didn't say anything about it, but I was bored. Yuta, will you accompany me for a little sword training? Seemingly sensing that I was bored, Keone invited me to train. Yeah, I never know what the resurrected old man will say if my sword skills are dull. Okay, let's do it. Then let's go outside since Murai's hangar is too small. Unlike Fugaku and Musashi, there is no extra space in Murai's hangar. Keone and I took our swords and left Murai. Yuta, where are you going? Just as we were walking out, Nagisa passed by and called out to us. Sword training. You're so carefree when you make me do your laundry. What do you mean carefree? Sword training is a noble pursuit. Well, maybe it is, but I want to get some exercise too. Can I join you? Well, Nagisa was really good with the sword, wasn't she? I'm sure she'll be able to handle it. Oh, where is everyone going? Linacarlo spotted us trooping out and called out to us in a panic. We're going outside to practice sword fighting. Oh, I'm coming too, but Jean, who was nearby, stopped her. No, Linacarlos. You're on sentry duty. Make sure you're on standby and ready to go at any time. It seemed unlikely that the surveillance unit would attack, but one of us would always be on duty, waiting close to the magicrafts at any time. Now it was time for Lina Carlo to be on duty. She looked at me in frustration when Jean pointed it out. I can't be bothered with a face like that. First, Keone and I stand together. We faced and greeted each other, then approached each other at once and swung our wooden swords. The first strike was repelled with a dry, crunching sound. It seems that your skill has not dulled. I'm sure Father will be pleased to see it when he comes back. If I don't improve, he'll be mad at me. Yes, that's true. Well then, I'll give you a good workout as your older sister. When Keone said that, she launched an onslaught that I could not imagine from her slim body. I managed to block about 5 moves, but on the 6th move I was struck hard in the shoulder. The pain created a momentary gap, and she struck me again and again with the wooden sword. It's been a while since I've seen Keone's sword so effective. Don't get any funny ideas and fight back. I stepped back and regained my stance, holding my wooden sword at the top and moving into an attacking stance. Chapter 346. Nagisa vs Keone. I took an upper stance and needed my Kai. A half-hearted attack would not work against Keone. I need to be able to kill her with a single blow. I raised my spirits even higher and prepared to attack. Keone didn't make any moves, as if she wanted to take the full force of my blow. However, she slowly approaches me and puts pressure on me. I can't expect Keone to have even a brief opening. If I wanted an opening, I would have to create it myself. I decided to create an opening by striking hard from above. With a long stride, I quickly closed the gap and approached Keone. Keone emitted a strong killing intent, and for a moment I was stopped in my tracks. However, I knew that if I hesitated here, I would be killed, so I swung my sword down as if to shake off the killing energy. A quick, powerful sword was swung at Keone. Keone caught the blow without avoiding it. It was more powerful than Keone expected, and she seemed to lose her balance for a moment. I was going to put all my strength into it and push it in, but as if to take advantage of the opportunity, I drew my sword to launch my next attack. Sweet. The moment I drew my sword, Keone, who had quickly switched her system, unleashed a thrusting attack like a flash of light. It was a trap. It looked like you lost your balance. If you can't see through that, you're not ready. I'm still a step behind Keone. Okay, I'll get her next time. That's what I thought as I stood up. Keone, will you practice with me next? Wait a minute, Nagisa, I'm not done yet. What are you talking about? If that was the real thing, you'd end up dead. No, but... Nagisa forced me to step back and faced Keone. Perhaps because she was a hardcore martial artist trained since childhood, she seemed to be stimulated by Keone's identity as a swordsman. It's a different style than I've seen before. It's certainly more interesting than watching Yuta fight. I'm also elated for the first time in a long time. Keone, let's go all out. The two exchanged light words and held their wooden swords. The atmosphere of a serious match makes me nervous. Keone was the first to move. She aimed at the tip of Nagisa's nose with a light thrust, as if to see what would happen. Nagisa, a master of Aikido, was a good judge of character. She didn't move an eyebrow, as if she had seen that the sword would not reach her. Keone's eyes changed as she realized Nagisa's skill in this exchange. She overflowed with a spirit that she didn't show in her training with me, and I can tell that she became serious. Keone swung her sword with gusto. Nagisa was moved by her swordsmanship, which seemed to cut down even a huge tree with a single blow. She raises her sword and catches Keone's sword. However, Nagisa's sword was soon overpowered by Keone's sword and turned downward. However, she knew that this was a sword technique called Ryuhan in Kuriryo Eikijutsu. It is a technique that changes the direction of an attack by receiving it, and Keone's sword was swept away in a different direction than she aimed. Even Keone was surprised by this. She hurriedly stepped back and changed her stance. Keone's next stance was something I don't see very often, with the hilt of the sword next to her face and the tip of the sword pointing at her opponent. Keone's attack from that stance was fast. It was a series of thrusts that seemed to leave an afterimage, a series of divine speed moves that I would never have been able to handle. Perhaps she saw Nagisa's technique earlier and switched to the sword of agility, thinking that the sword of power would not work. I was curious what Nagisa would do against this sword. Chapter 347. Watching the battle, Nagisa did nothing in the face of Keone's continuous thrusts at divine speed. No, it only looked like she did nothing. All of Keone's thrusts failed to reach Nagisa, who was not moving. It was impossible for Keone to overestimate the distance between them. After she looked closely at Nagisa's feet, she noticed that she was slowly changing her stance with her footwork. When Keone realized the situation, she took a large step forward and swung her sword. I'm not sure if Nagisa's change in timing alone was enough to deal with the sharp blow aimed at her leg, but she avoided it. Keone had predicted her dodging motion and immediately launched a follow-up sword attack. The follow-up blow aimed at her chest seemed to have been fired in anticipation of Nagisa's evasive maneuver, and her stance made it difficult for her to avoid it. Nagisa immediately met it with her sword. As expected, she didn't have the time to use Ryuhan, and it seemed blocking was the only thing she could do. Kion seems to be more powerful than her, and Nagisa is slowly forced to retreat. Instantly, Nagisa let go of the wooden sword and took off from the spot. This startled not only me in the gallery but also Kion. Taking advantage of Kion's surprise, Nagisa quickly closes the gap between them. And then, with her hand, she swatted away Kion's hand holding the wooden sword. Taken by surprise, Kion's wooden sword was knocked away. In addition, Nagisa went for hand-to-hand combat. However, there are body techniques in the Veft style as well. Before her arm could be completely locked, Kion escaped Nagisa's restraint by disengaging her shoulder joint. She then rolled forward to break free, and picked up the wooden sword that Nagisa had let go of. Seeing this, Nagisa picked up the wooden sword Kion had dropped and readied it. After the attack and defense, a cheer went up. I looked to see what was going on, and before I knew it, the gallery had grown. The guys from the surveillance unit were observing the standoff between Nagisa and Kion. The two faced each other with serious expressions on their faces, as if they didn't notice or care that the gallery had increased. As they slowly approached each other, they began to clash their swords at once. The fierce clash of power against power, speed against speed, was so intense that it even looked like a serious battle. Kion seemed to have the upper hand in terms of strength and speed, but Nagisa's skill seemed to make up the difference. The match was evenly poised and either side could have won. What decided the match was a small gap. When Kion took a step back after Nagisa's blow, unfortunately, there was a gap, and Kion's foot was caught in it. It was a small gap, but it was enough for Nagisa. There's a gap. Nagisa's wooden sword struck Kion in the chest. I'm surprised that Nagisa has this much talent in the martial arts. That last one was completely luck, and I don't know what would have happened if we had continued fighting like that. No, it's a sign of inexperience to get your foot stuck in a ditch like that. If it were father, it wouldn't have happened. Surely, Dad would be able to avoid the situation. When the fight was over, there was a spontaneous round of applause. Perhaps impressed by their match, the soldiers of the surveillance unit praised the two of them. I'm surprised to see such a high level of swordsmanship here. Is that level of skill normal in the Amurian Union? Emits also seemed to be watching the fight and spoke to me with admiration. No, those two are special. Kion is a former member of the Sword Clan, so she's a bit different. Kion. Sword Clan? No way, Kion, one of the 12 Heavenly Masters. I knew about Kion's fame. Emits was as excited as a fan who has met a celebrity. I never thought I'd meet that Kion, he said. If the Amurian Union has Kion on its side, then our defeat in the last battle makes a little more sense. He accepts his country's defeat and looks at the enemy riders with admiration. My first impression of Emits was that he was a stubborn elite soldier, but I realized that he might be a surprising person. Chapter 348. A small exchange. Emits made this request to me in a slightly reserved manner. I'm sorry to bother you on duty, but I'd like to shake Kion-sama's hand if that's all right. I think a handshake would be fine. Wait a minute, I'll ask Kion. Kion looked a little dubious but agreed to shake his hand. However, when Emits put out his right hand, Kion stopped him. I'm sorry. May I use your left hand? Oh, I'm sorry. The right hand and the left hand would be the same. That's what I thought, but Nagisa, perhaps noticing my wondering, explained Kion's intentions. A martial artist does not simply leave his dominant arm in the hands of his opponent. If you're as good as Kion, that kind of consideration is normal. Oh, so that's how it is. As Emits and Kion shook hands, the soldiers of the surveillance unit rustled around. When Emits thanked Kion and left the scene, the soldiers gathered under Emits saying something. Listening to the soldiers, words like "I'm jealous" were flying around. It was strange to think that the soldiers of an enemy country, who had been fighting not so long ago, would feel that way, but I didn't find it offensive. All right, I'll do my part here. So I called out to the soldiers. Is there anyone else who wants to shake Kion's hand? I'll ask her for you now. Hearing this, the soldiers came towards me at a great speed. Almost all of the soldiers there were there, about 50 of them. I had the soldiers line up in order and asked Kion to shake hands with them. Perhaps thinking that she could not respond to just one and refuse the others, Kion reluctantly complied. A few more soldiers came up to me and whispered to me, asking to do the same. Yumi's there any way we can ask that person over there to shake our hands too? It seems that the person over there is Nagisa. He's a maniac asking Nagisa to shake his hand. Well, I couldn't let Kion shake their hands and stop Nagisa, so I said yes to that as well. What's the fun in shaking hands with me? That's what I think too, but he wants to so do it. I don't know why I get so angry when Yuta says that. Come on, I'm waiting for you. I can't help it. Nagisa also reluctantly agreed to shake hands. I'm smiling at the scene, which has become a bit like a handshake session, when Emits approaches me. I'm sorry, even my subordinates. The soldiers of the Royal Army of Lubel have an admiration for the strong, so they genuinely respected those two. It doesn't matter if they are from an enemy's country. We soldiers don't decide who we are going to fight. Very few of us think badly of someone just because they are from a hostile country. You're right, I don't fight because I hate the other side. I hate the act of war itself and wish for a peaceful era without conflict. That's a very unsoldierly thing to say. How did such a man become a soldier? My family has been in the military of the Kingdom of Lubel for generations. I had no male siblings, so I received a military education from an early age. It's hard to believe Thaddeus was set on a course of action without your consent. Yes, I was robbed of my dignity as a woman by my family. Emmett said somewhat sadly, it was a heavy thing to say that your family had taken your dignity as a woman away from you. I realized that she didn't really intend to abandon her womanhood. You are a strange person. I don't usually talk about this kind of thing, but oh, I didn't get your name. If you don't mind, I'd like to know your name. Oh, that's right. I'm Yura. Yura, right, you can call me Yura. I'm probably younger than you. When she said that, Emmett smiled and nodded. That smile was that of a wonderful woman she should have abandoned. It made me kind of happy to see Emmett as a woman and not as a soldier. Chapter 349. Ambush. The storm had come to an end, and now we could finally head for our destination. We stepped out of the cave for the first time in 3 days. It feels better under the sun than in a damp limestone cave, doesn't it? Jean looked comfortable as he stretched out in the sun. I agree with you. If we had stayed in that cave for 2 more days, there would have been mold. Probably not mold, but I agree that it's better in the sun. Feeling grateful for the daylight, we moved from the limestone caves through the mountainous area to the plains where we had a good view. Just when we thought we were moving in peace and relaxation, we were interrupted by obstacles waiting for us. Jean stopped Murray, as if he had noticed something, and picked up the binoculars that were hanging next to the desk in the cockpit. Looks like it's an ambush, Jean mutters to himself as he looks through his binoculars. Thinning them out and looking into the distance, he could indeed see multiple ride carriers and magicrafts. What do we do? Take the long way around? No, it's too late, we're already surrounded, Jean said as he checked his binoculars in all directions. The same kind of troops were approaching from all sides. The surveillance team seemed to have noticed this situation and sent us a message. It seems that Count Suidel has regrouped his forces and is waiting for us. We'll take care of it, so Murray, please evacuate to the northwest where the siege is weaker. Even at a quick glance, the Count of Suidel's army was far more numerous than the surveillance force. It didn't look like they could win. However, Jean responded to the offer. Copy that. Murray will evacuate to the northwest and stand by. Wait, Jane. Emmett and the others won't stand a chance. We'll have to. I'm telling you we can't do that. If we fight here, we'll put the Emmets in a bad position. It will also break the promise between the nations and cause trouble for Raynell and the Amurian Union. We can't just stand by and do nothing. If Murray is attacked, we will counterattack, so you stay at Arleo too. I don't get it. If we're going to counterattack anyway, it doesn't make any difference if we go out now. The process is important. The only time we can fight is when we're defending ourselves. I was not convinced. However, there was no way I could move if I was told that Emmett's position would be compromised or that I would cause trouble for Raynell. I decided to keep my mouth shut and wait in Arleo too. Nagisa and Keone also headed for their own magicrafts, without being told whether they felt the same way I did or not. Seeing this, Linacarlo also synchronized with the flow. The magicrafts are sent out from Suv, the ride carrier of the surveillance unit. There are about 20 of them, only a fifth of the magicrafts of Count Suidel's army. Count Suidel's army seems to understand the situation and is clearing out the surveillance forces first. They deploy their forces to attack Suv and slowly encircle the surveillance unit. The small number of surveillance troops were not dispersing their forces poorly, but were densely packed and ready to intercept the enemy. All I could do was pray, and I was getting a little frustrated. I clenched my fists and suppressed my feelings whenever I thought of the faces of Emmets and the soldiers of the surveillance unit. The encirclement of Count Suidel's army closed in on the surveillance force, and they clashed. The magicrafts clashed fiercely with each other, hitting each other with their weapons. The surveillance team is outnumbered, but their riders are a little more skilled, and they are evenly matched. All right, I'm hoping that this might be the case. But as time went on, the difference in strength began to show. Chapter 350. Consensus. Another magicraft of the surveillance unit has been killed. With this, only about half of the 10 machines remain. Count Suidel's magicrafts are still about 80% intact. If this continues, the surveillance unit will be annihilated. Jane, just me. If I don't go, the surveillance unit will be wiped out, Jean heard what I said and thought about it. Wait a minute, I'll talk to Emits, Jean said and opened a line with Suv. This is the Iron Knights. I'd like to make a proposal to the surveillance unit of the Central Army of the Kingdom of Lubel. Would you be interested in hiring us as mercenaries? Well, there's his move. If I was to be hired as a mercenary to fight for the surveillance unit, then I would have to keep up appearances. However, I received an unexpected response from Emits. I appreciate the offer, but in the Kingdom of Lubel, hiring mercenaries requires the permission of a general. I don't have the authority to do that, so I'm refusing. It's a blind spot that there is such a rule. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? One more of the surveillance unit's magicrafts is destroyed. Suv is also surrounded by enemy magicrafts and beaten to a pulp. They've managed to prevent them from entering the ship, but it's only a matter of time. At this rate, the surveillance team would surely be wiped out. I couldn't stand the thought of leaving them to die because of the strange interaction we had in the limestone cave. Even if Jean, Emits, and the others involved were convinced of this, I was not. I managed to find a reason to fight. Jean, why don't you call Raynell and ask her permission? Tell her what's going on and I'm sure she'll understand. Yeah, I'll bet on that. Jean also seemed to really want to help and agreed to my proposal. But unfortunately, Raynell was in the middle of a meeting and was not in a position to talk to me right away. In the meantime, 2 more magicrafts of the surveillance unit were destroyed. The magicraft that was guarding Suv was also killed, and enemy machines began to enter the ship. They can't hold out much longer at this rate. A message was sent to us from Emits of the surveillance unit. It was a word of apology. I apologize for the inconvenience I have caused you due to my lack of ability. Please leave this place and head for your destination while we draw Count Suidal's army away from you. We have just informed the Central Command of our readiness to break up the army. In the future, Count Suidal will be punished by the forces from the center. Until then, I pray that you will all stay safe. Hearing that reminds me of that smile on Emits's face. The words that I wished would come in a time of peace go through my mind. I want to help. That's what I was thinking from the bottom of my heart. Even if it's a problem later, I'm going out there. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Don't say take responsibility so lightly. There's only so much personal responsibility you can take. I don't have a choice. Linacarlo, Keon, Nagisa, and Ferry, can you hear me? We will decide to act as the Iron Knights. I don't have any feelings about the surveillance unit, so it doesn't matter to me. But if Yura wants to do that, he can help. Linacarlo agreed with me. I remember the warmth in the palms of each hand I shook, and I can't leave them to die. I'm at the end of my patience, just like Yura. Keon, who was as kind as anyone could be, also seemed to be compassionate towards the surveillance unit and wanted to help. That's right, there is no choice but to help in this situation. Nagisa, a caring person, naturally chose to help. I will follow Yura's decision. Ferry also expresses her stance. Well, if it's the consensus, then there's no other way. All of you go out and help. I was waiting for those words. But if it's the consensus, it means that Jean has also agreed to help, right? I didn't want to waste time getting into it, so I let Arleo 2 go out without saying a word. Keon, Linacarlo, and Nagisa followed suit and hurried to help the enemy troops who were watching them. Chapter 351. Crushed by the time we came to the rescue, there were only 2 magicrafts left standing in the surveillance unit. These 2 machines were also in shambles and were barely working. It seems that SUV core or power components have already been destroyed, and it can't move, so it continues to put up a weak resistance with the 1 remaining cannon. Nagisa and Keon go save Suv. Linacarlo and I will help the monitoring unit's magicrafts to destroy the enemy. When I instructed them to do so, the 3 of them briefly agreed and moved quickly. The number of enemies is not large, less than 100. There would be no need to use the 4-element gun. Linacarlo may have made that decision, but she unleashed a magic strike as her first attack. A few dozen pillars of lightning strikes rampaged through the enemy army in all directions. The magicrafts that touched the pillar of lightning were shattered into pieces while being electrocuted. I landed near the 2 surveillance units' magicrafts that were barely standing. Then I swung my sword down on the enemy magicrafts that were attacking. I slice one in half, and then swing my sword around in a spinning motion, slicing off the heads of 4 more magicrafts. I shoot a series of magic light bullets at the magicrafts of Count Suidal's army, which are in a hurry to counterattack. The white light pierced the enemy machines one after another. Perhaps surprised by the unknown attack, the surviving enemy magicrafts began to flee from the scene. Count Suidal's army was reduced to less than half of what it had been by my and Linacarlo's attacks. Whether it was impatience or calm judgment, the remaining Count Suidal's troops gathered around a large yellow ride carrier and tried to regroup their formation. It seems that Count Suidal is probably in that yellow ride carrier. If we let him escape again, it'll be troublesome, so let's make sure we get him. Just as Linacarlo said this, a large explosion came from the direction of Suv. I hurriedly checked the situation via communication. What's going on, Nagisa? I don't know what caused it, but Suv gun ports exploded. The bridge is half blown up and on fire. I'm horrified to hear that. Is Amit's going to be okay? I looked at Suv and saw a cloud of black smoke coming from it. The enemy magicrafts that were attacking Suv have been taken care of, so Nagisa and I will help the wounded on board, says Keon, who remains calm even in such a situation. I'm counting on you, Keon. Nagisa. I'll leave the rescue of Suv to you two, while Linacarlo and I will deal with Count Suidel. As Linacarlo said, we have no intention of letting Count Suidel escape. I instructed her to make sure that we get him. I'll go in head-on and you fly around to the rear. Understood. I won't miss a single magicrafts. I charged at Count Suidel's army while hovering so that Linacarlo, who was flying behind me, would not be noticed. Count Suidel may have been caught off guard by the fact that it was only one machine, but he was ready to intercept it without fear. It would be more convenient if he would not escape. I headed straight for the yellow ride carrier where Count Suidel was supposed to be, but the enemy's magicrafts surrounded me. Amurian Union Worm. I'll avenge my brother. You will suffer and die. I planned to annihilate them to keep Count Suidel from escaping, but now there was no need since I confirmed that he was in the yellow ride carrier. I said to Linacarlo as I cut down the enemy magicrafts surrounding me. Linacarlo, there's no doubt that Count Suidel is in the yellow ride carrier. Aim and fire at the yellow ride carrier. Yes. I'll finish them with one blow. Victor began to transform in the sky and the 4 elemental cannon appeared. A heavy bass sound resounded, and a pillar of light pierced the yellow ride carrier in an instant. The high-density 4-element cannon, which had converged in range, shattered the large ride carrier with a single blow. Parts were blown apart and a pile of rubble was cruelly built up. Count Suidel was defeated, and with the general defeated, the remaining troops began to flee. Chapter 352. Survivor Count Suidel was defeated and the surviving enemy forces scattered and fled. With the general gone, the army was no longer a threat. Rather than chase the fleeing enemy, we prioritized rescuing the surveillance force. Due to the relentless attack by Count Suidel's army, there was only one survivor in the wrecked magicrafts. Furthermore, that survivor was also very badly injured. There were only 2 medical pods available in Murai, so I was worried about how many lives I could save. Nagisa Keon, how's the crew of the Suv looking? I'm afraid we can't help them much. It seemed that we should be more worried about how many survivors there were than about the medical pods. Linacarlo and I put the badly injured rider into the medical pod and joined the search for survivors in Suv. Carefully clearing away the debris with our magicrafts, we searched for survivors. As I moved the large piece of metal away, a familiar figure appeared from below. Emits, are you okay? There was no reply from the battered Emits. I got off the Arleo 2 and rushed over. Keon, who had been watching, also rushed over. There was no response from Emits, but I could see that he was breathing slightly. He was still alive. Keon, Emits is still alive. Let's hurry and get him to Murai. The 2 of us put him in the Arleo 2 and hurried to Murai. I hope I can make it in time, I prayed as I flew Arleo 2. When I arrived at Murai, I was greeted by Ferry External Unit. Jean joined in, and the 3 of us placed Emits into the medical pod. Does everything look okay, Ferry? I asked Ferry, who was looking at the instruments of the medical pod and making some adjustments. Yes, it looks like we made it in time. He should be fine now. Hearing this, I felt deeply relieved. I then searched for more survivors of the surveillance unit, but could not find any. I regretted that I hadn't made the decision sooner. I could only save 2 people. In response to my words, Jean calls out to me. It's possible that we could have helped more. Besides, you've been trying to help them all along, haven't you? If anyone is to blame for this, it's me for stopping you. Jean didn't do anything wrong. However, I think he was concerned about me when he said that he was responsible for everything. I felt so helpless that I kept my mouth shut. Emits was trying to complete his mission. Jean was making a decision that took into account the situation and our position. I know my thoughts were childish and ego-driven, but I still can't change my mind. Jean, I'm sorry. Next time something like that happens, I won't hesitate to go out there. When Jean heard this, he smiled and replied, that's fine. It's my job to figure out all the nasty stuff. I felt the warmth of a well-behaved older brother putting in a word for his free-spirited younger brother. I was really glad that Jean was with me. The medical pods in Murai were state-of-the-art, and he would be fully recovered in 5 days. We decided to discuss what to do in the meantime. He's not getting out of the medpod until he's fully recovered. We can't even hand him over to the Kingdom of Lubel for 5 days. Jean explained the current situation. How much further to the research facility of the ancient civilization? I asked, and Ferry answered immediately. It will take about 3 days to get there. If we're arriving in 3 days, wouldn't it be better if we handed them over after we're done with our business? Nagisa had a point. We should arrive in 3 days, finish our business in 2 days, and then send the recovered emits to the facilities of the Kingdom of Lubel. Nagisa's opinion was adopted, and for the time being, we headed for the research facility of the ancient civilization. Chapter 353. In a deep, deep hole, the journey to the research facility of the ancient civilization was smooth. We were not attacked, the weather was not rough, and we were able to arrive on schedule. This is a research facility of the ancient civilization. Nagisa reacted like it was impossible. It certainly didn't look like a research facility. The only thing we could see was a large pit with no visible bottom. Fairy, are you sure it's down here? Yes, sir. The coordinates are right here. I'm sure we're in the right place, but how are we supposed to get down? Victor and Arleo too can fly down. When Linacarlo said this, Jean lightly brushed it off. There's no point in you getting off by yourselves. We have to think of a way to get down with Murai. Fairy, what do you suggest we do? Considering the fact that people used to come and go, I think there is probably another way to the research facility besides this pit. Let's look for it first. I guess we'll have to, so we search the area around the pit. I think we can get there from that cave. After a full day of searching, we were exhausted when Jean found a cave. The place was a stream about 1 kilometer away from the pit, and it was a rather large cave. It was so high and wide that even Murai could easily make its way through it. There's nothing else worth seeing, so let's go in, Nagisa said irresponsibly, probably because she was tired from the search. Well, we certainly didn't have any other options, so we decided to check out that cave for now. Since there might be danger, Linacarlo and I took our magicrafts ahead to make sure it's safe. Of course, the cave is completely dark as there are no lights. We proceeded cautiously, illuminating our surroundings with the lights for nighttime activities. That's pretty deep. It might actually lead to the research facility. I hope so. I don't want to search all over again for the entrance. After an hour of listening to Linacarlo's endless complaints, we came to a large underground space. It was too dark to see what was ahead, so I couldn't tell exactly how big it was, but it seemed to be quite a vast space. Damn, that's too much to search. I'll leave it at that for today and do some serious research tomorrow. Jean decided that we would rest in the cave today. We were certainly tired, so it seemed like a good idea. Once the Murai darked, Jean began to cook the meal. Without saying a word, Kion and Nagisa helped him, but Linacarlo and I, who understood our skills, just stood idly in the name of keeping watch. This underground cave looks like a giant beast's nest. Yes, it does. It's not that big, but it sure looks like one. Talking about this reminded me of the fight with the giant beasts when I had to blow up Arleo. It wasn't a good feeling, probably because I could have died if I hadn't done that. It's no wonder they look alike. This is probably one of the pathways of the giant beasts. Moreover, there are ruins of an ancient civilization nearby, so the situation is very similar. Ferry, who was listening to us, explains. Wait. Is it possible that there are giant beasts here too? Of course it's possible, but even if there are probably only a few survivors, and not something that would be a threat to Arleo too. Arleo too won't be killed by a small number, but I'm not sure if it's because the image of giant beasts attacking in packs is stuck in my mind. Hey, dinner's ready. Jean calls out to me. I want to eat, but the thought that there might be giant beasts makes me a little nervous. Perhaps sensing my feelings, Fairy's pseudo-body smiles and says, "It's all right, sir. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings and let you know if anything happens. Please eat in peace." It makes me feel better to hear that. Fairy wouldn't miss the approach of a giant beast. I made my way to the table where the meal was being prepared. Chapter 354. Going deeper, we started to search the underground space to find the research facility of the ancient civilization. It's hard to search for something without a clue, but fortunately, Fairy knows the coordinates, and we searched for the path that leads to the place. There were countless holes of various sizes stretching out in all directions, making the search difficult. It's like a maze. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Nagisa is better at using her body than her brain. You can't speak for others either, Yura. You've gotten red marks on a test once or twice, haven't you? Fool, it just so happens that the mountain is off. If you study properly on a regular basis, you wouldn't be in that situation. In the first place, Yura is Nagisa's small talk began. Damn it, I dug a grave. This is going to take a long time. What ended Nagisa's petulance were Fairy's calculation results. It's funny, no matter how we go, we'll never reach the coordinates we're looking for. Is that so, Fairy? Yes. I've analyzed all the routes we've taken on the map, but none of them match. So we can't go through this cave. No, the cave extends around the coordinates, so it is unlikely that there is another entrance. The path to the laboratory may have been blocked by tectonic movement, or there may be a hidden passage. That would be tricky. I'll go over the route again and see if I can find anything suspicious. When Fairy said that, she started to calculate something. It's up to Fairy now, and there's nothing we can do about it. I hoped that she would somehow find a way out of this. Maybe the research facility has been moved. Moved? How is that possible? Wait a minute, so you're saying you don't know where the research facility is? No, it's predictable. There are signs that the research facility was heavily attacked from the ground. They may have moved deeper into the earth to escape it. What do you mean by that? I've been looking for a path to the coordinates, but I think there may be a route down there that leads to the facility. I see. Can you deduce that, Fairy? Yes. I've narrowed it down to a few candidates. She is indeed a brilliant scholar. Among the routes that Fairy had predicted, there was a path that led to the very bottom. We decided that it was the most suspicious, so we just kept going down that path. I reached a place so deep underground that I was sure it was the right route. It was a large wall of man-made structure, and I could clearly imagine that there was something there. Looks like you're right. Yes, but I don't see any entrance, just a wall. As Keon had said, there was only a large wall standing in the way and nothing that looked like an entrance. It looks like a seal has been applied. I'll see if I can break it. With that, Fairy walked out of Murai in her pseudo-body. She then moved to the protruding part of the cylinder that was buried in the wall. It's okay, the seal is a simple one. It should be easy enough to remove. After about 5 minutes of fiddling, Fairy had unsealed the research facility. A streak of light appeared in the center of the large wall. As the light spread to the left and right, the wall cracked open, revealing a path leading ahead. I think the research facility is just up ahead, but be careful. There may be a guardian installed there. There were guardians in the ruins of the giant beast's nest. That thing is more powerful than a simple magicraft, and we should certainly be wary of it. Chapter 355, Stan/Yuki. Oh, Yuki and Mary, it's been a long time. The familiar face of the female scientist said in an unconcerned tone. Good to see you too, Doctor. Brule. Mary returned the greeting, glaring at Doctor Brule with hatred in her eyes. You don't have to look so frightening. Your Ludia value has been enhanced by Rafishal's technology, right? I deserve to be thanked, not hated. How can you say that? Look at this. Look what they are doing to me. It's normal to put chains on ferocious livestock. If you want them off, you'll have to earn Master Rafishal's trust. The moment I heard the word livestock, a strange anger arose in me. I followed my emotions and slapped Dr. Brule on the cheek with my right hand as hard as I could. A dry clack sounded on the bridge. Doctor. Brule glared at me while holding her cheek. What the hell are you doing? I am Yuki, one of the 10 war gods of the Elysian Empire. Do you understand what it means to insult the 10 war gods who have become the symbol of Elysia, Dr. Brule? I don't think Rafishal will activate this red gem for you. It was a well-known fact that the 10 war gods were second in rank only to Rafishal and the Emperor. Dr. Brule also understood this. No matter how meritorious she was for reviving Rafishal, and no matter that she was a member of the Messiah family, she could not bend that fact. I'm sorry, Miss Yuki, Doctor. Brule's attitude suddenly changed, as if she understood the situation, and apologized to my precious second-in-command. My apologies, Lady Mary. She couldn't seem to say anything back to the system decided by Rafishal, whom she worshipped. Suppressing her feelings, she apologized. Well, good. Now, can you tell me more about the mission? The mission is to resurrect 2 people. Who are these people? Legendary riders, 2 of the strongest in history. I have heard the story and checked the situation further. What is the purpose of reviving these legendary riders? Even now, the Elysian Empire has enough power. Rafishal Sama is planning to fight against the world. No matter how much strength we have, it will never be enough. It seems that there is no upper limit to how much power one can desire. I was already disgusted with the mission, but I went on. So what is the reason we were called in as reinforcements? There is an area in the ruins where countless runaway guardians are running rampant, and we were unable to break through with our current forces. So we just need to get rid of the guardians. I answered lightly, since I had some experience fighting guardians. There are countless powerful guardians, but with the power of the 10 war gods that should be easy. Perhaps sarcastic, Dr. Brule says flatteringly. I nodded my head in agreement, not feeling particularly offended by her words. I wanted to get this over with right away and go home. I instructed my men to prepare for a sortie. No matter how powerful the guardians were, I didn't have the slightest idea that Rose Needle, which was composed of Ixlanders, would struggle. At the same time that the Rose Needle was going out with all its forces, the remaining forces of Scarfi were also going out. I didn't expect them to be much of a force, but I didn't reject the joint front because I knew they would have their own position. Chapter 356, The Runaway Pack/Yuki. With Dr. Brule's guidance, we marched into the area that was overrun by runaway guardians. It was in a vast domed building that was part of the ruins, and we were told that we would have to pass through here to get to the 2 legendary riders. Yuki, there are more of them than I imagined. Let's draw them towards us and destroy them one by one. As Mary said, there were indeed quite a few guardians. At a cursory glance, there were probably 500 of them, and all of them were of a higher level and had the fighting power of an Ixlander. Seeing this situation, I was convinced why even the Sword King was unable to handle them. For safety's sake, Mary's suggestion seemed like a good one, but it would take too much time. I gave Mary an alternative plan. I'll charge into the center single-handedly and destroy the guardians. Mary, you will lead the men to draw them away and destroy them one by one. Have you changed your personality a little, Yuki? Are you really that brave? I felt a little nervous when she said that. I wonder if I've changed my personality. It's a matter of efficiency. I don't really want to charge into the enemy either. Well, I'm sure the current Yuki won't lose to a few guardians, but don't be too reckless. I'm thankful for my friend who genuinely cares for me even though I'm stronger. I felt no fear as I faced the myriad of guardians. This was because I was aware of the difference in power. The power of an Ixlander would not be enough against me now. The color of the guardians' eyes changed from blue to red when they saw Elvira Kai figure. Then they all attacked me at once. I pierced the first guardian that jumps at me with my rapier. The pierced guardian is consumed by the black mist that spreads from the damaged area and disperses. The power of the black mist, the dark magic strike of Elvira Kai, is immense. With just a small scratch, it will rapidly corrode and destroy the opponent. 3 more guardians attacked me, but I evaded their attacks with a high-speed step and attacked all 3 at the same time with a series of thrusts, piercing them down. The runaway guardians are emotionless and fearless. Even after their comrades were defeated, they pounced on me one after another, trying to destroy the Elvira Kai with their claws and razor-sharp fangs. I don't like to imagine it, but before I was strengthened by Nitro Ludia, I would have been easily killed by the first attack. The guardians are powerful, but in front of the current Elvira Kai, their movements seem to be in slow motion, and I can easily avoid them. The guardians posed no threat to me, and I could easily destroy them with a strike of my rapier. Mary and her men must have gained tremendous enhancements, but it still doesn't seem to be easy to deal with the higher-level guardians. They are using their coordination to destroy them little by little. One-on-one seems to be a disadvantage, and the subordinates who let their guard down received painful wounds from the guardians. Scarfy's troops seem to have received Nitro Ludia, but they didn't seem to be elite and weren't doing well against the guardians at all. There was only Scarfy struggling, and the rest were a complete liability. Looking at the battles other than mine, I suddenly thought, how much stronger have I become? They say that Scarfy is one of the 12 heavenly masters, but the current me can kill him instantly. No, I feel like I can fight all the forces here, including the guardians, and still win. Thinking about it made me feel scared for no reason. It was not fear of my own strength, but of the thought that made me think that way. I'm intoxicated by my own strength. Chapter 357. Research Facility. The research facility was bigger than we had expected. According to the information Ferry had obtained from the database of ancient civilizations, the research facility was divided into several levels, and it seemed that the advanced astral medical facility we were looking for was on the lowest level. It's going to be hard to get to the bottom in one day, Jean said with a disgusted look on his face as he looked at the map that had been created based on the information Ferry had obtained. It's going to take some time for sure, but now that we're here, it'll be easier to just keep going. The map clearly shows the route to the lowest level, and I thought it would be easy to just follow this route. This is the remains of an ancient civilization, so it's not going to be easy. What if the guardians and giant beasts come out again in droves? That's right, Yuda. What will you do if you have to blow yourself up again? Jean and Linicarlo, who had experienced battles in the ruins, knew how scary guardians and giant beasts could be, so they didn't let their guard down. Nagisa and Kion, on the other hand, were experiencing it for the first time, so they were only curious. I've heard about them for a while now, but are they really giant beasts? I thought they were just a myth made up by people in the past. To Kion, giant beasts seem to be nothing more than monsters from fairy tales. How big are they? They vary in size. The biggest one was the size of a building. No way. It's that big. Wow, I want to see it. Idiot, they're bigger than a magicraft. If you're not careful, you'll be swallowed whole. What? Giant beasts eat magicrafts. They eat everything. They're hard and powerful, and they're more trouble than enemy magicrafts, so it's best not to encounter them. I'm surprised Yuda would say something so cautious. Jean gave his own explanation to Nagisa's surprise. Both Yuda and Linicarlo went through a lot of pain back then. Even if you're a single-celled person, you'll learn when you gain experience with a certain amount of pain. It's a horrible thing to say, but it's right on the money and I can't argue with it. We followed Ferry Map. It was supposed to be an incredibly old facility, but it didn't look too decayed and even looked like it had been used by people a while ago. I asked Ferry about the building, as it was so unnaturally well maintained. The buildings are beautiful for ruins. Is there a reason for this? I think it's because the automatic repair magic is still in effect, scanning the building periodically and repairing the damaged parts. I didn't know there was such a thing. Activating thematic repair magic also requires energy. If you think about it normally, the ether should have been depleted by now. Is that so? Yes. It's not a place with that much ether concentration, and I think it would be difficult to maintain a facility of this size. I hope it's not the case that the ancients survived and are still here. Jean, who had been listening to Ferry and me, interrupted us. I'm not saying there's no possibility, because there are people around us who have been living without a care in the world since the time of ancient civilizations. Rafashal is special, isn't he? Yes, he's special, but that doesn't mean there aren't others who are special. Is it possible that ancient civilizations live here? I wouldn't want them to show up as enemies, but if they are friendly, it could be interesting to see them. Chapter 358. Cocoon. The research facility was so huge that it was no problem to move around in Murai. We made our way down a large corridor to the bottom level. Wait a minute, what's that? Jean noticed something and brought Murai to a halt. He saw that a large white cocoon was attached to a pillar in the center of the large floor. It resembles an insect cocoon, but there is no such thing as an insect of that size. I've scanned it, but it's an unknown substance that doesn't match any data I have in my database. I can't imagine what kind of things Ferry doesn't know. I can't even imagine what Ferry, who knows 10,000 times more than I do, doesn't know. Thinking about it, I started to get scared. The thought of an insect of that size breaking through its cocoon and coming out gives me the creeps. Stop imagining things, Nagisa. Nagisa and Linacarlo usually show their courage, but conversations like this remind me that they are just ordinary girls. Anyway, don't you think it would be better if we left here as soon as possible? As Keon had said, there was no advantage to staying here. We hurriedly tried to get out of this creepy area, but just as we were about to pass by the cocoons, we felt a heavy thud. Jeez, what the hell? What's happening? Something's tangling with the Murai's hull. It's quite powerful and will be dangerous if it continues. What the hell? We've got to get Murai out of here before it gets twisted to pieces. Me, Nagisa, Keon, and Linacarlo hurriedly got into our magicrafts and immediately set off. From the outside, I could see the situation. Something like a white thread extending from a cocoon was entangled in the hull of the Murai. It couldn't have been an accident since it looked like an attack with hostile intent. Is the cocoon alive? No way we're fighting that thing. Give me a break. The white thread that moves like a squishy tentacle gives me a strange sense of discomfort. Let's just deal with the white thread for now. If we don't hurry, Murai will be crushed. First, I tried to slash at the white thread extending from the cocoon with my sword. However, it was tougher than I expected and could not be cut with a single blow. After many slashes, I finally succeeded in cutting it. Soon, however, new threads grew out of the cocoon. Their numbers increased and they became more troublesome. All four of us fought off the increasing number of white threads, but they kept coming back in greater numbers. No, there'll be no end to this if we don't do something about the cocoon. I'll slaughter it with my 4-element cannon, Linacarlo says and floats up, but Jean stops her. No, Linacarlo, if you use the 4-element cannon in a place like this, the ruins might collapse and bury us alive. There was definitely a danger of that. Even though the research facility was large, it was not large enough to unleash the 4-element cannon. I'll take care of the cocoon. Linacarlo and the others protect Murai from the white threads. I didn't have any specific countermeasures in mind, but I intuitively knew that Arleo 2 firepower could handle it. As I approached the cocoon, a number of white threads attacked me as if they sensed danger. I knew it would be troublesome if I got tangled up in them, so I avoided them by using my sword. Arleo 2 mobility exceeded the attack speed of the white threads, so I was able to avoid them all and approach the cocoon. As soon as I was in range, I launched a magic light bomb. Countless balls of light were shot out at high speed and hit the cocoon. Even though all of the light bullets, which were powerful enough to penetrate the armor of a magicrafts, hit the cocoon, it did not seem to be destroyed. I hadn't expected to end it with the magic bullet attack, but I was a little impatient when it was so ineffective. Chapter 359. Weapon. As I approached the cocoon, the attack of the white threads intensified. They attacked from every direction, trying to catch Arleo 2. I avoided them in a zigzag pattern so that they would not be able to predict my movements, and approached the cocoon further. This is an opponent against whom magic bullets will not work, so I entered Ludia concentration mode. As my concentration increases, the shape of my sword changes, it becomes larger and sharper, and a blue light envelops the blade. I slash at the cocoon with my sword, which has been strengthened by Ludia concentration. The mass of white threads covering the cocoon was cut, and even the white threads, which are strong enough to repel magic bullets, were unable to stop the slash of Arleo 2's sword. Yura, watch out. Something's moving. Nagisa warns loudly when she sees the inside of the torn cocoon. I peeked inside, wary. It was pitch black and I couldn't see very well, but I noticed that something was lurking in the form of a number of small red lights. After I cut through the cocoon, the white thread stopped attacking me instead. The cocoon began to act strangely. The cocoon began to expand, making a creaking sound, as if the expansion had reached its limit. The thing that had been lurking inside the cocoon finally came into view. The hole in the cocoon grew to more than half of the total size, and a black entity crawled out to break through the cocoon. Oh, it's uglier than I imagined. When Nagisa and Linacarlo saw the thing that appeared, they showed a strong reaction of rejection while Keone calmly stared at it. Lurking in the cocoon was a spider-like monster, moving its countless legs uncomfortably, and its head, which was small in relation to its body, had countless red eyes that shone eerily. In addition to such an uncanny appearance, it had a body that was bigger than a magicraft. It was no wonder that Nagisa and Linacarlo freaked out. What the hell is that? Is it a giant beast? I thought it was a new kind of giant beast, as Jean had said, but Fairy denied it. It doesn't match the data on the giant beasts. However, I don't think it's completely different. No way, it's a giant beast weapon. If that's the case, we can't be careless. Yuta, I recommend that you do everything in your power to destroy it. What's a giant beast weapon? It's a monster created by a scientist from the ancient civilizations in an attempt to convert giant beasts into weapons. I know this place was originally a research facility for giant beast weapons, but I heard that all giant beast weapons have been destroyed. I didn't expect there to be any survivors. Weaponizing giant beasts sounds like a bad idea. The giant beast weapon approached Keone's Kikuikamonji at an incredibly fast pace. Keone reacted to the incredible speed of the weapon and raised her sword. There was a high-pitched click and Keone's sword was flicked back. It was surprising that Keone's sword, which could cut through even an Xlander machine, was repelled. The giant beast weapon hit Kikuikamonji with its body and knocked him down. It then covered him up and tried to bite his neck with the two nipper-like fangs on his head. I won't let you. Nagisa, who was close to Keone, immediately moved. Even though she was intimidated by its appearance, she was a martial artist. She overcame her fear and slammed her fist into the giant beast weapon. The punch was so powerful that I could see the circular wave motion, and it was powerful enough to pull the giant beast weapon off Kikuikamonji. Diotina fist blew the giant beast weapon away, and at the same time, a thunderous magical strike was shot from Victor towards the rolling giant beast weapon. Get the hell out of here. Given the strength of the attack, I didn't think it would end there, so I closed the gap between me and the huge beast weapon that had been struck by the lightning in order to attack it further. This is the end. Arleo 2 sword sliced through the beast's weapon, and the giant beast weapon, which had been split in half, undulated for a while, then stopped its activities. Chapter 360. The decline of civilization. With the main body defeated, the cocoon dried up as if it had lost its power. We should be able to pass through here safely now. A nasty piece of beast weaponry, Jean said from Murai's bridge, looking at the dried-up cocoon. I wonder why they decided to weaponize the giant beasts. Didn't they cause so much pain? I asked, and Fairy's pseudo-body paused heavily before saying, humans are truly foolish creatures. Once the giant beasts were sealed away, the machines that were made to fight them were used to fight the same humans. Whenever a conflict broke out, they would even use the giant beasts they had sealed themselves to gain more power than their opponents. It's a ridiculous world. It doesn't matter if the enemies are giant beasts or people. As long as you can become stronger than those who disagree with you or who you think are in your way, that's all that matters, right? Jean, perhaps well aware of the foolish side of people, said this in a throwback manner in sympathy with Fairy's words. If we fight each other like that, in the end there will be no one left, friend or foe. A sharp opinion for Yuta, but that's how ancient civilizations declined. The collision of great powers will only result in annihilation. I guess the reason for the decline of ancient civilizations that had great technology is because of that great technology. We've defeated the giant beast weapon and we're moving on. But if I think about it, it doesn't mean that the safety of this research facility has been secured. No, on the contrary, now that we know that this facility was originally researching something as dangerous as a giant beast weapon, the possibility of something more dangerous happening in the future has increased. Everyone else seemed to have the same idea as I did and became more alert. In order to be able to react quickly to danger, we decided to take turns wading in our magicrafts, and we also decided on a watch duty. We didn't know what was waiting for us in the future, so we decided to take a rest when we could. And after checking the safety of our surroundings, we decided to take a short break. It's hard to get a good night's rest when you realize that there might be other giant beast weapons out there. Linacarlo said, but she was relaxing, drinking fruit water and reading a magazine. Lately, there's nothing but war everywhere. Hasn't the war between the Valkyria-Lubal Alliance and the Amurian Union been reported yet? Jean was reading a magazine and muttering to himself. What's in that thing you're reading so much? Jean had bought a lot of books before he left the Kingdom of Lubal. He's a studious guy, so in his spare time he reads some books, especially the magazine with the flaming bird on the cover that he's reading now. This is a magazine that summarizes what's going on this continent. There are other magazines, but this one published by Radel Publishing is the fastest. Oh, really? I guess it's like a weekly magazine on Earth. So what kinds of articles are in it? Well, the front page article features the 10 war gods of the Elysian Empire. Apparently, a bunch of monsters with hundreds of thousands Ludia value have been appointed. Hundreds of thousands. That's amazing. What are you talking about? Well, now it's clear, Yura, that even among the Ludia values inflated by the Nitro-Ludia technology, you've turned out to be extraordinarily awesome. Is that so? The riders of the Elysian Empire are among the best on the continent, but compared to Euthea, still way weaker. Well, I don't really feel it, but if Jean says so, I guess it's true. Jean started to introduce the 10 war gods, but I wasn't really interested, so I didn't listen and went to the cafeteria to get a drink. Chapter 361. Defense systems. After a short rest, we set off for the lowest level. From the level where the cocoon was located, we proceeded further down through a passage that led to the bottom. The pathway, made of an indeterminate material such as metal or stone, spiraled downward gently. After a while, the spiral passage ended and we came to a large floor. Jean, who was looking ahead while piloting Murray, spotted something again and complained. There's another weird one. What Jean found were countless large cylinders, arranged in an orderly fashion on a large floor. It was obviously an unnatural object, but it didn't look like a giant beast weapon, but rather an object of art. However, the identity of the cylinders seemed to be in Ferry's database, and the answer came quickly. It's a defense mechanism for the research facility. It's a type of guardian with high offensive capabilities. A guardian with high offensive capabilities, another nasty one. What should we do? Should we all go out and destroy it? Keon's suggestion was very simple and straightforward, but Jean didn't seem to think it was the best choice. No, wait. It hasn't shown any signs of attacking us yet. Maybe it's broken. If we attack, it might start moving. It's unlikely that it's broken, since the facility's automatic repair function is still active. The fact that it hasn't moved yet could simply mean that we haven't entered its defensive line yet, or that it's still identifying us. If that's the case, it's not safe for us to stay here. Let's move back a bit and figure out what to do, Jean said and tried to make Murray retreat. But the gate, which had been open until a moment ago, had closed before we knew it. What the hell? When did it close? Jean hurriedly brought Murray, who had been retreating, to a halt. There's something wrong with the pillar. Najus's words caused everyone to look at the Guardian. The Guardian's pattern on the column was glowing red. It seems that the Guardian has been activated. It's a trap. He wanted to lock us in here. No, the Guardian's thoughts are only executed with defense as the top priority. They will not choose to make sure that the other party will not escape like this. What the hell is that supposed to mean? This research facility may be under the control of someone else. You mean there are survivors of the ancient civilization? We don't know that, but I'm sure they are not very friendly to us. It's not going to be smooth, is it? Well, it's no use thinking about an invisible enemy right now. First, we have to deal with that thing in front of us. Okay, everyone, let's go. Let's annihilate the Guardian. This is what happens in the end, right? We boarded our magicrafts and immediately set off. The number of Guardians was close to 100. I can't imagine what kind of attack they would do with their pillar-like appearance. I'm not sure if it's safe to rush in. The Pillar Guardian's main weapon is the lightning magic strike. It has a range of about 30 meters and is powerful enough to deal a fatal blow to an Xlander-class magicraft. Ferry, who completely saw through my thoughts, gave me the information I needed. If that's the case, it's dangerous to approach carelessly, especially with the quadruple Highlanders Keon's Kiku Ikamanji. It wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. Keon, the Pillar Guardian's attack is going to be dangerous, so just stay back and let us handle this. There's no problem. No matter how powerful the attack is, I just have to avoid hitting it. It's true that Keon would avoid all of this, but it would be a bit frustrating to watch. Chapter 362. The battle against the pillars. The Pillar Guardians are placed about 10 meters apart. Their movement is slow and we have an overwhelming advantage in maneuverability, but they have a range of about 30 meters. Which means that we can't attack them unless we're in the range of multiple Guardians at the same time. My Arleo 2 and Linacarlo's Victor have long-range attacks, but Najus's Diatina and Keon's Kikwikamanji, which are close combat types, don't have that means, so they really need to get close. The two of them should have understood that they would be in range of several Guardians at the same time, but without hesitation, they headed towards the Pillar Guardians. When I approached roughly 30 meters away, as Ferry had said, the Pillar Guardian reacted. It flashed and the entire pillar lit up, emitting a blinding lightning bolt. Najus's Diatina bounced back the chattering, painful thunderbolt with a glowing fist and approached the pillar guardians. After entering the range of the guardians, they started firing concentrating lightning bolts at her. Diatina, unconcerned about this, struck the thunderbolts away with her fist as if she was swatting insects. As she approached the pillar guardian, Diatina slammed her fist into the pillar. The powerful thrust of her fist shattered the pillar guardian as easily as if she had struck a ceramic pot. Kion followed Nagisa and approached the pillar guardian. Kion's Kiku Ikemanji was indeed not strong enough to imitate Nagisa's Diatina. I was worried about what she would do, but there was no need to worry about that. When Kion sensed the pillar guardian's attack, she read the trajectory of the attack and quickly evaded it. Kion's evasive maneuvers were perfect, as if she knew every move ahead of time. It was as if she had eyes in the back of her head, and the way she reacted to attacks from blind spots was almost divine. I'm not sure if even a barrage of Arleo 2 magic light bullets would hit her. Kion used her speed and managed to cut a pillar guardian. It was as if she had slashed it with a lump of straw, cutting it in two diagonally. Later, Fairy told me that the strength of the pillar guardian far exceeds that of the Kiku Ikemanji sword, and that it was usually difficult for it to even scratch it. It is the power of the technique that made it so easy to do so. Linicarlo doesn't seem to think about avoiding or blocking the attacks. She countered lightning strike with lightning strike and hit the pillar guardians with her own lightning strike. The guardians were charred black by the intense discharge. Linicarlo's lightning strike was not half bad. She created more lightning balls and shot them all at the pillar guardians at once. They tried to shoot them down with thunderbolts, but Linicarlo's thunderbolts seemed to be much more massive, and none of them could be blocked, so all the thunderbolts hit the guardians. Many of the pillar guardians ceased to function, emitting a loud cracking sound. I had planned to use long-range attacks, but when I saw Nagisa and Kion's movements, I changed my mind. I rushed at the guardians like them and tried to avoid the attacks like Kiku Ikemanji, but I couldn't do the same, and I was hit by at least 1 out of every 2 shots. However, thanks to Arleo 2 armor, I felt like I took no damage. Relying on my strong armor, I approached forcibly and slashed at the pillar guardian. It's not as clean as Kion's, but I shattered the guardian with my sword. All the pillars were cleared in a few minutes, and Fairy was surprised by this. I knew we wouldn't lose, but I'm surprised we got rid of them so quickly. It seems that we've surpassed Fairy's analysis of our strength. I guess the fact that we were able to move beyond the capabilities of the magicrafts is proof that we are growing as writers. Chapter 363. Awakening the research facility was much more spacious than we had imagined, and it looked like we would be able to complete the treatment of Emits and the others before we reached the lowest level. It's time for Emits to wake up. The treatment was supposed to be completed after everything was over, so it's a bit tricky to handle. Jean looked at his watch and said with a slightly troubled expression, "What difference does it make if Emits is asleep or awake? You idiot, you're forgetting that Emits is from an enemy country. And now we're going to reanimate dead people. If the Kingdom of Lubel were to find out that such technology existed, it might even start a new conflict. Don't worry about it, just tell him to shut up and he'll keep it to himself. You're forgetting that Emits is an elite soldier. How can a soldier fail to report to the military? Military or not, he's a good guy. I'm sure he'll keep his word. You're a real softie, aren't you? Well, if you're going that far, I'm not going to say anything else, but be prepared for a certain amount of trouble. Jean is a warrior, but I think it'll be okay." A panel on the medical capsule signals the end of the treatment. Fairy's pseudo-body approached the capsule and operated it. I tried to get closer too, but Nagisa and Linicarlo stopped me. "You can't get any closer, Yura. In fact, get out of the room." That's right. Emits is not wearing anything, so the boys must leave the room. Even though he abandoned his woman's side, it doesn't mean that his body changed. It would be better to leave the room here as they had said. I walked out of the room, and after a few moments of silence, I was allowed to enter. I walked in and found Emits sitting in a chair, dressed in what looked like a nightgown. I've caused the death of so many of my men by my leadership, and yet I've survived with impunity," he said with a sad expression on his face. It was typical of Emits, but it would be hard for him to continue living with such feelings, so I said, "It's not that Emits's leadership was bad. It's just that a lot of things went in the wrong direction." "You're right. Emits doesn't have to take all the blame." Nagisa also continued with my words, and Linicarlo also patted Emits on the shoulder and told him something. Emits must have felt something because her expression became distorted, and she began to cry profusely. I couldn't tell if they were tears of apology for her dead subordinates or tears for our concern, but after she stopped crying, she returned to the dignified appearance of an elite soldier. In addition, the treatment of another survivor was completed. That person was also a woman, and I was once again removed from the room. The female survivor, a rider named Miri Kazaf, was a mid-level rider and a troop leader. Captain Emits, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm glad Lieutenant Miri is okay too. Emits and Miri salute each other and rejoice for each other's safety. Emits seemed to be really happy that Miri was still alive, as he thought everyone else was dead. I'd like to send you to a Lubal military base right away, but our business isn't finished yet. I'm sorry, but you'll have to stay with us a little longer. Jean told Emits and the others about the situation in a straightforward manner. I have no objection. They also offered to help, and this would make the watch rotation much easier. Chapter 364. Classmate information. With the addition of Emits and Miri, the meals became a little livelier. You were worried that we might run out of food because of them, but Mirai was loaded with enough food, so there was no problem with 2 more people. We'll just have what you can spare. What are you talking about? I told you we have enough food. Don't be afraid to eat. Surprised that his meal was on the same menu as ours, Emits said so with reserve, but we really weren't in trouble, so he didn't have to worry about it. Nagisa and Kion called out to them not to be shy, and the 2 of them put their hands on their food with trepidation. Oh, it's delicious. It's been a long time since I've had something this good. Emits must have meant what he said, because he didn't seem to be able to act very well. Well, it's true that this stewed soup that Jean makes, full of spices similar to curry, is quite delicious. It's one of my favorite dishes too. There will be plenty of refills, so keep eating. Jean seemed to be in a good mood. After finishing the meal, I listened to Emits and Milty's story over a cup of tea. I had heard some of Emits's personal story, so I knew about him, but I was surprised to hear that he was from a famous warlord noble family in the kingdom of Lubal. Miri said she was from a regular family, but because she was a half-raider, the military took her away, and she was able to enter a military school. Normally, ordinary citizens aren't even given the opportunity to learn, but it seems that those with a high Ludia value are given preferential treatment in these areas. So Yuda is from Earth. That's why he's so strong, isn't it? When I told him that I had been transferred from Earth, Emits showed interest in me. The way you say it, it sounds like you know some Earthlings. Are there any Earthlings in the kingdom of Lubal? We have dozens of them in the military alone. They are all powerful riders and are very dependable. Some of my acquaintances were sold at an auction at the same time as me, so I wonder if they ended up in the kingdom of Lubal. I was ashamed to admit that I didn't remember much about the auction at that time. I was quite upset because I was made fun of for having a Ludia value of 2, and I didn't have any detailed information in my head. So I didn't keep track of who was being bought and by whom. When you say you know them, do you mean they're close in age? Yeah, we're all the same age. After I said that, I remembered Professor Minami, but I didn't dare correct him. Emits thought about it for a while and then answered. There is one person, Haruma Sakaki. Do you know him? Whoa, Haruma is in the kingdom of Lubal. Yes, he's a classmate of mine. Is Haruma doing well? I don't know him directly, but he was appointed as a high-ranking official in the Science and Technology Department at such a young age, and he's also an accomplished rider, so I guess you could say he's sailing smoothly. I'm glad to hear that. The Science and Technology Department seems like a difficult place to be. Well, that guy was smart, so I guess he's doing well. We have been at war with the kingdom of Lubal. Does that mean that maybe we fought Haruma? As well, the thought of that made me feel a little uneasy. I was horrified to think of me classmates in this way. Chapter 365. Walls and traps. We proceeded through a narrow passage that Mirai could just barely fit through, aiming for the lowest level of the research facility. Up to this point, things had gone smoothly without any interference from the Guardians or the giant beast weapons, but a major obstacle appeared on the next level. Looks like we're not going to make it through here. Jean decided this because the route was blocked by a thick-looking door. Ferry, can't you open it? In times like these, it is up to Ferry, who is familiar with the technology of ancient civilizations. This looks like a door, but it's actually just a wall that can't be opened or closed. Whoever made this must have a pretty bad personality. Linicarlo said, "We'll have to do something to get through here, won't we? The map shows that we can go through here, so there is a good chance that the route continues beyond the wall. Let's break down the wall and move on." No, you can't. I've done the calculations, and there's a very high probability that this floor will collapse if the attack is enough to destroy that wall. It seems to have been made for that purpose. It seems they're as smart as they are crooked. Ferry, is there any detour route? I think the closest route won't be too much of a detour, Then take the most roundabout route you can find. Let's go that way. I couldn't understand what Jean was saying, so I asked him to explain. Jane, it's not that far of a detour if it's the closest route, so why are we taking the furthest route? Think about it. Why do you think they walled this off? It's because they want us to take a different route, right? If you think about it, it's inevitable that there are traps on that other route. The other party will probably assume that you will bypass the closer route from here, so don't you think that the farther route is safer? Where did you get that idea? It's possible that there are traps on the longest route, but it's better to choose the safest route possible. Not only me, but even Ferry was impressed with Jean's thinking. It seems that Jean has a natural talent for reading people's thoughts. Rafishal and I were never good at psychology, so I'm honestly impressed. Even though Ferry praised him, Jean didn't seem to be in a good mood. Maybe he doesn't care about his natural talent. As Jean had suggested, we took the longest route to the lowest level. After careful consideration, Ferry chose a route that was quite complicated, climbing up and down. I don't think the other side would have expected that we would go through such a complicated route. There were no obstructions or traps, and we were making good progress. However, such smoothness did not last long. An unexpected situation soon appeared. I thought we'd be lucky if we made it all the way to the bottom, but I guess we're not so lucky. Jean said, but he didn't seem too discouraged, as if he had decided that nothing would go wrong. The route is submerged. I can't go underwater, what should we do? Keon asked Jean. One part of the large floor was a puddle of water, like a pond, blocking the way to the lower levels. Unlike Fugaku and Musashi, the ride hover Murai doesn't seem to have the ability to move through water, so we can't go on. Chapter 366. Underwater trap. We had a brief discussion about what to do about the situation, where we were unable to proceed due to puddles. We'll have to go through another route, won't we? Surely that's the only way. But there's a good chance it's a trap, right? We'll just have to destroy any trap we come across. Looking at the clever tactics such as the wall that looked like a door and Guardian's ambush, I think the people who live here are tricky opponents. If it's a head-to-head fight, I don't think we'll lose, but if there are unexpected traps, we might get hurt. I don't think I'd lose in a fight, as Keon said, but it would be tricky if there was a hell of a trap set up. But if we can't get through, there's nothing we can do about it. I've been reviewing the map of the area around here, and I think I may be able to remove some of the water from this puddle. Ferry unexpectedly gave me some new information. How do we do that? I think we can break down the wall at the end of the puddle and let the water flow into the lower levels. What kind of wall is that? It's a relatively thin wall, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's go with that idea. I want Yuta and Nagisa to go into the puddle and destroy that wall. Linacarlo and Keon go out and keep an eye on the area in case something happens. It was Jean's decision to remove the water from the puddle. We boarded our magicrafts and set off. Keon and Linacarlo took care of the surrounding area, while Nagisa and I went into the puddle. The water is so clear. Where does this water come from? As Nagisa said, the quality of the water was surprisingly good, and we could see well into the distance. It's certainly strange that such clean water should be stored in a man-made facility. Isn't it possible that a water pipe has burst? How can a burst pipe cause such a large pool of water? I don't know, but that's all I can think of. As I was guessing, Ferry gave me the answer. There are signs that water was deliberately poured from the underground veins. It may have been done to reduce the routes to the lowest level. I see. So this is also the work of the inhabitants of this place. Even in the midst of the puddle, the magic light was shining brightly in the area. The light was so bright that we didn't get lost and reach the wall we were looking for. However, at that moment, Ferry shouted a warning. Yuta, there's an irregular change in the water flow. Please be careful. Something is approaching. Immediately after that warning, I felt a strong shock. It seemed that something had hit Arleo too. GG8. What the hell? Where's the enemy? I quickly checked, but I couldn't catch sight of the enemy, who was probably moving at an astonishing speed. Yura, up here, Nagisa told me as I looked anxiously for the enemy. When I turned to look, I saw that something huge, with the appearance of a tuna, was swimming at great speed. A fish? It's a beast weapon probably created from a giant beast that specializes in underwater activities. Let's hope there aren't others like it. Be careful, Yura. He moves a lot faster in the water than Arleo 2 and Diatina. Indeed, no matter how versatile the Arleo 2 is, its movements are limited underwater. In comparison, a fish-beast weapon that looks like it exists only to operate in the water has a great advantage over us. Chapter 367. Underwater Battle Ferry told me that I should not use powerful magic shots such as the 4 elements cannon underwater. The reason for this was due to a tribute repulsion, but I didn't understand it. At any rate, she reminded me not to use them because it would become dangerous. Nagisa, I'll serve as bait. You attack from the blind spot, We're losing in maneuverability underwater, but fortunately there are two of us here. We decided to make up for our mobility by working together. I held up my sword to provoke the fish beast weapon. It may not be very intelligent, but it was easily taken in by my challenge and came at me with great speed. The strong Arleo 2 would not be fatally injured even if it was to take a serious charge, but I guarded with both arms just in case. The fish giant weapon hit Arleo 2, and I feel a considerable impact. However, as expected of the sturdy Arleo 2, the damage does not seem to be too great. The fact that it rushed and collided with Arleo 2 caused the fish giant weapon to temporarily stop moving. Nagisa took aim at it and attacked with her sword and pierced the gills of the fish beast weapon. I'm not sure if it has a sense of pain, but the fish giant weapon tried to pull out the sword. I firmly grabbed the head of the fish giant weapon and stopped it from moving. Nagisa then pulled out her sword and sliced the fish beast weapon in half. That took care of it. It was quick but not very strong. Nagisa evaluated the fish beast weapon, but Fairy's words drowned out our enthusiasm. We're not done yet. Multiple readings are approaching. What? How many? Hundreds of responses. Give me a break, it's tough to deal with that many. Yura, let's break down the wall. If the water is drained, there's nothing those fishes can do. You're right. Okay, I'll attract the fish beast weapons while you destroy the wall. All right, I'll try. Just as Fairy had said, a swarm of fish beast weapons swam towards us from the back. One of them wouldn't be a big deal, but if that many attacked us, it might be a bit dangerous. Fairy, how long would it take Nagisa to destroy the wall? Even without the use of powerful magic strikes, with Diatina's attack power, she should be able to destroy it in about 2 minutes. Alright, let's buy some time until then. I think I can handle 2 minutes. I focused my attention so that the fish beast weapons would not go toward Nagisa. Seeing the group of fish beast weapons, I naturally entered Ludia concentration mode. I shut off all information from my senses and tried to feel the enemy's attack with my body. I've already seen and understood the movements of the fish beast weapons earlier, so I readied my sword and prepared to attack. I could feel the water around Arleo 2 moving violently, and see that the swarm of fish beast weapons was coming at me at once. From the shaking of the water, I predicted the trajectory of the fish beast weapons' assault and avoided them. I didn't receive any impact, so it seemed that I had successfully avoided them. I avoided another series of attacks with minimal movement, but I was unable to respond to the next one that came without pause. I was hit in the back and received a strong impact. Damn it, I missed. They continued to charge at me with no time to rest. I was able to avoid about 80% of them, but the remaining 20% were direct hits. I was getting more and more annoyed with the impact of each hit. Frustrated, I swung my sword at one of the fish beast weapons just as it was about to charge, and sliced it in half. However, the situation would not change even if I cut one of them. On the contrary, it seemed they were angry that their comrade had been killed, and their attacks became more intense. Chapter 368. Drainage. No matter how strong Arleo 2 is, receiving such powerful blows over and over again is likely to damage it, so I avoided the attacks as much as possible and bought some time by fighting back with my sword. Nagisa, are you done? This wall is harder than I thought. It's going to take a little longer. It seems that Diatina can't move as well as she would like in the water and has a hard time breaking down the wall. Furthermore, I don't know if it was because of this exchange, but the fish beast weapons noticed Nagisa, and about half of them headed towards her. They are coming your way, Nagisa. What? That's not good. I'm in trouble and there's nothing I can do. You have to deal with them. At this rate, I'll be beaten to a pulp by this pack of fish beast weapons before Nagisa breaks the wall. I had no choice but to call for help from Jean and the others who were waiting above. Jean, I'm having a bit of a hard time. I'm sorry, but I need someone to help me. What could possibly make Yura and Nagisa struggle? A huge pack of giant beast weapons. Linacarlo, did you hear what I said? Sorry, but you have to go help Yura. It can't be helped. If I had gone instead of Nagisa from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Hearing the name Linacarlo made me think of a strategy. Water conducts electricity well, Linacarlo. I need you to fire lightning bolts at that puddle from the outside. What? I'll electrocute both Arleo 2 and Diatina if I do that. A little bit won't hurt. Our first priority is to stop the enemy's movement. I understand. Then be prepared for a hard one. Oh no, it doesn't have to be that hard. I wasn't expecting an all-out lightning strike from Linacarlo, so I tried to stop her, but it was too late. I felt a strong impact, and even Arleo 2, which is resistant to all attributes, was unable to completely prevent the lightning strike, but the attack was very effective against the fishes, and caused many of them to faint or stop moving. Linacarlo, you should go a little easier on us. Diatina didn't have the same level of tolerance as Arleo 2, and Nagisa was upset because she felt a lot of pain. If you're alive, you're fine. Better break down the wall while you can. Linacarlo is right. The fish beast weapons are no longer moving, but they seem to be only stunned and not dead. Nagisa seemed to understand this, gave up complaining to Linacarlo, and returned to the task of breaking down the wall. I was going to help her too, but there was no need. Nagisa informed me that the work was coming to an end. One more hit and the wall's going to break. The moment I heard Nagisa's words, I felt as if I were floating. Then I was swept away as if pulled by some force. I saw Diotina on the shore, holding on to the protruding part of the pillar, desperately trying not to be swept away. That's right. If we break the wall, of course we in the water will be swept away. I had completely forgotten this in the battle with the fish beast weapons. If we continue like this, Arleo too will be drained out of the puddle as well. Yura, hold on. Then Diotina on the shore reached out to me. I desperately reached out and grabbed her hand too. The swarm of fish beast weapons was being sucked into the hole in the wall by the draining stream. Some of them woke up and started to twitch, but there was nothing they could do. Unable to fight the current, all the fish beast weapons disappeared into the hole in the wall. Chapter 369. Legendary / Yuki. After fending off the runaway guardians, we entered the area where the 2 legendary class riders were sleeping. It was a stone building shaped like a pyramid, and I could sense the atmosphere of something sleeping there. Here lies a legendary rider, I muttered to myself, but Dr. Brule responded to my muttering. That's right. The 2 blades that Rafishal-sama needs in order to spread his wings are here. Once Rafishal-sama gets them, no one will be able to stop him. An even more powerful force will be added to the already immensely powerful Rafishal. When I thought about it, I wondered if it would be better not to revive the legendary riders. But if I did, the jewel in my chest would never forgive me. It's okay if it's just me, but I don't think Mary and her men will be safe. Brule, why don't you just finish the resurrection? Doctor. Brule walked towards the pyramid, as Scarfy urged her to do so with the external output sound of his magicraft. The magic stone of resurrection given to me by Master Rafishal, if I insert it. Here, the legendary riders will be revived. Doctor. Brule said, and clicked the circular stone into the belly of the dragon-shaped stone statue in front of the pyramid. The eyes of the stone statue of the dragon glowed, then the earth shook with a gurgling sound, and the pyramid split in 2. What emerged from the pyramid that had been split were 2 magicrafts wrapped in a blue shield that started to disappear slowly. Astaroth and Beelzebub, I can't believe I'm about to see the legendary magicrafts that were the strongest in the age of ancient civilizations. Brule stared at the magicrafts that appeared, somewhat impressed. After the blue shields were gone for a while, I heard the sound of activation from the 2 magicrafts. It seems that the seal has been completely broken, and the legendary riders have been resurrected. However, the situation changed dramatically here. One of the magicrafts that started moving slowly disappeared. No, it just looked like it disappeared because we couldn't catch it moving too fast, but it was approaching us at a great speed. The next thing I knew, it was standing in front of Scarfy's magicraft and sent its head flying in an instant. What? Jayahahaha tilde. What's with this fragile magicraft? It's weaker. It's weaker. Weaker. If you want to catch this Pernacissa, you'd better bring the 3 pillars with you. A voice was heard from the legendary magicraft. The tone of voice was incoherent, and I couldn't make sense of it, but I understood that it was terribly strong. How dare you? Scarfy was hit and Mary started to counterattack. However, the legendary magicraft lightly caught the attack with its hand. Didn't they teach you not to point a knife at other people? It appeared to be just a light sweep of the hand. However, the result was powerful enough to blow off part of the exterior of Mary's magicraft and her arm. Mary was struck and my anger was ignited. I closed the gap between me and the legendary magicraft and used my rapier to aim a thrust at its neck. However, the attack was lightly avoided. I was disappointed with all the small fry, but I might be willing to play with you. When I heard those words, I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't felt it in a while, so I had forgotten about it, but perhaps this feeling is called fear. Chapter 370. Overwhelming / Yuki. The legendary magicraft moved. It was too fast for me to react fully, grabbed me by the head and pulled me towards it. The power was unbelievable. Isekai is not a power-type magicraft, but it still has the power to surpass most of its opponents. But he was so overwhelming that it was almost impossible to resist. Get your hands off me. Since I am not in the thrusting range, I aim at the opponent's legs and attack with my rapier. The slender sword is a thrusting weapon and has no blade, but if I bend it and strike quickly, it can attack like a whip. It is powerful enough to destroy an ordinary magicraft, but it did not work on this legendary machine. What's the matter? Is that the extent of your ability? If that's the case, I'll end this battle now. Don't be ridiculous. I started to concentrate and felt a sense of release as something blew out of my body. The area between my eyebrows becomes hot, and I focus even more on the hot spot, telling Elvira Kai that I intend to fight. I entered my maximum fighting stance. That's good Ludia concentration. Then maybe we can play some more. I ignored his words, grabbed the hand of the legendary class that was holding the head of the Elvira Kai, and forcibly pulled it off. Ha ha ha, all right. Thrust, I delivered a thrust with my rapier. In my mind's eye, I envisioned my rapier piercing the throat of the legendary rider, but that didn't happen. What? The legendary rider easily grabbed the super speed rapier thrust with his right hand and blocked it. The power and speed are perfect, but the trajectory of the attack is too straightforward, so it can be read, you see. It's easy to get blocked like this. You have to be careful not to let your opponent read your attacks. I pulled my rapier, retrieved it from the legendary class's hand, and unleashed my second thrust. The thrust, using the rapier's elasticity, undulated like a snake and struck the legendary rider with an irregular movement. However, the attack was easily blocked. You're moving better, but you're not as powerful or fast. You can't even kill a small animal with this. I can't believe that Elvira Kai's attacks are completely ineffective. You've let me down. I'm sorry, but I've lost my motivation. I'm going to destroy you now. As he said this, the legendary class slowly approached me. Perhaps it was the spirit coming from the opponent, but I felt an indescribable presence that made me unable to move. Come on, spurt some blood and die. You can at least entertain me while you die. The hand of the legendary class reaches out to the cockpit where I am. If I don't do something, I'm dead, just as I thought that. A voice called out from behind the legendary class. Stop it, Pernacissa. Looks like those guys are not the enemy. The other legendary rider spoke. Why, Astaroth? What do you mean they're not our enemy? There are no allies for us anymore, are there? Then they're our enemies, aren't they? I kill my enemies. The magicraft of the one called Pernacissa said and shook his fist at me. I'm telling you to stop. Don't you believe a word I say, Pernacissa? With those words, Pernacissa movements came to a halt. I understand. Don't shout so loud, Astaroth. I'm sorry, there was one thing I learned from this exchange. The person riding Astaroth is in a much higher position than Pernacissa, who has shown overwhelming power. The frightened tone of Pernacissa suggests that he is clearly intimidated and overwhelmed by power, rather than a simple hierarchy. If that rider can overwhelm Pernacissa, then how strong must he be? Chapter 371. Modification. Having succeeded in draining the water from the puddle, we were able to secure a route for Murai. We moved slowly through the passage that had been flooded earlier. How much further to the bottom level? Nagisa asked Fairy, perhaps bored with moving through the underground facilities. We're more than halfway there if you're just looking at the distance we've traveled. But there is a possibility that we will be forced to take another detour, so it's hard to say. When I heard that, I got a little angry. I wish the people here would just come out fair and square and not interfere in such a tit-for-tat way. I think it's safe to say that something's in store for us from here on out. Jean's predictions are right. We can expect the interference to continue for a while. When we were on the move with no overt disturbances, we tried to rest, except for the sentry duty and the waiting duty. However, the two outsiders, Emits and Miri, seemed to feel somewhat uncomfortable and frequently offered to help. Is there anything I can do to help? There's nothing to do, besides you helped us with the watch duty and that's enough. But I can't relax unless I'm doing something. Any chore will do. In the army of the Kingdom of Lubel, there seemed to be no concept of leisure time. I wish I could give him something to do, but there really wasn't anything to do. Well, I'll check with Ferry to see if there's anything for him. Ferry, is there any work we can help you with? Ferry thought about my question for a moment and then answered. Well, I'm thinking of renovating the shower room and making it a larger bathroom. Showering alone doesn't relieve fatigue, and according to my calculations, it is expected to improve the recovery effect by more than 60%. Jean and Keon agreed with the proposal. Oh, that's good. I don't like to take a shower. A bath, that's good. If you want to renovate it, I'll help you. We all decided to renovate the shower room. Renovation is a professional job, but there are many things that amateurs can help with. Emits and Miri did a great job following Ferry's instructions. The shower room was partitioned off, and the adjacent unused storage room wall was knocked out to create a larger room. After converting the parts used in the shower to make a wash area, we began to build a bathtub out of wood that I didn't know where it came from. You're pretty handy. Ferry was dexterously assembling the planks of wood. I'm sure it would be a disaster if there were any gaps since it's going to be used as a bathtub, but she doesn't seem to be worried about that. When the enlarged bathroom was finished, it was time for the shift change. Linacarlo, who had been waiting until then, came to call me. I was wondering what you were doing, but you made such a nice thing. Linacarlo said happily as he looked at the finished bathroom. I remember that the first time I met Linacarlo was at a health spa. Maybe she likes this kind of spacious bath. Nagisa, who was on watch duty, also came over, her eyes sparkling. Nagisa also likes to take a bath, come to think of it. She seemed to be in a better mood and started chatting with Linacarlo, with whom she usually doesn't get along so well. As a matter of course, the first bath was taken by the ladies. Well, it was time for standby duty, so I had no choice. Jean piloted Mirai and Emits took over the watch. I told him that it was okay for me to stand watch, but he didn't seem to like the idea of taking a bath with a woman, probably because he's always been a man. Chapter 372. Relaxation time. In order to enjoy the newly renovated bathroom, the ladies immediately started their bath time. As if they were wary of prying eyes, they placed a large sign at the entrance that said bathing, to show that they were not to be disturbed. I was too scared to peep into the bath where Keon was bathing with a sword. Moreover, Nagisa is with them today. If Nagisa were to join the punishment, there would be no guarantee that I would survive. While I was waiting quietly in Arleo 2, I received a message from somewhere. When I answered it, it was from Lina Carlo, who was supposed to be bathing. The new bath is great. It seems that she had brought her spirit box into the bathroom to communicate with me. What the hell? Are you harassing me while I'm waiting? No, I'm not. I just wanted to share the first bath with you. Don't worry about it. I'll take my time later. Everyone looks happy. As soon as she said that, Lina Carlo stopped talking and tried to let me listen to the sounds around her. Wow, Tilda Keon's ass is so beautiful, Tilda. I want to look like this too. That was Nagisa, wasn't it? I've been in a bath with Keon for some time, but I never had the time to take a good look at her ass, so I didn't know this information. Keon has a beautiful ass. When I imagined Keon with her ass fully exposed, I shook my head and forced myself back to reality. Your breasts are also really beautiful. You have the toned body of a warrior, but you don't lose your feminine beauty. Nagisa, please don't touch me. That's fine. We're the same sex. I can't help but think of strange things when I hear their voices. Wow. I saw a little bit of her when I was in the medical capsule, but Miri's breasts are huge. I wonder if you're the type to lose weight. Haha, yes. They are usually too big and get in the way, so I wrap a piece of silk around them to hold them in place. It's a waste. If you have so much, why don't you show it more? No, it's just a hindrance to the mission. I'd rather be small. Hey, why are you looking at my breasts when you talk like that? Nagisa shouted in grief. Apparently, her small breasts drew everyone's attention. It is true that Nagisa's breasts are poor enough to attract sympathy. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Check the before and after. Go ahead, say what you want. I wondered what I was hearing. I spoke to Lina Carlo to end the communication, which had become meaningless. Lina Carlo, that's enough. Let's cut the communication. Was that Yura? Hey, you were communicating with Yura. Perhaps embarrassed that she had been overheard, Nagisa raised her voice in protest. In response, Lina Carlo also retorted. Yura just wanted to take part in the first bath, even if it was just with his voice. Then you should have told me about it first. I don't want him to hear what the girls are saying to each other. Oh, I'm not bothered. I'm in trouble. While the argument was still going on, the communication was cut off. It was probably either Lina Carlo or Nagisa who cut it off. What a troublesome bunch of people. Just when I thought they were getting along, they started arguing. Chapter 373. Old stories. Even after getting out of the bath, Nagisa and Lina Carlo seemed to be continuing their argument. Keon was already tired of mediating and left it at that. Yura, I'm going to change the standby so you can go to the bathroom. Keon came to the hangar and said so with care. No, I'll go in with Jean later. It's a big bath and it's not very nice to be in it alone. I see. Then let's have Emits go first. You do that. Emits was reluctant to go into the bath before me and Jean, but the ladies managed to persuade him to go in first. He told me later that he would have preferred to go in with me and Jean rather than go in alone first, but I'm sure I would have had trouble keeping my eyes off him if that happened. It was getting late, and that was the end of the day's activities. We brought Mirai to a stop in the middle of a relatively safe floor with a good view and took a rest. Jean also took a break from piloting. Jean, let's go take a bath. No choice, I'll go with you. He said he didn't have a choice, but Jean seemed to be happy. It's been a long time since I've had a big bath, so I'm a little excited too. I had seen it during the renovation, but the atmosphere of the bathroom was completely different with hot water and steam rising from it. Just receiving the hot air that tangled around my skin was enough to raise my spirits. What is it, Yura? Do you always wash your feet first? Yes, is that weird? No, it's not strange, but the dirt you wash goes down. It's more efficient to wash from the top down, isn't it? That's for sure. I've always washed it off my feet without thinking about it, but now that I think about it, it's probably not very efficient. That's an eye-opener. I'll wash my head first next time. You really do react just like that guy, don't you? Jean pointed out with a happy laugh. Who do I react like? I replied casually, but was a little surprised by what Jean said in reply. My dead brother. When I heard that, I was immediately speechless. Come to think of it, we've known each other for a long time, but I don't know anything about Jean's past. I thought it might be a good opportunity to ask him about his brother. Do you remember the first time we met? I think it was when I was wandering around trying to sell farmers' jewels. When I saw you, I was amazed. I thought my dead brother had come back to life. So I was curious to see what was going on, and I saw you trying to make a stupid deal. I couldn't watch you, you were too careless. It's true that if Jean hadn't been there at that time, I would have sold off Farmer's precious jewels at a low price. But I couldn't leave you guys alone, because you were just like him in that you acted so stupidly. I see. That's why he lent us a hand when we first met him. The more we talked, the more we were alike. I still have a lot of regrets about my brother, and I still think that if I had cared about him a little more, I could have saved him. Jean, I don't know if this is the right question to ask, but how did your brother die? He tried to stand alone against a tremendous power. That's a good way to put it, but a bad way to put it is that he was just a fool. It's no laughing matter when you overestimate your own strength and get killed fighting an opponent you can't even beat. Jean said sadly. I could see his feelings and regret for his brother in his expression. Chapter 374. Graveyard. When I woke up, Jean had prepared breakfast for me. It was a simple but tasty and well-balanced menu. Grain soup similar to corn soup, sandwiches with vegetables and dried meat on bread and fried potatoes. If all goes well, we may reach the lowest level by the end of the day, Jean reported, sipping a cup of charcoal bean tea while looking at the map. Let's not overdo it. Safety is more important than time. Keon didn't like dried meat, and she dexterously moved the dried meat to my plate. I hope you don't mind if I eat some more of this. Linicarlo liked the sandwich so much that she gobbled it up and asked for more. I'm sorry, but we're out of bread. There's still plenty of soup, so you'll have to make do with that. Linicarlo looks around the dining table when Jean tells her that. When she saw that Nagisa had left a sandwich, she said, Nagisa, if you don't want to eat it, I can take it. What? I'll eat it. You've already eaten yours, haven't you? I'm just saying that if you don't eat it, it's a waste of money, and I'll eat it for you. As if to prevent Nagisa from saying something back, Emits interrupted her. Linicarlo-san, if you don't mind, I would like you to have mine. I'm already full. Perhaps sensing that the battle between Nagisa and Linicarlo was about to begin, Emits suggested that. Is that so? I don't blame you if you're full. I'll take it. Linicarlo is obsessed with food. For a royal, I wonder if something happened to her a long time ago. After breakfast, we set off for the lowest level. For a while, we made good progress without any particular disturbance. However, when we came to a large, dimly lit wilderness area after descending 2 levels, we were all rendered speechless by the bizarre sight. I wonder if these are all graves. As Nagisa said, there were countless tombstone-like stone monuments lined up. I don't know much about the culture of people from ancient civilizations, but to my Japanese senses, they looked like tombs. It certainly looks like a graveyard. If there are so many of them, then the graves of all the people in this facility might be gathered here. It's a ridiculously large research facility, so I can imagine that a lot of people lived here, but I was surprised to see the number of graves. As Keon said, it's not surprising to think that the graves of all the people in the facility are gathered here. It's like a communal cemetery. I'm surprised that so many people lived here. Jean's words were followed by Ferry's commentary. At its peak, this facility housed over 1 million people. It was one of the largest urban research facilities on the continent, and there were many people who were born here and never left until they died. An urban research facility is another unfamiliar term. It was more like a big city than a research facility. Let's pass this place quickly, Nagisa suggested as she didn't like the creepy scene. It's true that she has always been bad with scary things, but I remember how she used to invite me to watch horror movies with her, even though she was scared. As much as I'd like to pass by quickly, this is the highest speed we can go. Well, it's a sight you don't get to see very often, so go ahead and take it in. Jean said it without hesitation, as if he was totally fine with this kind of thing. But then he said something strange, as if something strange had happened. Oh, that's strange. We're slowing down. Jane, don't start acting weird. No, it's really weird. It's not moving the way I want it to. At first I thought it was an act to scare Nagisa, but apparently it was not. In fact, the speed of Murai's progress visibly slowed down. Chapter 375. Mysterious voice. Murai's speed slowed down and eventually stopped. And to my horror, the entire floor, which had been looking like an evening scene, lost its light and became completely dark. Kaya, Nagisa gave a small cry at the strange situation. Emits and Miri also looked pale, so they seemed to be holding back their fear. In the midst of these women, Keon seemed to be the only one who remained calm, and she put her hand on the shoulder of the scared Nagisa to reassure her. What's going on? Ferry is warning me that Victor's power is dropping. Linicarlo, who is waiting in her magicraft, sends me a message. It seems that the malfunction is also happening to the magicrafts. Ferry, do you know what's going on? Fairy was looking at the numbers on a special terminal and thinking. When he came to a conclusion, she said, "It seems that a special magnetic field is being generated throughout this floor. If someone is doing this deliberately, it's a very dangerous situation. I'm not sure what's about to happen, but for now, let's all board our magicrafts and get ready to fight." While Keon and I nodded, Nagisa was the only one who didn't like the idea. "I'm going to be all alone when I board my magicraft. You can go up against a strong man like a professional wrestler with no problem, but you're really weak when it comes to this kind of thing." While I was waiting in my magicraft to be ready to go out at any time, I heard a strange voice. I think it was a woman's voice, but it sounded lonely and impatient. I wasn't the only one who heard it, but everyone seemed to hear it, and it caused a bit of a commotion. "Didn't someone just speak? Who said that?" Nagisa forcefully confirms that she wants to believe it was one of her friends. "It's not me. Isn't that Keon's voice?" "It's not me either. I don't think it matches the voice of anyone else on board of Mirai."